Chapter 686, Pillage. Chapter 686, Pillage. The giant Leviathan's giant tentacles were like a group of locusts. Wherever they traveled, they caused ruination as they recklessly looted everything. All of the valuable things that could be taken away were carried off, and as for those that couldn't, they were destroyed with beams of energy. In just a single incense stick of time, buildings throughout the entire South Sea Demon region were put into an absolute mess, with a massive number of palaces and temples destroyed, flames rising from all directions. Beside Lin Ming, Lan Xin looked on, a bit dumbfounded. Killing, burning, robbing, this was no different than the actions of a bandit. In truth, to Lin Ming, being cavalier or being a bandit, he really didn't care about either one. His actions and conduct were all dependent on being able to smoothly flow through his mind and not betraying his heart. As for his methods, it was all the same to him. The grudge from the looting of Divine Phoenix Island naturally had to be returned, and in the most striking and graphic manner possible. Doesn't seem like there's anything valuable. As Lin Ming was using the giant Leviathan to devastate everything around him, he was also rapidly inspecting all the treasure he picked up. There wasn't anything of too much value. This was also within his expectations. After all, those sorts of things were usually carried by the life destruction elders, or placed in some secret hidden location so they were hard to find. In the buildings of the South Sea Demon region, besides some great array formations for training, there wasn't much else. Since these great array formations couldn't be taken away, Lin Ming simply destroyed them all. He didn't plan on leaving any resources to the enemy so that they would be able to recover in the future. Lin Ming, go to the medicine garden. There's definitely something good there, Demon Shine suddenly said. Okay. As Demon Shine mentioned this, Lin Ming remembered that fresh medicinal plants couldn't be placed in a spatial ring, they had to be planted in a medicine garden with rich origin energy. Spreading out his perception and with the support of the giant Leviathan, Lin Ming was able to quickly scan every nook and cranny of the South Sea Demon region. He soon discovered where the medicine garden was located. There was a defensive array formation here. But for Lin Ming, ripping it open was easy. Several dozen tentacles pulled up. In less than a quarter of an hour of time, the array formation was torn apart. This was because Lin Ming cared about the plants within the medicine garden, thus his actions were much gentler. Otherwise, he would have broken through the array formation even quicker. After the array formation was sundered, an incomparably pure origin energy dispersed into the air. As Lin Ming looked within, he soon found that the herbs in the medicine garden were much richer and more valuable than those of Divine Phoenix Island. In addition, there were several herbs that were far more valuable than the Demon Heart Flower. Because Lin Ming had inherited the memories of the realm of the gods alchemist, he had a very keen understanding of the multitude of medicinal herbs. Within the realm of the gods was where the richest and rarest herbs were found. Everything within the Sky Spill continent could be found within the realm of the gods, but not everything in the realm of the gods could be found in the Sky Spill continent. Lin Ming soon classified all of these herbs, dividing them by their different pharmacological properties. He plucked out some and organized them, and as for those medicinal herbs that were more difficult to transport, he directly ripped them up and sealed them in a jade box. There were even some that could be transplanted. He picked them up with their soul and moved them into the giant Leviathan's dimension. Generally speaking, these herbs were all inferior to the 10,000-year corpse grass that Lin Ming had found in the Eternal Demon Abyss. But, high-level alchemy didn't always use high-grade materials for medicines. Sometimes low-grade materials were required to direct, catalyze or support the medicine. Moreover, training as an alchemist wasn't done in one day. The start was the most difficult. At the beginning, Lin Ming would have to practice in order to lay down his foundation as an alchemist. At this time, using these medicines to practice his technique would be useful. If the elders of the South Sea Demon region knew that Lin Ming was brutally and violently looting everything they had built as well as gathering all of the medicinal herbs they had planted with care, classifying them as low-level medicinal herbs for practice so that he could train his technique, then they would probably be vomiting blood in a mad rage. In the South Horizon region, all of these things were considered rare heavenly materials, even a life destruction elder would covet them. However, Lin Ming, who had seen the Nirvana dragon root and profound gold divine fruit, simply didn't care much for these things. All the medicinal herbs, spatial rings, and other resources were completely taken away. Before leaving, Lin Ming also didn't forget to have the giant Leviathan shoot out a massive beam of golden light to level the South Sea Demon region's True Essence Stone mine. Although it was impossible to destroy the True Essence Stone mine like this, it was still enough to bother them. They wouldn't be able to mine anything for at least an entire month. With all of this completed, Lin Ming controlled the giant Leviathan and slowly flew away from the South Sea Demon region. The South Sea Demon region had lost over 1,000 martial artists in a single day. As for Shen Yuqie and the many other elders, they fled deep into the South Sea. The news of the South Sea Demon region being pillaged soon spread throughout the entire South Horizon region. At first, people couldn't believe this incredible news. But later, the information became increasingly intense and known. The South Sea Demon region didn't come out with any intention of clarifying this issue. And not just that, but they also had their outer encirclement troops retreat, making a few threats before retreating back deep into the South Sea. Suddenly, all of the aggression and activities of the South Sea Demon region within the South Horizon region came to a complete halt. The entire time, this was just too difficult to believe. If in the past the South Sea Demon region was known as being so extraordinarily powerful that no one was able to bring up a thought of resistance, then that South Sea Demon region had now become a joke. Someone killed their way into their sect, breaking apart their great protective array, razing all their buildings to the ground, recklessly looting all of their resources and scorching everything else. The martial artists of the sect didn't even have pots to use. This was something that would normally occur only at the annihilation of a sect. If the South Sea Demon region didn't have Shen Wuji still supporting them from his closed-door seclusion, then their entire sect might have really been stamped out of existence. It was simply unimaginable that all of this was done by a single youth. Within Yin-Yang Profound Palace, the Xing couple inevitably heard this news. "Husband, what do you think?" Within a magnificent temple, a woman in a white robe said as she closed an ancient book, placing it on a table. She looked to be around 40 years old, but one couldn't find any weariness of time on her face. Her features were beautiful and her body was mature and full, containing all sorts of subtle flavors. This woman was one of the twin stars of the Yin-Yang Profound Palace, Xing Kan. She was the wife of Xing Ji. Together, the two of them held the position of the Yin-Yang Profound Palace's palace masters. Within Yin-Yang Profound Palace, many positions were held by couples. This was because of the unique features of their cultivation methods. Often, a couple would train and fight together. Only this way, by combining their powers, would they be able to display their mightiest combat strength. Thus, whether it was training, missions, or adventuring, both husband and wife would often go together. Xing Ji said, "This youth must be a peak emperor-level talent from one of the 4 divine kingdoms. Perhaps he might even be a divine kingdom's crown prince. I estimate that he is 30 years old. I heard his cultivation is at the revolving core realm, so I assume he must be mid or late revolving core. For him to have such a cultivation at this age, this is truly horrifying. This is a cultivation that only a peak emperor-level talent can have. As for his combat strength, there is no need to speak of it further. He can kill a first-stage life-destruction powerhouse. Not defeat, but kill. For someone at the revolving core to jump ranks and fight a life-destruction master is far more difficult than someone at the Xiantian realm fighting someone at the revolving core realm. This person is without a doubt from a holy land, and he also must have top resources and supreme masters supporting him from behind. His talent in itself is amazing, and he might possibly be one of the most extraordinary geniuses that the entire Sky Spill continent has seen in the last 1,000 years. Husband, why do you think this sort of character would come to our South Horizon region?" After Xing Kan obtained this news, this was her greatest doubt. The mainland of the Sky Spill continent was shaped like a cake with its center dug out. It was in the shape of a ring. The center was an inland sea, and this sea was surrounded by 4 divine kingdoms. Because most of the landmarks were focused in this central region, this area had a much higher concentration of spiritual mountains and forests. The more spiritual lands there were, the thicker and purer the heaven and earth origin energy was, and the more heavenly materials and true essence stone mines there were. Most of the Holy Lands were also located in this area. By all reasoning, a favored son of heaven of the divine kingdoms would not come to the South Horizon region. This area was simply too remote. The only exception was the inexplicable appearance and rise of silent demon Emperor City 3,000 years ago. Somehow, the Netherworld Great Emperor had appeared with strength equal to a divine kingdom Holy Land's Holy Lord. This was the only time that the South Horizon region ever entered into the vision of the four divine kingdoms. For the rest of the time, the South Horizon region was nothing at all to the four divine kingdoms. It was the difference between a great city and a small mountain village. This was also reason that the South Sea Demon region wanted to gradually make their way back towards the mainland. The resources at the sea were always somewhat barren. Is he here for adventure and experience? Or has he taken a liking to something from the South Sea Demon region and wants to steal it? Shinkan said after deeply thinking about it. How could he want to steal anything? I doubt there is anything within the entire South Horizon region that would enter into the eyes of such a son of heaven. My guess is that there is some old hatred or revenge involved. 3,000 years ago, the Netherworld Great Emperor needed the young girls with special physiques in order to further cultivate his devil arts. But after looking and looking, he finally ended up laying his eyes on the youngest daughter of one of the four divine kingdoms' holy lords. He actually planned on secretly kidnapping her. What a crazy idea that was. Finally, this matter was exposed and the Netherworld Great Emperor was killed by the combined forces of several holy lords. From then on, the South Sea Demon region was not welcomed by the divine kingdoms. It was just that the other party had withdrawn to the South Sea and kept a low profile, and the rank of their sect wasn't high either, so the divine kingdoms simply didn't bother to deal with them. Now that they wish to re-enter the Sky Spill continent and invade the South Horizon region once more, there must be some individuals in the divine kingdoms that aren't too happy about this. Perhaps a crown prince from one of the divine kingdoms has chosen this period to go out and gain some experience. He could annihilate the South Sea Demon region at the same time while he journeyed around. It appears that this mysterious youth truly is a young dragon. He is far too horrifying. Millimeter, husband, what you said is reasonable, it should be mostly true. What should we do now? We don't do anything. The affairs of the divine kingdoms are not something we can meddle with. It's better for us to seize this opportunity to contact this divine kingdom crown prince. If we can be on good terms with him, then we will have infinite profit in the future. Xingji said. Although you say that, for a low-level 5th grade sect like us to know such a character is far too difficult. Shinkan shook her head. How could she not want to form a good relationship with a divine kingdom? Everything depends on your own effort. There is always a chance. If we don't try, then we'll never know what could have happened. Speaking of this, Divine Phoenix Island, Dire Space Sect, Supreme Mystery Temple, and the 7 sects of the 5-element region really ran into a stroke of good fortune. With a divine kingdom helping them, they might not even need to worry about the South Sea War anymore. As Xingji mentioned Divine Phoenix Island, Shinkan's eyes brightened. Husband, that's right. How has the research into extracting the vermilion bird's blood essence and integrating it into our bodies been going? The reason that Yin-Yang Profound Palace was willing to take in Divine Phoenix Island was in large part because of the 2 vermilion birds. They wanted to use the blood essence of these vermilion birds to enhance their own cultivation methods. If the vermilion birds worked out, then they would continue to test with the blue one. As Shinkan mentioned this, Xingji's face darkened. That old hag Mu Fengxian, she would rather die than reveal the secret skill to transplant the vermilion bird blood essence. Chapter 687 Paying Respects to the Divine Kingdom Crown Prince. Chapter 687 Paying Respects to the Divine Kingdom Crown Prince. It had to be known that once a martial artist lost their blood essence, it was extremely difficult to restore it. Thus, any secret skill related to the restoration or supplementation of blood essence was extremely precious. As for Divine Phoenix Island's method of transplanting a vermilion bird's blood essence, that was obtained from the Divine Phoenix mystic realm, thus only high-level figures from Divine Phoenix Island knew it. In fact, the founding ancestor of Divine Phoenix Island was only a mortal. She had no relation with the ancient Phoenix clan. She accidentally stumbled into the Divine Phoenix mystic realm, and there she obtained various cultivation methods and secret skills, and used these treasures to form Divine Phoenix Island. So theoretically speaking, a martial artist from any other sect could have vermilion bird blood essence transplanted into them, and this would increase their talent in fire attribute cultivation methods. Thus, Yin-Yang Profound Palace had always coveted this secret technique. When Divine Phoenix Island was in its glory days, Yin-Yang Profound Palace wasn't willing to pay such a steep price and attack Divine Phoenix Island to obtain this secret technique, but now that Divine Phoenix Island was in trouble, they began to move towards this objective. Yin-Yang Profound Palace focused on water and fire cultivation methods. It was extremely similar to the ice and fire cultivation methods that Divine Phoenix Island practiced. In particular, the fire attribute cultivation method was especially similar. Thus, they first planned to obtain the 2 vermilion birds first and take out a part of their blood essence to see whether or not they could use it to increase the fusion compatibility of their Yin-Yang Profound Palace's cultivation methods. This was the most fundamental reason that they were willing to bear the pressure of the South Sea Demon region and take in Divine Phoenix Island. Shinken said, "Husband, we must hurry. If the South Sea Demon region is subdued by this divine kingdom, then we won't have any more bargaining chips in our hand. When that happens, Divine Phoenix Island might not be willing to submit to us." Humph, that might not be true. After this war, Divine Phoenix Island's strength has plummeted. Mu Fengxian has already injured her life source, and even though she is still at the first stage of life destruction, the truth is that her strength is now only comparable to the late revolving core. As for Mu Yu Huang, she just recently passed into the first stage of life destruction and her cultivation is unstable. With most of their revolving core elders already fallen, Divine Phoenix Island can now only be compared to an upper-middle 4th grade sect. They aren't much better than the 7 sects of the 5-element region. They simply do not have the ability to compete with us. Now that they've come to my Yin-Yang Profound Palace, they can forget any thoughts of leaving. As Xingji spoke, he sneered, subconsciously gripping his palms together as if he wanted to completely control Divine Phoenix Island in his hand. As Xingkan saw Xingji's confident appearance, she said, "Husband, with you presiding over the situation, I can rest assured that Divine Phoenix Island's secret skills will be handled. As for establishing a good relationship with that Divine Kingdom Crown Prince, I shall handle that." As Xingkan spoke, the sound of footsteps suddenly rang out in the temple along with a clear voice. "Great Father, Great Mother, what are you talking about?" The one speaking was a tall and heroic-looking youth. He was handsome and his eyebrows shot up like swords. He was Xingji and Xingkan's most talented son, Xingyang. After Xingyang was identified as having the potential to become an emperor-level powerhouse, the Xing couple had placed all of their high expectations on him. They were counting on him to help Yin-Yang Profound Palace rise to a holy land in the future. "Yang, you've come at just the right time. Have you heard about the pillaging of the South Sea Demon region? Your child has certainly heard about such a grand matter. To think that all of this came from the hands of a mysterious youth is truly unbelievable." "Millimeter, that's right. Your father and I suspect that he is a Divine Kingdom's crown prince. If you can be on good terms with him, that would be very advantageous for you and us. Yang, I plan on taking you to meet him. Your talent is truly extraordinary, but it may still be too difficult to compare with him, so just make sure that you don't show any arrogance or foolishness in front of him. Your age should be close to his. As long as you can manage to become friends with him, your struggle to become a peerless emperor in 100 years will be much easier." As Xingkan spoke, Xingyang's eyes began to shine. Although he was an emperor-level talent, it wasn't true that any emperor-level talent could become a peerless emperor. One needed to constantly push their potential to the limits, finding resources even in the face of absolute danger. When one could combine lucky chances, destiny, effort, and all other factors together, then it was possible to become a true emperor powerhouse. If he exhausted his potential or encountered an accident, he might fail. But if he knew that Divine Kingdom Crown Prince, it would be different. Over these years, Xingyang had already been considered and raised as the future successor of his sect. As he diligently trained his cultivation, he was also well versed in human nature and befriending others. He believed that as long as he had a chance, he would certainly be able to win the favor of that Divine Kingdom Crown Prince. At that time, if he had the chance to go to a divine kingdom Holy Land and adventure for a bit, then the benefits could be imagined. Thinking of this, an excited light shined in Xingyang's eyes. He said, "What Great Mother says is true. In this world, there is always a higher mountain and a higher heaven. Your child has always understood this truth. I shall go with Great Mother, and if I have a chance to befriend that crown prince, then I certainly will not miss it. Millimeter, good, truly worthy of being my son." Xingji laughed. This South Sea War was definitely a great opportunity for their Yin-Yang Profound Palace. Not only would they soon be able to obtain the secret skills of Divine Phoenix Island, but they could even befriend a Divine Kingdom Crown Prince. If they could succeed in both of these goals, Yin-Yang Profound Palace would rise yet another step. As Yin-Yang Profound Palace was drawing up their grand plans, Divine Phoenix Island was also considering the future of their sect. Mu Fengxian and Mu Yuhuang were both characters that had lived for several hundred years, so how could they not have seen through Yin-Yang Profound Palace's tricks? It was just that before, under duress, they had no choice but to strike a bargain with Yin-Yang Profound Palace and crawl into the snake's den, counting on the eventual day when Lin Ming would return. There were still 7 more years from the 10 years' time that Lin Ming had promised. But before that, there had already been a favorable chance in the South Sea War. Now Divine Phoenix Island had to consider their next step. At this time, in a courtyard of Divine Phoenix Island's temporary residence, there was a long and wide table, where 7 or 8 key figures of Divine Phoenix Island were seated. Sect Master, Master Ancestor. A blue-clothed woman politely bowed as she sat down. She was Mu Bingyun, having just returned from the 5-element region. Bingyun, about those rumors of the South Sea Demon region, how exaggerated are they? The high-level figures of Divine Phoenix Island were all hidden within Yin-Yang Profound Palace, and it was hard for them to know what was happening in the outside world. A great deal of their information was sent to them by Mu Bingyun. Before, when that mysterious youth had completely annihilated the South Sea Demon region's Divine Phoenix Island branch with just his own strength, that already seemed quite exaggerated. Afterwards, Shen Yuqie had led 3 other great elders along with the giant Leviathan to personally go out on a hunting mission. However, they had suffered a disastrous defeat. Not only had they lost the giant Leviathan, but 2 elders also died. Finally, the entire South Sea Demon region was looted and pillaged by the mysterious youth. This was truly incomprehensible. This was the same as the mysterious youth sweeping out the entire South Sea Demon region with just his strength alone, completely rooting Shen Yuqie and the other life destruction elders there as if they were nothing more than dead dogs. With the massive number of martial artists that were slain throughout all of the South Sea Demon region, they were fortunate that Shen Wuji was still alive, otherwise the entire sect might have already collapsed because of this. This was simply a fairy tale-like legend, it was unimaginable. As for that mysterious youth, his identity became increasingly obscure even as his fame rose to unprecedented levels. It could be said that now, in the entire 5-element region, South Horizon region, Profound Province, or other lands nearby, there was no high-ranking sect that didn't know of this youth. Perhaps even the Great Zen region had learned of this too. Reporting to Sect Master, my words are not exaggerated at all. Millimeter, Mu Yuhuang nodded. With the appearance of this mysterious youth, the landscape of the entire South Sea War had rapidly changed. This was also a favorable turning point in their Divine Phoenix Island's fate. Now we only do not know when Shen Wuji will leave seclusion. Shen Wuji is the South Sea Demon region's very soul. Although the South Sea Demon region has suffered great losses this time, they will never perish as long as Shen Wuji is still living. The South Sea Demon region still holds absolute dominance with him, and we still have no choice but to stay in Yin-Yang Profound Palace and be pressed down by others. As Yin-Yang Profound Palace was mentioned, a trace of grief and pain flashed through Mu Chenyu's eyes. At the time, under the pressure for her sect to survive, Divine Phoenix Island had no option but to yield to certain conditions. Her saint beast, Little Flame, was now in the hands of Yin-Yang Profound Palace. Now that they had taken Little Flame, it certainly wasn't to raise it but rather to steal its vermilion bird blood essence. As Mu Chenyu thought of this, it felt as if a heated knife was twisting in her heart. Although Little Flame was a contract beast, to Mu Chenyu, Little Flame was no different from her sister. To sacrifice Little Flame to secure Divine Phoenix Island's continued future would always be one of Mu Qianyu's inner demons. As Mu Yuhuang saw Mu Qianyu's expression, she sighed and said, don't worry. Yin-Yang Profound Palace's palace masters made an oath on their heart of martial arts that they wouldn't harm Little Flame's life. It's just, they are taking some of Little Flame's blood essence. As Mu Yuhuang spoke to her, she also felt sad. Her contract Beast Fire Shine was taken away too. Whether it was to a martial artist or Vermilion Bird, blood essence was extremely precious. It wasn't possible to lose too much. If one did lose too much, not only would one's cultivation drop but it would also shorten their life. Us seeking asylum in Yin-Yang Profound Palace was pure wishful thinking to begin with. We always had to pay some price. We can only hope that this mysterious youth will cause the South Sea Demon region to suffer great losses and give us some respite. We must persist until Lin Ming returns. But in the meantime, we'll have to patiently endure these coming years. We simply have no other choice. Millimeter, I understand. Mu Qianyu reluctantly smiled, motioning that she was feeling better. Mu Yuhuang sighed and no longer said anything. As the high-level figures of Divine Phoenix Island were gathered together to discuss their sect's future, at the great temple of Yin-Yang Profound Palace, a high-grade Earthstep spirit boat had quietly been launched. After passing through several transmission arrays, it shot straight towards the South Sea. The people on board this boat were the mother and son, Xing Kan and Xing Yang. They planned to go towards Divine Phoenix Island to pay a visit to this Divine Kingdom Crown Prince. However, someone was already much closer. As Yin-Yang Profound Palace set out, the scouting party of Storm Valley had already landed on Divine Phoenix Island and was planning to greet Lin Ming. Storm Valley's Free Wind Temple Protector requests an audience with the great expert. Seeing there was no response, the scout repeated himself. Although his voice was vigorous, his heart was beating like a wild drum. This other force was an existence able to kill off a first-stage life destruction master, and there was also no telling how great of a status he had. This scout was only a protector of a small fourth-grade sect. In the eyes of people like this, he was no different from an ant. Was his abrupt arrival and greeting causing displeasure? If this person had an eccentric personality, then they might ignore them or even play around with them. After several breaths of time passed, a young man's voice suddenly echoed out from all directions. Storm Valley? Is it the 5-element region's 7 sects Storm Valley? Chapter 688 Towards the Yin-Yang Profound Palace. Chapter 688 Towards the Yin-Yang Profound Palace. Millimeter. The 4 scouts from Storm Valley were shocked. This mysterious youth actually knew of their Storm Valley. This other character was likely some Divine Kingdom Crown Prince or a Holy Land's Holy Son. As for them, they were from a tiny 4th-grade sect that didn't even have a life destruction elder. In front of a Holy Land, they were just a little ant. In addition, the 5-element region was far, far off from the central region of the Skyspill continent. By all reasoning, they would barely even know of them. But they never imagined that this mysterious youth would speak of their Storm Valley. Could it be that the 5-element region's 7 sects were somewhat famous? Thinking of this, the 4 scouts' hearts filled with bravado. Reporting to Great Expert, us 4 are indeed from the 5-element region's Storm Valley. There was silence for a moment, and then, enter. Yes, sir. The 4 scouts were overjoyed as they began to respectfully walk through the entrance. As the 4 of them passed through rows of ruining buildings, they finally made it to a great temple. Upon entering this temple, they could feel a powerful energy emanating from within. As they entered the temple, they could see a black-clothed youth appear in front of them, his arms crossed behind his back. This black-clothed youth seemed like a straight and sharp spear. He emitted an extraordinary aura, and all of the heaven and earth origin energy within the temple seemed to be stirred up by him in a completely spontaneous manner. As for the black-robed youth, he simply didn't seem to notice or care. This degree of cultivation was truly shocking. The black-clothed youth turned around, his eyes sweeping across the Storm Valley symbols on the 4 scouts' clothes. Then, he slowly said, Storm Valley, if I remember correctly, you have a chief disciple named Zhong Yunjian? Hearing Lin Ming mention Zhong Yunjian's name, the 4 scouts were surprised. It was already unbelievable to them that he knew of their storm valley, but he even knew of Zhong Yunjian. How was this possible? Great expert knows my sect's little valley master. Just a brief meeting. Lin Ming casually said. Great expert truly has an extraordinary memory. The 4 protectors didn't recognize Lin Ming. They only assumed that Lin Ming had a near-photographic memory, able to recall any small fish and shrimp-like characters that he met. To them, it wasn't strange that a top talent would be able to do this. However, when did the Little Valley Master ever have a chance to see this great expert? As the 4 protectors were thinking about this, Lin Ming said, Do you 4 know where the survivors of Divine Phoenix Island have gone? Divine Phoenix Island? The 4 protectors were surprised. Why would this great expert care about Divine Phoenix Island's survivors? They didn't dare to ask such a question. They bowed and said, reporting to great expert, This little servant does not know where Divine Phoenix Island has gone now. But, my sect's Valley Master and Little Valley Master should know. Lin Ming didn't have much hope in the beginning, but after hearing the 4 protectors say this, a sharp light shined in his eyes. Ask for me. These few words were said with a tone that brooked no doubt. It was simply impossible to defy this youth's will. The 4 protectors didn't ask why Lin Ming wanted this information. They respectfully said, Yes sir, this little servant will take at most 1 hour of time. Divine Phoenix Island was extremely far away from the 5-element region. Information had to cross through the transmission arrays of several relay stations. A round trip for a message would take at least 1 hour. After Zhong Yunjian received the news from this sound transmission of the 4 scouts, he was also shocked. He didn't ask why this mysterious youth wanted this information either. He naturally didn't dare to be negligent towards this mysterious youth's question. Not to mention what sort of mighty background this person might have, it was simply impossible for such a character to covet anything from Divine Phoenix Island. Even if he was harboring some evil intent, Zhong Yunjian would still honestly tell him of Divine Phoenix Island's situation. What a joke. This person had nearly completely annihilated the South Sea Demon region, much less their tiny storm valley. Zhong Yunjian feared that even a little sneeze from the giant Leviathan would leave their entire sect in ruins. Yin-Yang Profound Palace? Lin Ming's eyebrows rose. He had just obtained information that Divine Phoenix Island had gone to Yin-Yang Profound Palace. Lin Ming had only heard about this sect in passing before. As for its peculiarities or even where it was, he didn't know any of this at all. He casually traced his spatial ring and tossed 2 treasures towards the 4 scouts. Lead me there. The 2 treasures shined with a cold light. As the 4 scouts caught them in their hands, they found that they were a sword and a spear. As soon as the 4 scouts discovered the rank of these 2 treasures, they were immediately left dumbfounded. High-grade Earth-step treasures. Generally speaking, within the South Horizon region, 5-element region, and surrounding area, only a large sect's sovereign or life-destruction elder would have the qualifications to wield a high-grade Earth-step treasure. Even someone as illustrious as Nanyun Wang only used a peak high-grade Earth-step treasure. As for a heaven-step treasure, within the entire South Horizon region only Shen Wuji was known to have one. 2 high-grade Earth-step treasures to be so casually awarded to them for just a little bit of information and to lead the way, this was something that would only happen in a dream. It had to be known that these 4 scouts' cultivations were at the extreme Xiantian. A single one of these treasures was several times their entire net worths combined. Yes, this little servant will report to Storm Valley. The 4 scouts stuttered. This youth was truly worthy of being a great figure from the 4 divine kingdoms. Just a casual reward was with high-grade Earth-step treasures. On the trip to Yin-Yang Profound Palace from the South Sea, one had to pass through multiple transmission arrays. This was only possible if one applied for passes from the involved sects. This was also the reason that Lin Ming brought the 4 scouts as guides. He was impatient to return. He wanted to see Mu Qianyu even if it was a quarter of an hour earlier. As for those 2 high-grade Earth-step treasures that Lin Ming tossed out, he was already extraordinarily rich to begin with. And now that he had also looted the South Sea Demon region, those 2 treasures were simply a drop in the ocean. Let alone high-grade Earth-step treasures, even low-grade Heaven-step treasures didn't concern Lin Ming that much. In response to Lin Ming's request, Storm Valley immediately wrote an order so that he could use all transmission arrays as he pleased. Lin Ming took out a spirit boat. As the 4 Storm Valley scouts began boarding the boat, they discovered Duanmu Kun, Fengshen, and Lan Xin. Before this, they had felt several powerful energies besides Lin Ming in the temple. Now, this was the first time that they had seen just who these energies belonged to. Duanmu Kun, Fengshen, and Lan Xin were all the favored of heaven, each being a high emperor-level talent. As the 4 scouts from Storm Valley saw them, they all sucked in a deep breath. Without a doubt, these were all proud sons of heaven and arrogant daughters of divine kingdoms. The 4 divine kingdoms truly live up to their reputation. The 4 scouts thought to themselves. All of these 4 outstanding youths were dragons and phoenixes. When had such a scene ever appeared in the South Horizon region? Duanmu Kun and Lan Xin smiled at the 4 scouts. Like this, the spirit boat embarked on its journey. The speed of a peak high-grade Earthstep spirit boat was close to a first-stage life-destruction powerhouse. Behind them, Divine Phoenix Island rapidly shrank. Soon, all they saw was the vast and endless sea. Looking at the passing scenery around him, Lin Ming's heart filled with emotion. After 2.5 years, he was finally returning home. As Lin Ming was leaving Divine Phoenix Island, above the ruins of the South Sea Demon region, Xian Yuqie and the remaining elders were floating high above. As for the other martial artists, they were slowly trickling back in. Xian Yuqie was known as the woman with 1,000 flavors, but now, all she showed was a gloomy anger, her face twisted to the point that it seemed she would leak water. As she looked over the palaces that were destroyed, the great training arrays that had collapsed, her milk-white breasts heaved with anger and her entire body trembled. When Lin Ming invaded them, he shattered their great protective array, recklessly killed off their disciples, and then even pillaged all of the buildings, looting everything he could and using the giant Leviathan to raze the rest to the ground. This included even the Netherworld medicine garden that the South Sea Demon region had spent countless resources and over 1,000 years of effort to establish. Because everyone had been panicking and in a hurry, they hadn't had the time to move all the precious medicines away. The result was that they had all been taken or destroyed by Lin Ming. If she could endure this, what could she not endure? Lin Ming. Xian Yuqie clenched her teeth, her fists clenched until her knuckles turned white. You have gone too far. I will remember this hatred. If I don't take revenge, then I shall never rest. Besides Xian Yuqie, the Demon Region Eastern Faction Sovereign was emitting a thick killing intent from his entire body. Because he was wearing a mask, no one could see his expression. Sovereign Xian, all of this is thanks to you. The Demon Region Eastern Faction Sovereign coldly humphed. His descendants had also perished in this catastrophe. If it wasn't for Xian Yuqie losing the giant Leviathan, how could this have happened? Xian Yuqie angrily glared at the masked elder, her eyes nearly spitting fire. Zhu Yangtian, I have already said it. I will bear all responsibility for this. Once Elder Xian leaves his seclusion, I will take the appropriate punishment. But now is not the time to fight. Humph. Zhu Yangtian coldly snorted and said no more. Take account of everyone, Xian Yuqie breathlessly said to a life-destruction elder. Everyone's already been counted for. The number of disciples that died in the giant Leviathan's raid is about 1,200 to 1,300. In addition, 800 to 900 disciples ran away and still haven't returned. The life-destruction elder ruefully smiled. The South Sea Demon region had simply been invaded too suddenly. Most of the disciples didn't even know what was happening. All they thought was that the South Sea Demon region had managed to provoke some immeasurable power, and now that power came to exterminate them all, and they had managed to escape this calamity with a stroke of luck. If they returned to the South Sea Demon region, then they might have to suffer a similar fate once again. That time, their luck might not be so great. Since it was so, it was better to just leave. In any case, for most of them, as long as they didn't try to further their cultivation, then with their strength they could live extravagantly for a lifetime. Even the worst martial artists with a Hutian realm or pulse condensation period cultivation, if they went to a small mortal country they would still be able to receive a luxurious reception. After all, relative to mortals, they were considered top geniuses. I know. Xian Yuqie took a deep breath. The result wasn't beyond her anticipation. Lin Ming was just too fateful. Because of that raid, the backbone of the South Sea Demon region had weakened by 30 to 40%. Moreover, nearly all of their sect's resources were destroyed. Reconstructing the buildings and mines wouldn't be too difficult. But the medicine garden, training arrays, testing arrays, any of those would consume a massive amount of time and resources to rebuild. She knew that in truth, Xian Wuji had been paying attention to the situation in the South Sea Demon region the entire time. She had no idea if he had been affected in his seclusion. If he really was affected even just a little bit, the losses would be difficult to measure. Chapter 689 Meeting once again. Chapter 689 Meeting once again. Deep within the South Sea, 70,000 feet underwater in an underground trench, the water pressure reached a terrifying level. Even a revolving core master would find it difficult to protect themselves with their true essence this far down. If their bodily true essence were to be broken, then their mortal body would suddenly be exposed to the entirety of this horrible pressure. Their eardrums would shatter, their organs would rupture, their heart would stop beating, and finally they would die a miserable death. In the deepest parts of this trench, there was an artificial space opened up by an array formation. A thick shield of energy isolated all of the seawater outside. A dim light emanated from here, seeming particularly bright in the deep darkness. Within this space, a man was sitting naked on a bed made of polar jade, in deep meditation. His left and right arms had been turned into ground meat, and even his bones were shattered into a fine powder. But what was strange was that there wasn't any blood leaking out. If one looked carefully, one could see that this ground meat was actually constantly growing. From its mashed face, it slowly reorganized itself. This was Xian Wuji, who was currently crossing the fourth stage of life destruction. He had now been in closed-door seclusion for over 4 months. His legs and waist were already completed, and now he was in the process of reforming his arms. As for the riskiest part of breaking his core, he still hadn't yet started that. Although Xian Wuji was in closed-door seclusion, he was still well aware of every matter occurring in the South Sea Demon region. At the time when Lin Ming had ridden the giant Leviathan and shattered apart the South Sea Demon region's great protective array, recklessly killed the Demon region disciples and even pillaging and razing all of the South Sea Demon region's resources, all of this had fallen into Xian Wuji's eyes. Even though Xian Wuji was deep in meditation, he was still angry to the point of nearly vomiting blood. The anger had nearly led to a mental breakdown, causing the fires of anger to reverse the energy in his body and have him fail in breaking through the fourth stage of life destruction. At the time, he was fortunate that he was in the relatively simple process of reforming his arms. Xian Wuji had crossed through life destruction 3 times before, and thus he was very familiar with restructuring his flesh. Only by suppressing this sudden anger had he been able to safely continue through life destruction. If Lin Ming had crashed into the South Sea Demon region during the more dangerous reconstruction of his core, then he might have fallen into depravity because of this. Xian Wuji certainly wouldn't let the situation in the South Sea Demon region affect his 4th stage of life destruction. After that event, he simply shut off all his perception, completely focusing on passing through this process. Now, his 2 arms were already 30% complete. In 10 more days he would finish, and then he would begin the most difficult process of remolding his core. Lin Ming, I will tear you to pieces, suck out your marrow, and refine your soul. Over 1 million miles away, Yin-Yang Profound Palace. A spirit boat slowly descended. Atop this spirit boat was the mother and child, Xing Kan and Xing Yang. They had originally wanted to go and meet the Divine Kingdom Crown Prince, but soon after they embarked they had received the news that this Divine Kingdom Crown Prince had already left Divine Phoenix Island. And looking at their direction, they had flown towards the 5-element region. Divine Phoenix Island and the Profound Province were separated with the 5-element region in between them. In order to reach the Profound Province, one first had to cross through the 5-element region. After having the initiative taken by someone else, Xing Kan and her son were both feeling depressed. Xing Yang said, Great Mother, if the 5-element region's Storm Valley first contacted the Divine Kingdom Crown Prince, what sort of flowery sweet words did they use? Why would the Divine Kingdom Crown Prince leave Divine Phoenix Island now? Is he planning on going to Storm Valley? Humph, such a small sect like Storm Valley is even inferior to Divine Phoenix Island. How could they possibly have anything that can attract his attention? The Divine Kingdom Crown Prince must have come to the South Horizon region to accomplish some special goal. If we can learn what this goal is and help him complete it, then perhaps we might be able to win his favor. In Xing Can's opinion, there was naturally no need to question the Divine Kingdom Crown Prince's strength. But, if there was some information he needed or if he was looking for something in particular, then it was best to ask a sect that had been established for thousands of years in the south of Sky Spill continent. If they could be this sect, then that would be perfect. We'll put that matter of the Divine Kingdom Crown Prince on hold for now. First, we must tighten our grip on Divine Phoenix Island. As Divine Phoenix Island was brought up, Xingyang's eyes flashed with an avaricious light. He had long desired Divine Phoenix Island's secret technique of transplanting vermilion bird blood essence. In addition, there was also Mu Chenyu's pure vermilion bird bloodline in her body. Rumors said that if a man took the crown of her virginity, then they would be able to inherit a part of her primordial yin energy, transforming it and obtaining an extremely pure vermilion bird bloodline. Xingyang naturally cultivated in fire. If the vermilion bird bloodline could increase his talent, then how could he not be tempted? In addition, Xingyang always had thoughts to move on to Mu Bingyun. Mu Bingyun had the blue Luan bloodline with her. This was useless to Xingyang, but Yin-Yang Profound Palace's secret skills focused on yin and yang complementing each other. If Mu Bingyun was willing to double cultivate with him, then he wouldn't mind marrying Mu Bingyun and taking her as his wife. First he would have relations with Mu Chenyu, and after taking her vermilion bird bloodline he would then double cultivate ice and fire with Mu Bingyun, using her yin physique to have his yin-yang profound law reach large success. This would be the best outcome possible. However, as he thought about it, Mu Yuhuang would never allow either of these two situations to occur. The Mu sisters would be the future leaders of Divine Phoenix Island. How could they possibly be married into Yin-Yang Profound Palace and become their little princesses? Originally, Divine Phoenix Island and Yin-Yang Profound Palace had signed a 100-year agreement. Xingyang had been willing to allow the situation develop at a slow simmer, having his plans come to fruition a bit at a time. But now, because of the appearance of the Divine Kingdom Crown Prince, the war in the South Sea had changed far too much. Once the South Sea Demon region was defeated, they would no longer have any chips to threaten Divine Phoenix Island with. This made him feel a sense of impending crisis. There was such a beautiful dish in front of him, and yet he could only see it and not eat it. How could Xingyang be willing to accept this? At night, the fall wind was chilling and desolate. All around the Yin-Yang Profound Mountains, lights glittered. And south of the Yin-Yang Profound Mountains was a low mountain range called the Little Swallow Mountains. This was the spiritual land that Yin-Yang Profound Island had rented to Divine Phoenix Island. A sect didn't necessarily need palaces, practice arrays, and in a short time, even the support of a true essence stone mine or medicine garden. But no matter what, there was one thing that they couldn't be without. That was a spiritual land. This so-called spiritual land was an area where heaven and earth origin energy gathered. There were many Hutian martial artists that would rather indenture themselves into a large sect than to go to a mortal country as a general or ruler. This was all because of a spiritual land. Without a spiritual land, it was immensely difficult to practice. This was why nearly all high-level martial artists were gathered in great sects or martial families, and why it was difficult to find a single Xiantian martial artist in a mortal country. A spiritual land had certain features within it that were able to naturally gather heaven and earth origin energy. At the 7 profound valleys, the heaven and earth origin energy was several times greater than at Sky Fortune Kingdom. And even then, the heaven and earth origin energy within Divine Phoenix Island was several times higher than the at 7 profound valleys. Thus, the higher grade a sect was, the higher grade spiritual land they would live on. Within the entire Sky Spill continent, not to mention the high-level spiritual lands, but even the low-level ones had nearly all been taken by others. Divine Phoenix Island was willing to seek refuge with Yin-Yang Profound Palace, not only to seek refuge with them but also to have a spiritual land for their disciples to practice in. Without a spiritual land, A sect would lose the fundamental basis of its existence and it would be impossible to attract other martial artists. Although this temporary residence's heaven and earth origin energy was far inferior to Divine Phoenix Islands, it was still comparable to the worst of fourth-grade sects. And, what was most unusual was that because Yin-Yang Profound Palace cultivated yin and yang, the origin energy here was also rich in fire and water. This fit very well with Divine Phoenix Islands' cultivation methods. It was already midnight and the dark night sky was like a thick black velvet curtain that extended across the world. Little stars decorated the vault of heaven like sparkling gems. In the dim mountains and the gently blowing breeze, one could occasionally hear the rustling sound of the tides and the pleasant sound of insects chirping at night. The gentle moonlight illuminated a cliff in the back mountains of Little Swallow Mountains. Because it was cold here, the ground was dusted with a layer of silver frost. A red-dressed woman was sitting on a rock, meditating. From the back, one could see her long black hair fall down like a waterfall as it scattered on her clothing. Looking from afar, one could sense a stunning yet sorrowful beauty. This woman was Mu Qianyu. Although she was meditating, the heaven and earth origin energy around her was in chaos, not even forming a vortex of energy. This sort of practice condition was a mistake that normally new and amateur martial artists would commit. Mu Qianyu had already stepped into revolving core. By all reasoning, this should have never happened. Mu Qianyu shook her head and lightly sighed. She stopped her meditation and helplessly mumbled, "My mind is a mess and my true essence is in disorder." These days, she was always worried about Little Flame. The guilt she felt caused a knot in her heart that she couldn't undo. Her dark and mournful thoughts thus caused damage to her heart of martial arts, making it so that her true essence circulation had trouble flowing smoothly. This was a condition completely unsuited to cultivating. Sect Master placed all her hopes on Lin Ming. There is still 7.5 years until the 10-year meeting. Lin Ming, where are you and how are you doing? What the world would be like in that 10 years meeting's time, Mu Qianyu found this impossible to imagine. At that promised meeting, would Lin Ming be able to safely return? Would he be able to shoulder the burden of reviving the sect? None of this could be predicted. In order to revive the sect, he must have strength equal to a life destruction master. At that time, Lin Ming would be 27 or 28 years old. To have the strength of a life destruction master at that stage, that would mean that his talent surpassed even those peak Divine Kingdom geniuses. Mu Qianyu always felt that it was unfair for Divine Phoenix Island to place all of their hopes, dreams, and burdens all on Lin Ming's shoulders. Many of her fellow disciples hoped that Lin Ming would return and make them proud once more. But, what if Lin Ming couldn't achieve this? What sort of tremendous pressure would he have to withstand then? Mu Qianyu shook her head and no longer thought of these things. She returned to her meditation. She had to become more powerful. All she could do was reach a cultivation high enough that she was able to contend with a life destruction master. Then she would be able to help Lin Ming shoulder the weight of his burdens. Power. Mu Qianyu bit her lips. Everything that had occurred made her intensely wish that she had more power. If she had absolute power, she never would have needed to watch helplessly on as Lin Ming was forced to flee. She would never have had to watch Divine Phoenix Island be destroyed. She would never have had to watch Little Flame be taken away by Yin-Yang Profound Palace. If she was strong, then why would she have to live under the cold indifferent eyes of other, and why would she have to suffer the insult of having her Divine Phoenix Island's secret techniques be desired by others? As the night wind whistled and Mu Qianyu had returned to meditation, a fire suddenly sparked in front of her. This was a sound-transmitting talisman. After hearing the message, Mu Qianyu was suddenly shocked. She turned to stone on the spot. How was this? She blankly looked towards the back mountains, her fingers stiff as her breath caught in her chest. It was like she had forgotten how to breathe. After several breaths of time, she heard the sound of rustling clothes as a black-clothed figure appeared in front of her, gradually coming closer. Mu Qianyu subconsciously covered her mouth. Although her mentality had always been strong and stable, at this time, she was unable to stop her vision from blurring as tears began to form in her eyes. That sound-transmitting talisman just now was sent by Mu Yuhuang. It was a short message. Lin Ming has returned. He is going towards the back mountains to look for you. Chapter 690, Kiss. Chapter 690, Kiss. Ever since Lin Ming left and Divine Phoenix Island had encountered disaster after disaster, Mu Qianyu had imagined countless times in her mind just what her reunion with Lin Ming would be like. In her most ideal dreams, it was nothing more than Lin Ming returning back stronger. He would return to her, help her hold up the skies, shelter her from wind and rain, and do his best to turn the tide. However, this was nothing but her wishes. When Lin Ming left, he had only been at the Xiantian realm. As for Xian Wuji, he would soon reach the 4th stage of life destruction. If just a short 10 years, even if Lin Ming's talent far surpassed everyone else within the Sky Spill continent, a genius that had never been seen since ancient times, it would still be impossible to reach such a formidable degree. 10 years was simply too short a time for the growth of a top master. Moreover, there was the possibility that Lin Ming's potential would be exhausted. After all, there were many variables in the growth of a genius. Just because they were rising stars in their youth didn't mean they would absolutely become top masters in the future. What Mu Qianyu cared about was not what degree of strength Lin Ming could obtain, but whether or not he would be able to return safe and sound. With Lin Ming's personality, she knew that he wasn't someone that would resign himself to mediocrity. On this journey that he traveled alone, he would undoubtedly enter into all sorts of mystic realms and danger zones. The risks and perils he would encounter could be imagined. Mu Qianyu feared that if Lin Ming left, she would never hear from him again. In that case, she would really perish from her suffocating sadness. She was looking forward to meeting after this 10-year promise, but at the same time she was also scared. She was scared that 10 years from now, she would go to Thundercrash Mountain to wait for something that was only a dream. She never imagined that in just a short 2.5 years of time, Lin Ming would actually appear in front of her, well and safe. Compared to when he left, his appearance hadn't changed much. It was just that the temperament and aura revealed between his brows was different from before. He had lived through many great changes, and the air around him seemed much sharper and fiercer than before. Although his temperament was different, he still gave off an incomparably familiar feeling that absolutely proved it was him beyond a shadow of any doubt. Mu Qianyu's soul trembled. This time, she no longer cared about what he had experienced or how strong he had become. A single thought echoed out again and again in her mind. He returned. He had safely returned. Mu Qianyu covered her mouth. She didn't know why, but at the moment she saw Lin Ming, all the grievances and pain she had suffered for this past 2.5 years, all of that pressure she had to bear, all of it seemed to be washed away from her heart. As she saw Lin Ming, her heart and mind filled with an overwhelming joy, so great that she couldn't help but burst into tears. Was this a dream? Lin Ming stopped a few dozen feet in front of Mu Qianyu, neither of them speaking. When Lin Ming first saw Mu Qianyu, it was like their souls connected, blending together, allowing him to experience everything she was feeling. He could feel her helplessness and her fragileness. He could feel that the walls she had set up to support herself had come tumbling down, all of her emotions pouring out from her. Lin Ming felt fortunate. He was glad that he had come back early. Otherwise, if 7.5 years of time passed again, he couldn't imagine just what would have happened. He subconsciously opened his arms, wanting to hold her. But he actually stopped halfway, stiffening a bit. His love towards Mu Qianyu was intermingled with respect, a sense that came from Mu Qianyu's otherworldly temperament that seemed to defy being defiled or blasphemed by anyone. This was also the reason that Lin Ming referred to Mu Qianyu as Miss Mu and senior apprentice sister. However, Lin Ming hadn't thought that just as he opened his arms, he would see a flash of red in front of him, and suddenly a warm and fragrant body came rushing into his embrace. Smooth arms were like snakes that wrapped around Lin Ming's back and neck. Mu Qianyu seemed to exhaust all of her strength as she hugged Lin Ming without reservation, as if she wanted to meld her body into his. Lin Ming could even feel a slight ache from his back from the force of those two arms. "Hold me," Mu Qianyu whispered into Lin Ming's ear, as if she was afraid he would disappear once she let go. Lin Ming hugged Mu Qianyu. As he ran his hands down her back, he could feel her smooth and tender body through the silk fabric of her clothes. As they held onto each other with no space between them, He could feel the touch of a beautiful woman's breasts against his own chest. The light fragrance of a woman filled his senses. He could hear Mu Qianyu's heartbeat and feel her breath. This sort of wonderful feeling held an incomparably charming and tender warmth. Ever since those 3 sweet days at Thundercrash Mountain, Lin Ming hadn't had such intimate contact with Mu Qianyu. In this moment, in the entire world, it was as if only the two of them existed. In the silence of the mountains, as the stars brightly shimmered in the night sky, their two lonely hearts seemed to support each other. Mu Qianyu quietly fell into Lin Ming's arms. From when she was born until now, she had never felt as fragile or happy as she did today. She wanted to hug Lin Ming and place everything she had with him. In this brief instant, all she felt was him. Any sort of rain or wind or disaster, nothing mattered anymore. The two of them hugged for an entire quarter of an hour. When Mu Qianyu's tears finally stopped flowing, she said in a quiet voice, "I've missed you." These simple words, without an embellishment, actually contained all of her true feelings for these last 2.5 years. "I know," Lin Ming gently said. As he looked down, he could see Mu Qianyu looking up at him. A crystal-clear tear still shined at the corner of her eyes, sparkling like radiant silver underneath the moonlight, like bright pearls blooming in the deep sea. In this cold moonlight, with this beautiful woman looking at him, everything seemed hazy as if it were a perfect dream. Lin Ming felt his heart throb. He cradled Mu Qianyu's face in his hands. He paused for several breaths of time. Then, he kissed her. Mu Qianyu's body trembled. The world faded away. Her arms instantly tightened around his body and her entire body seemed to soften into his. She closed her eyes as her long lashes gently trembled, lost in this deep abyss of this kiss. This was Lin Ming's first kiss, and it was also Mu Qianyu's first kiss. He greedily nibbled on her cherry-red lips, sucking on the tip of her wet tongue until Mu Qianyu's entire being shivered. Only then did the two of them reluctantly break away from each other. "Everything will be fine now," Lin Ming whispered in Mu Qianyu's ear. These words were not empty words of comfort. This was a vow. A vow he made from the confidence in his own strength. As long as he was here, everything would be fine. However, Mu Qianyu could no longer tell the difference between these words now. She gave a soft cry of pleasure as her face flushed red with blood. Her cheeks seemed like a ripe peach right now, wet enough that they would drip water with just a little pinch. She softly poured herself into Lin Ming's chest, allowing her entire body to weigh down on Lin Ming's shoulder. Her breath caught in her chest and she exhaled. Ever since Mu Qianyu was young, she had rarely come into contact with men at Divine Phoenix Island. Thus, she was unfamiliar with the relations between men and women. Within Thundercrash Mountain, although it was an ambiguous time, that was only a chance meeting that Mu Qianyu had with Lin Ming, it was impossible for her heart to be affected. That sort of ambiguous encounter had left her shy and embarrassed, charmed by Lin Ming. It wasn't like now, where her heart throbbed and she was unable to stop her actions. "Senior apprentice sister, how are Xingxuan and my parents?" Lin Ming suddenly asked. Besides Mu Qianyu, his greatest worries were Qin Xingxuan and his parents. Mu Qianyu said, when Divine Phoenix Island was destroyed, the sect was in a very precarious situation. Honorable Sect Master asked the disciples of Divine Phoenix Island whether or not they were willing to go to Yin Yang Profound Palace. Many of the lower-level disciples left because of this, and as for Xingxuan, she originally wanted to come with us, but I was worried that she might have an accident if she stayed with us. I arranged for her to secretly go to a mortal country in the 5-element region where your parents are also staying. For a martial artist's cultivation, they needed spiritual lands, resources, practice arrays, and so forth. Normally, a martial artist wouldn't go to a mortal country. But, Mu Qianyu believed that what Qin Xingxuan needed the most was not cultivation, but to go on living in peace and safety. If Qin Xingxuan went to a mortal country, then with her Hutian realm strength, that was enough to guarantee her and Lin Ming's parents' safety. As for the South Sea Demon region, it was impossible for them to chase down a single unknown Hutian realm martial artist over 1,000,000 miles away. I see. Hearing that Qin Xingxuan and his parents were safe, Lin Ming let out a sigh of relief. As long as they were safe and alive, then it was great. As for everything else that was lost, it could be taken back. At this time, Mu Qianyu finally discovered Lin Ming's cultivation. Her eyes widened as she said with disbelief, "Lin Ming, you've broken through to Revolving Core?" "Yes. Just several days ago I made a lucky breakthrough." "This?" Mu Qianyu covered her mouth, shocked, speechless. 2.5 years ago, Lin Ming was at the early Xiantian realm. After leaving for such a short time, he actually managed to break through to Revolving Core. And looking at Lin Ming's dantian, the energy was collected, the origin energy was dense, and a faint vortex could be vaguely seen. This was not an ordinary Revolving Core. Although Mu Qianyu was also at the Revolving Core realm, this was far too different compared to Lin Ming. How could this be so fast? With Mu Qianyu's talent, she broke through to the Xiantian realm when she was 22 years old and then to Revolving Core when she was 30. This had taken a full 8 years. But Lin Ming had only used 2.5 years, and he wasn't even 21 years old yet. When Mu Qianyu was Lin Ming's age, she was only at the peak Hutian realm. This was simply the difference between the heavens and earth. This was no longer something that could be described as just an emperor-level talent. "Lin Ming, how strong are you now?" Mu Qianyu asked with wide eyes. When Lin Ming had left, he was at the early Xiantian realm and Mu Qianyu was at the extreme Xiantian realm. The difference between their strength hadn't been too great. Now Lin Ming had jumped an entire boundary. By all reasoning he should have strength at least equal to a late Revolving Core master. Or perhaps he could even compare with the weakest of life-destruction powerhouses. Lin Ming naturally didn't need to hide anything from Mu Qianyu. "I'm not too sure what the limits of my strength are. It's only a rough estimate, but I can kill a first-stage life-destruction master. As for Shen Yuqie and other second-stage life-destruction powerhouses, I'm probably not their match yet." "You can kill a first-stage life-destruction powerhouse?" Mu Qianyu's heart jumped. Lin Ming's strength was far more terrifying than what she had imagined. In truth, life destruction was equal to the extreme Revolving Core. It was a very special stage within the Revolving Core realm. For life destruction martial artists, their true essence was also located in their dantian's Revolving Core. It was only because they experienced a remolding and transformation of their bodies and dantian that a life destruction martial artist's strength far surpassed that of a Revolving Core martial artist. If Lin Ming could kill a first-stage life destruction martial artist, what would happen once he reached life destruction? As Mu Qianyu thought of this, she was suddenly startled. She seemed to think of something. If Lin Ming could kill a first-stage life destruction martial artist. She looked towards Lin Ming, an expression of disbelief on her face as she asked, "Lin Ming, 10 days ago, the one who pillaged and razed the South Sea Demon region, that couldn't have been you, right?" Chapter 691, A Night of Tender Warmth. Chapter 691, A Night of Tender Warmth. In the rumors that Mu Qianyu had heard, the so-called Divine Kingdom Crown Prince had the strength to kill a first-stage life-destruction martial artist. By himself, he stirred up the South Sea Demon region, upheaving their world. He killed over 1,000 disciples of the South Sea Demon region and forced Shen Yuqie into a miserable state where she couldn't even fight back. And now she asked Lin Ming because their two strengths seemed similar. Such a coincidence would certainly have Mu Qianyu associate them. Hearing Mu Qianyu's question, Lin Ming was a bit surprised. He never tried to deliberately hide his identity. He assumed that the people of Divine Phoenix Island would have already known about him. But now it seemed that the South Sea Demon region had set up a blockade of all news, afraid that Great Zen Temple, Black Flood Dragon, or some other fifth-grade sect would try and partake in the share of Lin Ming. Thinking about this, Lin Ming only sneered. The South Sea Demon region had thought he was a lamb to be butchered, but they never imagined they would already be ruined before they could taste the meat. Lin Ming said to Mu Qianyu, senior apprentice sister, "I returned to the South Horizon region 1 month ago, yet I couldn't find you. I learned that Divine Phoenix Island had been destroyed, and in sadness, I went to Divine Phoenix Island to search for clues. There, I discovered that the South Sea Demon region had set up a branch. At the time, I didn't know where you went, so I killed the branch elder there to search his soul. The result was that I didn't even obtain any news of you and instead brought Shen Yu Chia and the giant Leviathan to come knocking on my door. As for the matters after that, I'm sure that you're well aware." Lin Ming's words seemed understated, but Mu Chenyu was already completely bewildered. The death god of divine Phoenix Island that had killed 3 life-destruction elders, stolen away the giant Leviathan and even killed his way into the South Sea demon region. All of these unbelievable events had come from Lin Ming's hands. Venturing a guess was one matter, but hearing Lin Ming confirm her suspicions was a completely different matter. "Lin Ming, you..." Mu Chenyu didn't know what to say. Before this, Mu Yuhuang and everyone else was hoping that Lin Ming would be able to return in 10 years and hold up the heavens for their divine Phoenix Island. To Mu Chenyu, this already seemed like a very exaggerated possibility. After all, 10 years from now, Lin Ming would be around 27 or 28 years old. It would still be difficult for someone so young to face a 5th-grade sect by himself. But, she never imagined that in just a short 2.5 years, Lin Ming would not only return, but completely flip over the entire South Sea demon region. Just what had Lin Ming experienced in these 2.5 years? His talent was far more terrifying than when he left through the transmission array. At that time, if a divine kingdom crown prince or some other favored son of heaven could compare with Lin Ming, then to the current Lin Ming, such a crown prince or holy son wouldn't even be able to touch the hem of his pant. It had to be known that the divine kingdom crown prince was reported to be nearly 30 years old. For a 30-year-old youth to be able to change the entire South Sea War with just his own strength was already extremely shocking. And Lin Ming was only 20 years old. That was an entire 10 years young. This was a difference of 10 years in talent, and this was even when compared to a divine kingdom crown prince. Mu Chenyu didn't know what to say to Lin Ming. After being stunned for a long time, she mumbled, "Lin Ming, what have you been through these past 2.5 years?" Thinking of his experience through these past 2.5 years, Lin Ming was also filled with emotion. For this entire time, nearly every day was filled with thoughts of death and battle. It's a long story. Let's go somewhere else and I'll slowly tell you. Lin Ming didn't plan on hiding anything from Mu Chenyu. He wanted to tell Mu Chenyu about everything he had experienced in the Holy Demon Continent. No matter how tough and stable Lin Ming's will was, if he fought on the edge of danger for too long, he would still accumulate too much tension in his nerves and mind. What he wanted was some time to relax, and to be able to confide in someone who understood him that he had absolute trust in. "Millimeter, let's go to my cabin. It's just underneath the mountain cliffs." As Mu Chenyu spoke to her, her beautiful face flashed with a red blush like the glow of a setting sun. Little Swallow Mountain didn't have any buildings on it to begin with. The cabins were temporary residences set up for the divine Phoenix Island disciples. Besides the courtyard for meetings and other official business, there were no other large-scale constructions. Mu Chenyu didn't want to bring Lin Ming to the meeting hall. Thus, the best place was naturally her own cabin. To invite Lin Ming to her own bedroom in the dead of night was truly a bit suspect. But, thinking about the relationship between them, this wasn't anything strange. A martial artist who always acted according to their own heart and objectives simply didn't care about the gossip from others. Thinking like this, Mu Chenyu also calmed down, becoming much more confident in herself. Without waiting for Lin Ming's reply, she immediately jumped down the cliff. The wind blowing down the mountain caused Mu Chenyu's silk clothes to flap in the wind. Lin Ming was startled for a moment before he followed her, a strange sense of happiness surging in his heart. If Mu Chenyu hadn't felt that he belonged to her, she would never have made such an invitation. The cliff was only a few 100 feet high. They arrived at the bottom of the cliff in an instant. In the night of Little Swallow Mountain, the skies were black like ink and the stars dazzled against the vast vault of heaven. At the bottom of the cliff, the mountain winds washed over the grassy land like undulating waves. The sounds of insects were everywhere and the air was clear and fresh. Walking on such a mountain, one's mood would be especially tranquil. Stepping through the soft grass, Mu Chenyu and Lin Ming soon came to a group of cabins. This area was one of the places with the richest heaven and earth origin energy on the entirety of Little Swallow Mountain. Not only was Mu Chenyu's cabin here, but also Mu Bingyun, Mu Yuhuang, and Mu Fengxian's. A martial artist's perception was very sensitive. As Lin Ming and Mu Qianyu walked near with no intention of hiding themselves, everyone naturally sensed the two. However, they all had a mature and tacit understanding of the situation, and thus no one came out to greet them. Quietly looking at this group of cabins, Mu Qianyu suddenly felt extremely embarrassed. Originally she didn't think this was a big deal, but now that she was in this situation, Mu Qianyu began to have a guilty conscience as if she were doing something naughty. Millimeter, there isn't an extra cabin, so you'll have to stay here with me tonight, Mu Qianyu awkwardly said as she opened the cabin door. Naturally, Lin Ming would never say something ridiculous at this moment like that. Duan Mu Kun and the others were staying in the spirit boat, and there was actually plenty of room there. Wouldn't that just be spoiling the fun too much? After he calmed his mood, he stepped foot in Mu Qianyu's room. The layout of Mu Qianyu's cabin was very simple. The wood furniture was newly carved and it hadn't even been baked through with fire. It retained a great deal of its moisture, filling the entire cabin with a light scent of bark. The cabin was comprised of one bedroom and one living room. There was a simple bookshelf in the living room, and on this bookshelf were several types of jade slips and dozens of ancient-looking books. In her bedroom was a large wooden bed. On the bedside was a small set of drawers, and on this set of drawers was a small jade bottle with a vermilion bird flower blooming within. In truth, all of a martial artist's belongings could be placed into their spatial rings. Anything that was placed out in this room was there for decoration. Is it too simple? Mu Qianyu hesitantly asked. This was the first time that a man had ever entered her room. Even when they both stayed at Divine Phoenix Island, Lin Ming had never entered her room before. This nervous feeling was a bit strange. It's great, Lin Ming lightly said, feeling the awkward atmosphere. Tell me about what you've been through these past 2.5 years. I want to hear it. Mu Qianyu pulled Lin Ming's hand and they sat on her bed together. She lifted her chin, her bright eyes staring at Lin Ming just like a young girl that was eager to listen to bedtime stories. Okay. Thus, Lin Ming began his story from when he left the demon god Imperial Palace. He recounted from the point he took the transmission array to the Holy Demon Continent. He recounted to her everything he knew about the races, customs, and influences of the Holy Demon Continent. He spoke of when he was severely wounded in the bewitching Cloud Prairie and forced into slavery because he lost his strength. Then, he traveled to the Blood Slaughter Steps and climbed up Polar Skysplit Tower. From there, he fought Xing Tian in a fatal battle on the 2nd floor, stepping onto the 3rd floor and then entering the King's Cage where he faced the plotting of High Lord Heian. Afterwards, he continuously defeated 3 great masters of the heavenly demon 7 stars, and then killed High Lord Heian with his own hands. With his fame having sharply risen, through so many twists and turns, he then had to suffer the Polaris Tower Master planting a slave seal within him. By tricking the Polaris Tower Master, he had managed to enter the Road of Emperor and comprehend his own battle spirit. Finally, he ventured into the Eternal Demon Abyss, capturing the demon bone and then being forced to stray into the 1,000-mile Forbidden Zone. There, he picked up a profound gold divine fruit, discovered the corpse of a 100,000-year-old goddess, and then, having broken through to Revolving Core, he then killed the Polaris Tower Master. Besides matters related to Demon Shine and the Magic Cube, Lin Ming didn't conceal anything else. He truthfully told her everything. Although Mu Qianyu knew that Lin Ming would experience many trials and tribulations through these 2.5 years, she never imagined that he would wade through so many life and death dangers. Even with Lin Ming sitting safe and sound right beside her, as Mu Qianyu listened to him explain all of the perilous situations and dead ends he had run into, she felt her heart tightly clench in her chest. But as she listened to how he saved the day, turning danger into safety and reversing the situation, she also felt happy for him, a joy that came from the depths of her heart. After Lin Ming finished speaking, because Mu Qianyu's emotions had risen up and down several times, her face was blushing red. She gradually fell into Lin Ming's arms. The two of them supported each other as they kissed. Each of them felt the warm temperature of the other, gently stroke and caressing each other's skin. Whether it was Lin Ming who had experienced constant death and fighting for the last 2.5 years, being worried most of the time, or whether it was Mu Qianyu, who had suffered through the great pressure of her position and watching everything around her fall apart to the wind and rain of life. Both of them needed comfort. Both of them needed warmth. With a warm and fragrant body pressed into his chest, Lin Ming's entire senses were filled with a delicate scent. Lin Ming felt as if he had embraced the entire world. This intoxicating feeling that set off butterflies in his stomach made his mind throb, even as a surge of lust and desire ignited in his heart, quietly simmering. After so many years of martial arts practice, Lin Ming was no longer that newbie who had entered the Seven Profound Martial House, nearly losing his mind in the pass of passion on that sea jade platform. Instead, he was a master who was capable of controlling his own emotions. His thoughts stirred, and a light flashed in his eyes. He wanted to use his battle spirit to cut this rising desire. But then, he thought about it some more. The fires of his desire were in truth the development of his own consciousness, a natural progression of his growth as a man. Why would he want to cut it? From when he first encountered her at Thundercrash Mountain to when she welcomed him to Divine Phoenix Island, Mu Qianyu had truly cared for Lin Ming every step of the way. When he entered the Divine Phoenix mystic realm, it had seemed that Lin Ming was a star that fell from the heavens, and Mu Qianyu had fallen into sadness and despair for him. In the Demon God Imperial Palace, Lin Ming had to face being hunted by Lei Jingtian. He had given her the escape symbol and the two of them had made a life and death vow. Finally, before he left through the ancient transmission array, they had promised each other a meeting 10 years from now. Every condition had been successful. Then he would naturally allow this pass of passion to take its course. Lin Ming slightly suppressed the desire in his heart and softly said, "Yua, how have you been for these past 2.5 years?" As Mu Qianyu heard Lin Ming refer to her as Yua, her heart throbbed. She didn't know, but this small change in her name was in truth a decision from Lin Ming. As she thought of these 2.5 years, Mu Qianyu felt a bit sad. She hesitated for a moment and then truthfully spilled out her story. Now that Lin Ming had grown up, there was no need to hide anything from him anymore. From the time that she and Lin Ming separated, she spoke of Xian Wuji recklessly searching the entire South Sea for him. Then, she replayed the demise of the wartime alliance, the destruction of Divine Phoenix Island, then being forced to take refuge in Yin-Yang Profound Palace, and then having to have their 2 vermilion birds taken away as well as having to suffer all sorts of harsh conditions. Hearing this, Lin Ming frowned. Little Flame and Fire Shine were taken by Yin-Yang Profound Palace. Chapter 692, Negotiations. Chapter 692, Negotiations. During that time in Thundercrash Mountain when Mu Qianyu and Little Flame had encountered trouble, Lin Ming had looked after Little Flame, even cooking up some deer meat for him to eat. In the relatively long life of a vermilion bird, Little Flame was only a child and still somewhat naive and innocent. Although Lin Ming had only known Little Flame for a brief period of time, he still had a very good impression of this silly and foolish vermilion bird. Little Flame was Mu Qianyu's life vermilion bird. Both beast and person had extremely deep feelings towards each other. And now, Little Flame was actually taken by Yin-Yang Profound Palace. What are they planning to do with the vermilion birds? Lin Ming said, a bit incensed. Listening to Mu Qianyu's words, Yin-Yang Profound Palace were obviously taking advantage of Divine Phoenix Island while they were suffering, demanding such an outrageous price. Not only did they want 2 vermilion birds, but they also desired the secret techniques of Divine Phoenix Island and even had thoughts of subtly annexing Divine Phoenix Island. Listening as Lin Ming spoke, a trace of sadness flashed across Mu Qianyu's eyes. She said, "They want the vermilion birds in order to extract their blood essence and transplant it into the bodies of the male disciples of Yin-Yang Profound Palace. After the vermilion birds, they will want the blue luan in order to transplant its blood essence into their female disciples. These days, we nearly have to negotiate what price we have to pay to Yin-Yang Profound Palace. Because we have no other choice, we are forced to continually give in. Yet, even when we give an inch, they want to take a yard." Before Divine Phoenix Island took refuge in Yin-Yang Profound Palace, they hadn't yet held bargaining talks concerning the resources and secret skills involved. These sort of negotiations were of significant interest to both sects, and they would often be conducted in a marathon-like manner. Even having talks for an entire year wouldn't be strange. In these past months, Yin-Yang Profound Palace had already negotiated with Divine Phoenix Island over 20 times, repeatedly scrutinizing the details. Generally speaking, Divine Phoenix Island had to suffer increasing losses. Because they were weaker, they had no choice but to suffer these insults at the negotiations. Lin Ming scowled. So this was it. Yin-Yang Profound Palace now had 2 vermilion birds. The blood essence of a vermilion bird was extremely precious. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that 1 or 2 drops of this blood essence, combined with some talent and secret skills, would be able to train a Divine Phoenix Island disciple into a revolving core powerhouse. It was because of this vermilion bird blood essence that Lin Ming had been able to pull Qin Xingxuan back from the precipice of death. Blood essence was incomparably precious, whether it was for a martial artist or saint beast. Divine Phoenix Island's vermilion bird blood essence was only withdrawn when a vermilion bird was nearing the end of its natural lifespan. Even then, this was only 20 to 30 drops of blood essence. For a vermilion bird with vibrant blood vitality, Divine Phoenix Island wouldn't risk damaging its life in order to extract its blood essence. After all, blood essence was extremely difficult to recover. Extracting 1 drop meant that there was 1 drop less. Especially Little Flame. Little Flame was so young, just how could it bear having its blood essence taken out? The smaller a vermilion bird, the more frail it was. If one extracted its life essence, then not only would its lifespan shorten but it would also greatly affect its strength. Perhaps the vermilion bird might even directly die. Looking at Mu Qianyu's reddened eyes, Lin Ming suddenly became incensed with pure anger. You said that they were trying to subtly annex Divine Phoenix Island. Just what is happening? Mu Qianyu sighed. She said, Yin-Yang Profound Palace's cultivation method is focused on yin and yang, having both elements complement each other. As such, they specialize in water and fire origin energy, which is similar to Divine Phoenix Island's ice and fire cultivation method. In these past months, there were some disciples of Yin-Yang Profound Palace who perhaps used the temptation of benefits, coercion, intimidation, or maybe even drugs, but, of my Divine Phoenix Island disciples, they had sex with them. Both parties walked past the line of no return, and so they became married. Mu Qianyu had a very bad taste in her mouth when she spoke of this. In truth, only around half of Divine Phoenix Island's disciples were deceived in some way. The other half were completely voluntary, or at least they did so with a half-hearted resistance. Divine Phoenix Island was still a 4th-grade sect. In truth, now they didn't have many training resources, practice arrays, or medicine gardens. Even the spiritual land underneath their feet, Little Swallow Island, was only equal to a 3rd-grade sect's spiritual land. In such harsh conditions, just how could they attract new disciples? Not to mention that Divine Phoenix Island was also facing an all-encompassing crisis from the South Sea Demon region. Even their very existence was in a precarious state. The majority of disciples from Divine Phoenix Island were mostly women. Even though they were martial artists, they were still naturally soft-hearted. They needed to feel protected by others. Drifting around in a displaced manner like destitute vagabonds in a situation where death loomed close to them made it very easy for them to be touched by the sweet talk and the honeyed words of men. From the first touches of love to going to bed, they finally became confused about what they wanted and ended up married. Thus, for these past months, many female disciples of Divine Phoenix Island repeatedly lost their virginity. Some of them were even pregnant. Once they married, they would naturally stay in Yin-Yang Profound Palace with their husbands. One reason was because Yin-Yang Profound Palace was much stronger, another was because whether it was their practice arrays, resources, or spiritual land, everything was a higher grade, even better than when Divine Phoenix Island was at its peak. If this continued, then Divine Phoenix Island would soon be hollowed out. And, the most exasperating problem was that the male disciples of Yin-Yang Profound Palace chose the most extraordinary and beautiful women to pursue. They wouldn't consider those girls who were less fortunate, or perhaps might even sleep with them and then abandon them afterwards. You said that they used drugs. Lin Ming's voice became extremely cold. There were 2 who used drugs. We investigated this and requested that those 2 scumbags be punished. But I have no idea what Yin-Yang Profound Palace did to them afterwards. As for those two girls who suffered, they didn't pursue any further and instead accepted their fate. As Mu Qianyu spoke to hear, she let out a deep sigh. She remembered that the one responsible for dealing with this matter had been Xingyang, and then her heart filled with utter hatred. She said with loathing, Yin-Yang Profound Palace's little palace master Xingyang has intentions to seduce my little sister. He wants to marry her. Moreover, the palace masters have already officially brought this matter up with Honorable Sect Master. Although they were refused, the future days are long. It's still possible that there might be some accident that happens. Mu Qianyu was very worried for her little sister. This was why she considered for a moment before informing Lin Ming of this matter. She didn't mention that Xingyang also coveted her, but just the matter with her sister was enough to make Lin Ming livid with rage. The first one to have relations with Divine Phoenix Island's Mu sisters would be able to inherit a touch of their Saint Beast bloodline. For Xingyang, this was an unbelievably good plan. Lin Ming said tomorrow morning, I will go to the peak of Yin-Yang Profound Palace with you. I want to personally see just what sort of person that little palace master of Yin-Yang Profound Palace is like. Lin Ming's voice was filled with a domineering tone that seemed as if it could change the destiny of others. This came from the absolute belief in his own strength. Lin Ming might not be Xian Wuji's match, but against this Yin-Yang Profound Palace, he didn't fear them at all. This unquestionable aura warmed Mu Qianyu's heart. Although she didn't care about how strong Lin Ming was, what girl didn't hope that the one she loved would have extraordinary strength, being able to shelter her from the world's pains and problems? The two of them didn't speak anymore. They paused, holding each other and enjoying this gentle moment as the night passed without words. In the early morning, Lin Ming and Mu Qianyu rose from bed early. Outside, the bright sun was rising and the grass was heavy with new dew, the air fresh as if it had just been washed. Lin Ming pushed open the door and walked out. Not too far away he could see two men and one woman standing. The three of them had amazing temperaments. One blue-clothed girl was looking at Lin Ming, a slight grin tracing her lips as humor twinkled in her eyes. This young girl was Lan Xin. She clucked her tongue as she smiled and said, Brother Lin, were you happy last night? Listening to the obvious question in these words, a strange blush colored his face. He didn't want joke around with Lan Xin at this moment, so he simply ignored this question. Lan Xin stuck out her tongue, still devilishly grinning as before. Brother Lin, is this the sect you grew up in? Divine Phoenix Island? Beside Lan Xin, Duanmu Kun asked this question. Before the sun rose, he had already investigated Divine Phoenix Island and was able to approximate their situation. He had already expected that Divine Phoenix Island wasn't some great sect, otherwise they wouldn't have been destroyed by the South Sea Demon region. But as he saw their current state, he really couldn't help but think they were in extremely squalid circumstances. There was just more than 1,000 people in the entire sect, a mere 10 revolving core masters, and just 2 first-stage life destruction masters. Out of these two, one of them had already damaged her life source. She didn't have much combat efficiency left. This temporary land was only a third-grade spiritual land. Within the Holy Demon continent, this would only be a small, off-the-road sect. It didn't even have a medicine garden. It was truly quite hard to look at it. Just how could this sort of sect raise such a monstrous genius like Lin Ming? Whether it was Duanmu Kun or Fengshen, neither of them could understand this. Millimeter. Lin Ming nodded. This was his sect. Lin Ming didn't have much attachment to the 7 profound valleys. But of Divine Phoenix Island, he actually thought of them as his second family. Brother Lin, if Divine Phoenix Island needs any resources, we can help look. In Duanmu Kun's eyes, a 4th-grade sect like Divine Phoenix Island was limited in its ability to help Lin Ming find resources. Yet, it would be too rude to invite Lin Ming to join his Divine Wood Holy Land, thus he could only offer to help Lin Ming look for resources. Lin Ming faintly smiled and said, Thank you Brother Duanmu for your kind intentions. If I return to the Holy Demon continent in the future, then perhaps I really must take you up on your offer. Lin Ming planned to travel down the path of alchemy in order to pave the way for opening the 8 inner hidden gates as well as the 9 stars of the Dao Palace. When that time came, he would inevitably need to purchase certain rare resources. If he had a network of connections and was able to borrow the strength of a holy land to find resources, then Lin Ming's road would become much easier. Brother Lin is too humble. Duanmu Kun smiled in return. At this moment, Mu Yuhuang, Mu Fengxian, and Mu Bingyun came walking by from not too far away. Because Lin Ming had been anxious to see Mu Chenyu yesterday, he had only hastily greeted Mu Yuhuang and the others. They didn't even have time to exchange proper greetings. Today, Mu Yuhuang wanted to talk to Lin Ming some more, but as she saw Duanmu Kun, Fengshen, and Lan Xin, she was startled. These three didn't seem like humans. What race were they? Where had they come from? Mu Yuhuang hesitated for a moment before she sent Lin Ming a true essence sound transmission. Lin Ming, are these three your friends? Lin Ming nodded. Without a doubt, these three all had great backgrounds and stories behind them. Mu Yuhuang didn't inquire further. What she wanted to do was ask Lin Ming what sort of adventures he had gone on these past 2.5 years, and just how he was able to break through to revolving core so soon. But at this moment, a spirit boat came whistling over their hands, falling into the meeting hall not too far away. As Mu Yuhuang saw the twin water and fire symbol on the spirit boat, she suddenly grimaced. This was Yin-Yang Profound Palace's spirit boat. Naturally, they must have come to Little Swallow Mountain to negotiate matters. She said to Lin Ming with a true essence sound transmission, Lin Ming, you wait here. We absolutely must keep quiet about your safe return and not let anyone know. Otherwise, others might do something to you. Chapter 693, Conflict. Chapter 693, Conflict. In the eyes of Mu Yuhuang and Mu Fengxian, Lin Ming was Divine Phoenix Island's ultimate secret weapon. Yesterday, Lin Ming had been in a hurry, so they didn't even really greet each other, much less have an in-depth conversation. Thus, they believed that the South Sea Demon region hadn't yet learned of Lin Ming's return. It had to be known that Lin Ming had once messed up all of Xian Wuji's plans in the Demon God Imperial Palace, even snatching away the Nirvana Dragon root from beneath his fingers. If Xian Wuji knew that Lin Ming had returned, then the consequences could be imagined. It was imperative that they train Lin Ming until he grew to the point at which he could stand alone. Until then, it was impossible to reveal him too early. Lin Ming didn't reply. The spirit boat had fallen down from the official business courtyard. Lin Ming, go back in, Mu Fengxian told Lin Ming with a true essence sound transmission. She was afraid that the martial artists of Yin-Yang Profound Palace would recognize Lin Ming. Although it was a very minor possibility, she had to prepare for all contingencies. As soon as she finished speaking, her feet, of their own accord, moved her towards the meeting courtyard with Mu Yuhuang. Mu Bingyun glanced at Lin Ming before closely following behind them. For a time, the only ones left were Lin Ming, Mu Chenyu, Duanmu Kun, Fengshen, and Lan Xin. Lin Ming's eyes narrowed as he glared at Yin-Yang Profound Palace's spirit boat. As his gaze fell on the spirit boat's twin water and fire symbols, he paused for a moment and then said, Yua, that spirit boat carries the negotiators from Yin-Yang Profound Palace? Millimeter. Mu Chenyu nodded. Lin Ming, I suddenly remembered something. When we went to the Demon God Imperial Palace, it wasn't just Xian Wuji that was there, but also Nanyun Wang and Great Zen Temple's Abbot Whitebrow. The three of them all had third-stage life destruction cultivation. Because of you, they lost a Nirvana Dragon root. If news of your survival spreads, then it would be bad for you if you caught their attention. Perhaps it might be wise to follow Honorable Sect Master's advice and conserve your strength for the time being. It wouldn't be too late for you to grow stronger before clearing all these old debts. It doesn't matter. Lin Ming shook his head. After such a long time, Nanyun Wang and Abbot Whitebrow should have already guessed that I've used up the entire Nirvana Dragon root by now. Although my strength has its limits, with the giant Leviathan, I have the strength to deter a sect that even has a transcendent third-stage life-destruction powerhouse. Unless Nanyun Wang and Abbot Whitebrow are consumed by their obsessions, then there's no way they will try to do something to me. Lin Ming's plan was very simple. Since he had returned, he had no intention of acting in a low-key manner. Otherwise, it would be the same as showing weakness to others. This was a world of martial artists only when the strong were feared by their enemies. Every fool knew that the 4 divine kingdoms controlled an unbelievably massive amount of resources, but who would dare to steal it? On the other hand, if someone weak were to have a massive amount of resources, then others would covet it, try to steal it, and even kill to do so. At this time in the meeting hall's courtyard, 3 old men and a youth stepped out from a spirit boat. The yellow-clothed young man was around 30 years old, and he was tall with an arrow-straight posture. He was Yin-Yang Profound Palace's little palace master, Xingyang. As for the 3 old men behind him, they were the elders of Yin-Yang Profound Palace. Fairy Maiden Mu, it's been a while. I hope you've been well. Xingyang lightly smiled at Mu Fengxian. Because someone had snatched away his chance to meet the Divine Kingdom Crown Prince first, he was in a poor mood. Thus, he decided to switch his aim towards Divine Phoenix Island. He was hoping to obtain Mu Bingyun and Mu Chenyu's primordial yin energy. Although this was less beneficial than befriending the Divine Kingdom Crown Prince, it would still help pave his road to becoming an emperor-level powerhouse in the future. Additionally, if he could really subdue these 2 women and marry them as their husband, then enjoying their lovemaking and warm nights in bed would also be great. Thinking this, Xingyang grinned from ear to ear. Thanks to the blessing of your Yin-Yang Profound Palace, this old woman still hasn't died yet. Mu Fengxian's response was a bit dreary. In negotiations within the world of martial artists, one never made concessions to the other party because of something as silly as courtesy. Indeed, if it weren't because of all this, then Mu Fengxian would never have bothered speaking to such a slimy snake like Xingyang. Hee, Fairy Maiden Mu, then let's cut with the nonsense and continue with our previous conversation, the secret transplant method of the vermilion bird blood essence. As Xingyang spoke, he walked straight over to the meeting table and gestured. I've come with enough sincerity this time in the hope that Fairy Maiden Mu will know when to kindly give way. Xingyang's voice was filled with warning. Divine Phoenix Island had hurriedly taken asylum within Yin-Yang Profound Palace, not even having time to discuss all the major details. With such important interests of both sects at stake, naturally negotiations would carry on for a long time. Mu Fengxian sneered inside. She was well aware of just what disgusting plans this Xingyang was making. She knew that the reason he continuously set up obstacles was not only for the secret skills of Divine Phoenix Island, but also because he desired the Mu sisters' bodies. How could Mu Fengxian possibly let him continue this wishful thinking? If it were a few days ago, then under the absolute threat of the South Sea Demon region where Mu Fengxian was in a much weaker position, she would have no choice but to endure this rude oppression from Yin-Yang Profound Palace. But now, with this unknown factor of the Divine Kingdom Crown Prince and the South Sea Demon region having suffered loss one after another, Mu Fengxian didn't intend to keel over so easily. When she was about to go to the negotiating table to argue with Xingyang, she suddenly turned around to look at the courtyard entrance. She saw 5 people standing there. They were Lin Ming, Mu Chenyu, Duan Mu Kun, Lan Xin, and Fengshen. Damn! Just what were they doing here? Mu Fengxian's heart skipped a beat. Lin Ming's return was Divine Phoenix Island's greatest, absolute secret. Once this news was leaked, then the consequences would be unthinkable. It wasn't just Mu Fengxian, but Mu Yuhuang was also looking ill. Mu Yuhuang tried to suppress her panic. Although Xingyang might not have seen Lin Ming's portrait, his age contrasted with his cultivation too spectacularly to not be noticed. She yelled, "Yua, what are you here for?" Mu Yuhuang was thinking to bring up Mu Chenyu to distract Xingyang's attention and allow Lin Ming an opportunity to leave. But currently, Mu Chenyu seemed to be at a loss for words. Xingyang glared at Lin Ming. He coldly said, "Who are you?" Xingyang truly didn't know Lin Ming. He was sure that he didn't see Lin Ming when Divine Phoenix Island first came to Yin-Yang Profound Palace. If he did, then he definitely would have remembered him. Lin Ming seemed to be only 20-some-odd years old, but his cultivation was at the early revolving core. Not just that, but the true essence around his body was exceptionally thick. He was obviously not some ordinary early revolving core powerhouse. Of course, he may look to be in his early 20s, but his age might actually be closer to 30. After all, a martial artist aged at a very slow pace. There wasn't that great a difference between 30 years and 20 years of age. Because he wasn't able to determine Lin Ming's age, he had no grounds to ascertain the degree of Lin Ming's talent. But he had to be at least at the pinnacle of saint-level talents. The reason that Lin Ming caught Xingyang's attention was not just because of Lin Ming's talent, but rather because of a much more important reason. That was because Mu Qianyu was holding Lin Ming's hand. Xingyang felt his heart sink as a dense light of jealousy entered his eyes. He clearly knew Mu Qianyu's origins. She only had a younger sister, and had no older or younger brother. Then this meant that Lin Ming could only be her lover. Mu Qianyu's and Mu Bingyun's feelings and sentiment were no small matter. This was because the first time they had sex with someone else, they would pass a part of their primordial yin energy to that man. This would also dilute the saint-beast bloodline within the saintess to a certain degree. But looking at Mu Fengxian and Mu Yuhuang, they obviously didn't oppose Mu Qianyu being together with this man. That meant they had already agreed to their union. Just who was he? Looking at how attached Mu Qianyu seemed to be with that man, he feared that she would have no qualms giving her virginity to the man. This caused Xingyang's heart to surge with a thick killing intent. Although Lin Ming's talent was good, Xingyang didn't fear him. Xingyang was already 35 years old and he had just reached the late revolving core period. After that was life destruction. If he could reach life destruction before he was 45 years old, then his chances of becoming a peerless emperor would be that much higher. Although Lin Ming was younger, his cultivation was 2 whole small boundaries fewer. Once one reached revolving core, the difference between every small boundary was not minor. Xingyang didn't worry about Lin Ming's combat strength, only what sort of background he had. This sort of genius would never originate from some mediocre background. As Xingyang noticed the 2 handsome men and the pretty woman behind Lin Ming, he paused. They were obviously not human, but at the same time he couldn't recognize what race they were. Furthermore, what was strange was that Xingyang was completely unable to tell what their cultivation was. This was because the Fey cultivation system was different to that of humanity. You dare to trespass within my yin-yang profound palace. Just who are you? Xingyang wanted to find out about Lin Ming's origin. If he came from a 5th grade sect, then he wouldn't do anything to him. But if this man came from a small sect, then he would quietly kill him. Lin Ming sneered and said, I am a disciple of Divine Phoenix Island, surnamed Lin. Little Swallow Mountain has already been designated as the residence for my Divine Phoenix Island. Why would it be strange for me to be here? Hearing Lin Ming not avoid referring to himself as someone surnamed Lin, Mu Yuhuang and Mu Fengxian became worried. That explosive last name along with Lin Ming's talent, Xingyang would find out sooner or later. Mu Yuhuang repeatedly sent true essence sound transmissions but couldn't obtain a response from him. Mu Bingyun also frowned as she looked at Lin Ming, not sure what he was planning on doing. Millimeter? This boy was actually a Divine Phoenix Island disciple. Xingyang narrowed his eyes as he sized up Lin Ming. He didn't understand Divine Phoenix Island's history too much, so he temporarily didn't associate this Lin character with that Lin Ming. He only found it strange that Divine Phoenix Island still had this sort of talent remaining. Still, since he was a Divine Phoenix Island disciple, there simply wasn't anything to worry about. He began to think about finding an excuse to punish Lin Ming, and then quietly slipping him some medicine to ruin his abilities to function as a man in bed, thus removing his chances of taking Mu Qianyu's virginity. But then, at this moment, Lin Ming opened his mouth wide to spout out some fantastical and stunning words. Lin Ming said, You there, the one called Xingyang, I came here today to tell you, negotiations are over. Immediately return the vermilion birds. Yin-Yang Profound Palace will also divide half of their territory as a temporary residence for Divine Phoenix Island. This includes practice arrays, medicine garden supplies, true essence stone, and all other resources. Half of everyone's daily share will be given to Divine Phoenix Island as an offering. When Lin Ming finished speaking, Xingyang's jaw fell wide open. He nearly couldn't believe his own ears. What had this boy said just now? It wasn't just Xingyang, Mu Yuhuang and Mu Fengxian were also shocked silly. Even the normally indifferent Mu Bingyun was staring at Lin Ming with a puzzled expression. Lin Ming definitely didn't seem as if he were joking around. Thus, she turned to look at Mu Qianyu. Mu Qianyu was also surprised. She never thought that Lin Ming would suddenly demand such excessive conditions. This was the same as slicing off the flesh from Yin-Yang Profound Palace. Duanmu Qin, Fengshan, and Lanxin all seemed to not care too much. As descendants from a holy land, they naturally didn't have any interest in the resources of a minor fifth-grade sect. How valuable could it possibly be? Any one of the Earth-Step demon god bones that Lin Ming had obtained in the 1,000-mile Forbidden Zone was enough for a fifth-grade sect to recklessly spend wealth for 10 years. After several breaths of time, Xingyang suddenly laughed. I thought you were some sort of genius, but I never imagined you were such an idiot. You must have thought these negotiations were too boring, so you wanted to tease me into laughing. Ha 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 ha. You not only succeeded, but you also did a great job. Xingyang's expression then turned icy. Elder Jiang, elder son, seize that boy for me. Behind Xingyang there were 3 black-clothed elders. 2 of them were late revolving core and the last was at the first stage of life destruction. They had come up to provide suppressive support. Yin-Yang Profound Palace couldn't be considered a fifth-grade sect with too prestigious a background. They weren't able to have each of their elders at life destruction. Because they lacked masters, most of their elders were actually at the mid or late revolving core. Xingyang simply couldn't bother to deal with Lin Ming himself. Elder Jiang and elder Sun behind him both had cultivation at the late revolving core, more than enough to deal with the likes of Lin Ming. Lin Ming casually swept his eyes over the 2 elders and chuckled. He already knew that speaking with this Xingyang was the same as exchanging nonsense. Today he had come to ruin him. 2 elders approached Li Ming from the left and right. Mu Yuhuang and Mu Fengxian's complexions changed. They were well aware that Lin Ming wasn't an idiot, but what could he do in this situation? Even if he was extraordinarily strong, what would happen even if he was able to jump ranks and defeat these 2 revolving core elders? Could he take the entire Yin-Yang Profound Palace as his enemy? At this time, Lan Xin clucked her tongue as she slightly tittered, her laugh sweet like silver bells. Her tone was laced with sarcasm as she bluntly said, "Is this still a fifth-grade sect? A fifth-grade sect's elders should accordingly be life-destruction masters. But you use late revolving core elders as an in-between and still think that you can be acknowledged as a fifth-grade sect. How ridiculous." As Lan Xin said this, Elder Sun and Elder Jiang both became furious. This was not only cruelly mocking Yin-Yang Profound Palace but also mocking them, exposing all of their shortcomings that no one dared to voice out loud. What Lan Xin had said was truly toxic. Although Yin-Yang Profound Palace was known as a fifth-grade sect, they really did have many places where they didn't meet the definition of a fifth-grade sect. Little girl, since you want to die so badly, then this old man will show you just how high the heavens are and how the low earth is. Elder Jiang couldn't see what Lan Xin's cultivation or race was. He assumed that she was some sect talent, and was also the naive sort that had never left their sect before. The type that assumed just because their talent was a little high they could act like an idiot. Haha, you're going to make me die of laughter. I'm standing right here. If you can approach within 3 feet of me, then I'll count you as having one. Lan Xin winked at Duanmu Kun. She had never been a polite, good little girl to begin with. With such a fun opportunity in front of her, she certainly wouldn't want to miss it. Duanmu Kun was speechless. He thought that Lan Xin would take action, but he never expected that this little lady would circle everything back to him. Indeed, with Lan Xin's strength she would be able to defeat Elder Jiang. But it wouldn't be easy, she might even be wounded. If so, it would be difficult for her to maintain her lofty attitude. You are far too arrogant. Old son, you deal with that boy and I'll capture that little girl, Elder Jian said in a furious rage. Okay. The 2 elders rushed out to the left and right. Facing this situation, Lin Ming didn't even take out his spear. He flicked his index finger and attached his battle spirit to the air, shooting it out. In the next moment, Elder Jiang only saw an azure light flash in front of him. With the sound of a muffled crashing sound, Elder Sun, who had rushed out with him, had suddenly disappeared. Elder Jiang turned his head and saw that a massive, human-shaped hole had formed in the wall behind him. As for Elder Sun, He was toppled over on top of the courtyard fence, vomiting blood as his limbs hung lifelessly down like a dead dog. Chapter 694, Absolute Disparity. Chapter 694, Absolute Disparity. Elder Jiang had only rushed out halfway when he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He had run out with Elder Sun, but Elder Sun had suddenly disappeared in the blink of an eye. The next moment, he was hanged up on the outer courtyard fence like a piece of cured meat. The great human-shaped hole was still rustling with falling dust. As for Elder Sun, his entire body had gone soft. It was unknown whether or not he had fainted. The entire meeting venue fell in absolute silence. Mu Yuhuang and Mu Fengxian were stunned. Although they had guessed that Lin Ming's strength had sharply risen after breaking through to Revolving Core and that it should be easy for him to jump ranks when fighting, they didn't think that Lin Ming could send a late Revolving Core martial artist flying with just a flick of his finger. Even Mu Qianyu, who had heard about Lin Ming's strength from the person in question, was bewildered, her beautiful eyes wide and bright. Hearing Lin Ming's words was one thing, but seeing it happen in front of her was another. Elder Sun. Xingyang was frightened. He had never even dreamed that such a scene would occur. He quickly used his soul force to investigate what the dangling Elder Sun's situation was like. His bodily true essence had shattered apart, and all the bones near the right side of his chest had been broken to pieces. It was obvious that Elder Sun had been struck by a massive blow to his right chest. But just how had Lin Ming made this attack? Xingyang could only feel a chill crawl down his spine. All he had managed to see was a flash of azure light past his eyes. Lin Ming hadn't even taken out his weapon. All he had done was to send that Elder Sun flying was to flick a single finger. Elder Sun's cultivation was at the late Revolving Core realm. Although it was impossible for him to reach life destruction in his life, he wasn't much weaker than the late Revolving Core Xingyang. And Xingyang didn't dare to say he could easily defeat Elder Sun, much less send him flying with a flick, like Lin Ming had done. Recalling the power of that finger just now, Xingyang was frightened. He hadn't even been the target, but he still felt as if a massive will pressure was pressing down between his eyes, into his spiritual sea. Even his soul trembled from that terrifying feeling. Xingyang looked at Lin Ming, feeling faint of heart. Second uncle, just what was that? Xingyang's second uncle was the present first-stage life destruction elder. He was Xingyang's god-uncle, Xing Zizan. He had come to the negotiations to help shore up Xingyang's prestige, but he had never imagined such a matter would occur. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "This should be a type of spear wind formed from some kind of extraordinary technique." In truth, what Lin Ming had just used was his battle spirit. However, the battle spirit was something that only Emperor-level powerhouses and peak Emperor-level talents could ever touch upon. Normally, only holy lands with a profound history had some sort of inheritance regarding battle spirits. Yin-Yang Profound Palace was a newly promoted 5th-grade sect. Their history was shallow. From the very beginning, Xing Zizan had never even heard of a battle spirit before. Xing Zizan continued to analyze the situation. There are some special cultivation methods such as Divine Sword Sect's Blue Yang Sword Law where one could forge and form several sword energies within their body to constantly improve it. In a critical moment, they wouldn't even need to use their swords, and could instead shoot out these sword energies to kill others. Moreover, the strike power behind them is immense. It could even be stronger than that person's all-out attack. Perhaps this boy's attack was done using a similar cultivation method. Listening to Xing Zizan's reasonable analysis, Xingyang relaxed. What Lin Ming had done just now did seem like a similar cultivation method, and indeed, he had heard of this before. Although it was extremely powerful, it also had several flaws. First, one could store a limited number of these sword energies. They cost a great deal of time and effort to improve, and once they were used they would simply disappear. If Lin Ming had used a spear energy that he had cultivated for a long period of time to injure Elder Sun like this, then Xingyang could also accept that. If he gathered all of his potential and energy to strike, then he could also achieve a similar result. Xing Zizan and Xingyang used true essence sound transmissions to speak with each other. That Elder Jiang who followed Elder Sun hadn't heard any of this. Facing such a violent Lin Ming, he was dumbfounded. Elder Jiang couldn't rush forwards, but he couldn't retreat either. The words that he had previously spoken were too prideful and arrogant. If he allowed his face to be ruined here, then how could he ever hold his head up high in front of the juniors of Yin-Yang Profound Palace? At this time, Lan Xing chortled and said, "Are you coming or not? What happened to all your bluster just now?" Lan Xing felt that Lin Ming sending that elder son flying back with just a flick of a finger was very normal. She made sure to not forget to mock this frightened Elder Jiang. After having his weakness poked by others, Elder Jiang became extremely angry. He glared at Lan Xing, calculating the situation in his heart. Dealing with that finger-flicking boy was definitely not good, but dealing with this ridiculous yellow-clothed girl shouldn't be a problem. As long as he could mess with her a bit, then he would be able to restore some of his lost face. Thinking of this, Elder Jiang coldly snorted and said, "Little girl, you've gone too far. Do you really think that you are unrivaled in this world? This old man will teach you to know your place." Lan Xing laughed and said, "I never said that I would deal with you. I said that if you could approach within 3 feet then you'll win." "Right, Duanmu-kun." Hearing Lan Xing kick the ball towards him, Duanmu-kun helplessly shook his head. But now that things had reached this point, he certainly wouldn't sit around and watch Lan Xing needlessly suffer. Elder Jiang looked at Duanmu-kun and his heart started beating rapidly. He wasn't able to see through this fellow's cultivation, but his intuition told him that he was surely an astonishing character. Did these 3 people use some kind of secret skill to hide their cultivation? Just how strong were they really? Elder Jiang hesitated to do anything. But at this moment, Xingyang's true essence sound transmission echoed in his mind. "Elder Jiang, you don't have to be afraid. That boy just now used some secret ability similar to the Blue Yang Sword Law to defeat Elder Sunday. His strength isn't as amazing as you think it is." "Blue Yang Sword Law?" Hearing Xingyang's true essence sound transmission, Elder Jiang was startled. Divine Sword Sect was near their profound province, so he naturally knew of the Blue Yang Sword Law. So it was like this. Elder Jiang sullenly glanced at Lin Ming, feeling relieved. It must have been a similar secret skill. Otherwise, with Lin Ming's early revolving core cultivation, just how was it possible for him to send Elder Sun flying away with the flick of a finger? Thinking like this, Elder Jiang felt some fear, but he wasn't too terrified now. Of course, even if Lin Ming used some kind of trick, Elder Jiang knew that he still could in no way be Lin Ming's match. After all, the strength of that spear energy was a reflection of the user's strength. He decided to target Duanmu-kun and Lan Xing instead. "Getting within 3 feet of you? Good. Very good. Are the juniors of this era always so arrogant? I'll see just what you can do as I approach you." Elder Jiang seemed brimming with confidence, but the truth was that he was in a critical situation. After learning from Elder Sun's example, he certainly didn't dare to relax his guard. He revolved all the true essence within his body and extracted the thick saber from his back. Then, he rushed towards Lan Xing and Duanmu-kun. As he shot forward, he paid particular attention to what Lin Ming was doing. Seeing that Lin Ming's hands were crossed over his chest with no intention of helping, Elder Jiang breathed a sigh of relief. It's only approaching them, it shouldn't be too difficult. As Elder Jiang thought this, he stimulated all of his bodily protective true essence. He didn't believe that this strange white-clothed youth was also a freak like that fingerflick fellow just now. This sort of targeting juniors, and especially bullying the weak while avoiding the strong, was extremely despicable. Even Xingyang found this hard to look at. Duanmu-kun was calm as he brought his hands forward from behind him. As Elder Jiang was 30 feet away, a sharp light suddenly flashed in his eyes. The next moment, he formed a sword with his fingers and a fierce sword energy savagely shot out, creating sword lights so brilliant that they were hard to look at. Rushing forward, Elder Jiang only felt a turbulent energy come at him, as if it would be able to split him in half. His expression suddenly changed. On instinct, he slashed out with his saber. This saber strike was Yin-Yang Profound Palace's mountain-breaking technique. Saber light filled the skies like snow as it was used. However, as the saber light and sword energy collided, A strange distortion suddenly appeared in space. The saber lights were pulled into the strange twisting space, bending, until finally, with a loud cracking sound, the bent saber lights were completely sliced apart by the sword energies, shredded to pieces. The next moment, sword energy smashed into Elder Jiang's chest. Elder Jiang gave a stuffy cough as his bodily true essence broke apart. He flew backwards, his entire chest wet and dripping with blood. Following this scene was a deafening silence. Lin Ming was also slightly surprised. Duanmu Kun was in truth a 2-star Fei King. That was equal to a middle revolving core martial artist. His cultivation wasn't much worse than Elder Jiang's, thus he was easily able to defeat him. Lin Ming wasn't surprised that Duanmu Kun easily won. No, what he found interesting was the concept of space that was imbued into Duanmu Kun's attack. Their respective concepts of space had taken entirely different paths, but both were incomparably exquisite styles. Originally, Duanmu Kun already had some understanding of the concept of space, but after gaining experience via passing through the ancient transmission array, his progress in that aspect had increased by leaps and bounds. Lin Ming couldn't help but admire Duanmu Kun's talent. Mu Yuhuang and Mu Fengxian also looked at Duanmu Kun with amazement. Duanmu Kun seemed to be in his 20s, but he actually had the strength of a peak revolving core master, no worse than Lin Ming. Just this Duanmu Kun was already like this, and looking at Feng Xin and Lan Xin, neither of them seemed like common geniuses either. Were they all Lin Ming's friends? Mu Fengxian and the others hadn't been able to discover Duanmu Kun, Feng Xin, and Lan Xin's cultivation level, so they hadn't paid too much attention to them. But, thinking about it now, did these 3 people come from the 4 divine kingdoms? It wasn't just Mu Yuhuang that thought this, but Xingyang and Xingzizan as well. Duanmu Kun, Feng Xin, Lan Xin, and Lin Ming, altogether 4 youngsters. Were they all emperor-level talents? This year, had emperor-level talents become common to this degree? Were they growing around like cabbages or something? Xingyang's expression was dismal, as if he had taken a great blow. He originally had pride in his own talent that barely qualified him as an emperor-level talent, but now facing Lin Ming and Duanmu Kun, all of his pride had been shattered. Whether it was Lin Ming or Duanmu Qin, neither was weaker than him. Both were actually stronger than him. Ca. Xingyang extracted a thick crimson saber that looked as if it was on fire. In Yin-Yang Profound Palace, it was custom for men to use sabers and for women to use swords. I admit that you are strong. Very well, I will fight you with everything I have. Xingyang pointed his treasure saber straight at Duanmu Kun. His treasure saber was a peak high-grade earth-step weapon, forged from refined fire gold. It was just a single step away from being a heaven-step treasure. And, most importantly, it had an additional function of boosting fire attribute cultivation methods. It was the best weapon for him to use. Xingyang had chosen Duanmu Kun as his opponent after a long period of careful consideration. Before, Lin Ming had only used his spear energy to attack, so the true depth of his strength was still unknown. He didn't dare to risk fighting him at this time. If he lost, then any face still he had would be swept away. If he was facing Duanmu Kun, Xingyang still had some confidence in himself. Chapter 695, All Daggers Drawn. Chapter 695, All Daggers Drawn. Who? In Xingyang's hand, the high-grade earth-step saber flared with a faint crimson flame, as if the entire blade had been heated up to a scorching degree. This saber could increase Xingyang's fire attribute cultivation method by 10 to 20%. Having paid a hemorrhaging price to forge this weapon, now that it was in his hands, Xingyang could feel the burning flames emanating from it suddenly emboldening him. My saber is called Scarlet Flame, and my name is Xingyang. Xingyang pointed his saber straight towards Duanmu Kun, issuing this official challenge. Naturally, Duanmu Kun didn't fear this sort of challenge. A young outstanding elite like Xingyang would count as just one of the mob on Skysplit Tower's 3rd floor. He drew his sword to meet Xingyang. However, at the same time, sudden rambling footsteps sounded outside the courtyard. About 7 or 8 Yin-Yang Profound Palace martial artists suddenly crashed into the courtyard. Many of them had a cultivation at the early or middle revolving core realm, while the one leading them was a late revolving core powerhouse. Within Yin-Yang Profound Palace, those below the late revolving core realm were protectors, and those at the late revolving core realm or above were considered elders. These 7 or 8 martial artists were Xingyang's own guard retinue. They were skilled in martial abilities and array coordination. They had come together with Xingyang to join in on the negotiations, and had originally been waiting on the spirit boat. But when they saw the walls of the hall being smashed apart, they all rushed in to protect Xingyang. Ca. 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 Several people immediately drew their weapons. A barrier of sabers and swords suddenly surrounded Lin Ming and the others. For a while, the atmosphere was tense, weapons drawn and killing intent overflowing, ready to explode at any moment. Seeing this volatile atmosphere, Mu Yuhuang's breath caught in her chest. Lin Ming's strength that had been able to defeat Elder Sun with just a flick of his finger truly did exceed her expectations. But how could Lin Ming alone face the entire Yin-Yang Profound Palace? The situation had seriously devolved once Xingyang's guards had arrived. Once they started fighting, the consequences would be calamitous. Even more so if it ended with casualties. There was no chance of a pleasant outcome. As the saying went, the strong dragon would not bother with the little snakes. In the current state of things, not only was Yin-Yang Profound Palace their literal landlord, but they also far exceeded Divine Phoenix Island in strength. The difference was far too great. If Yin-Yang Profound Palace claimed that their own disciples had been beaten to take advantage of things, then Divine Phoenix Island would truly suffer in negotiations. It was likely that Yin-Yang Profound Palace would demand a sky-high price. Being thrust into this situation, Mu Yuhuang and Mu Fengxian were both nervous. It had already spiraled out of their control. If this continued, Mu Fengxian sent Lin Ming a true essence sound transmission. Yin-Yang Profound Palace has 2 palace masters, both at the second stage of life destruction. The 2 of them use a complementary yin-yang cultivation method. If they join forces, they can vastly increase their strength, achieving a stage comparable with a 3rd stage life destruction master, to a certain degree. Not just that, but we need Yin-Yang Profound Palace's protection. If we fight with these people, not only would it be difficult to win, but even if we did, the ones who lost in the end would still be us. Mu Yuhuang and Mu Fengxian's worrying was understandable. Even Mu Bingyun was unable to stay indifferent in this situation. She did not blame Lin Ming for his recklessness. Instead, in a show of support, she took a half-step back, keeping a forceful posture. At the same time, her left hand traced the spatial ring on her right hand, ready to draw out the blue Luan sword at any moment. Lin Ming didn't say anything. But Lan Xin was already itching to stir up some chaos. She rowdily shouted, "You want a group fight? Let's do this." Ca. Lan Xin flourished her sword. Feng Shen and Duanmu Kun wordlessly drew theirs. As Holy Land descendants, they had never held this yin-yang profound palace in their hearts, not to mention that Lin Ming was also here. 3 shining and dazzling swords faced the 7 or 8 surrounding weapons. The atmosphere was ripe with tension, about to explode into a battle at any time. This was precisely Lin Ming's intention. He quietly took out a long spear from his spatial ring. Actually, with Lin Ming's strength, he didn't even need to take out his spear. But then he considered that Mu Chenyu and Mu Bingyun were also here. Once a fight started, the 2 of them might easily be captured by that 1st stage life destruction master. In order to prevent such a situation from occurring, Lin Ming decided to no longer hold back at all. Watching Lin Ming pull out his spear, Xingyang smiled fiercely. He didn't fear a fight here. After all, this was their yin-yang profound palace's home ground. Once they fought, the ones to have the last laugh would definitely be them. They weren't in a weaker position either. There was Xing Zizan, as well as the 8 revolving core guards who could lay down an array formation to greatly increase their strength. As long as he persisted, support from Yin-Yang Profound Palace would continuously pour in. Then, if the situation spiraled out of control even further, his father and mother would also arrive. At that time, even if Lin Ming was some superhuman with multiple limbs and heads, he would still be captured. Thinking of this, Xingyang soon calmed down. Before, He had panicked a bit because Lin Ming and Duan Mukun's strength had completely exceeded his expectations, catching him off guard. Xing Yang sneered and said, "Truly, you have no idea what death or danger means. Since you dare to act so brashly in my yin-yang profound palace, it no longer matters how great your background is. You dare to sneak into my yin-yang profound palace's meeting hall, disrupt negotiations, provoke my yin-yang profound palace? Then even if I punish you, waste you, or kill you, all of it is within reasoning. Your sect can no longer say anything. Everyone obey my command. Capture these thieves for..." Xing Yang was about to say capture these thieves for my punishment, but as he spoke, his voice actually trailed off until he turned silent. He blankly stared at Lin Ming's long spear, a faint foreboding feeling in his heart, as if something was off. Then, as if he had suddenly realized something, he instantly looked at Duan Mukun, Lan Xin, and Feng Shen's swords. As he saw the chilling light and incomparably sharp energy they gave off, he sucked in a breath of cold air, his heart trembling. Heavens! Four heaven-step treasures. He looked at the scarlet flame saber in his hands, on which he had spent a massive amount of money. This was a peak Earth-step treasure. Within the entire southern tip of the Sky Spill continent, this was already an extremely kick-ass weapon. But compared to Lin Ming and the other three, his weapon was nothing more than garbage. Even though a peak Earth-step treasure was just a single step away from being a heaven-step treasure, the truth was that the disparity was gargantuan. It was like comparing late revolving core to life destruction, or a high-stage life destruction to the divine sea. Looking at his guard's weapons, they were nothing but high-grade Earth-step weapons. There were even some medium-grade Earth-step weapons. Even the weapon in Xing Zizan's hands was only a slightly better high-grade Earth-step treasure. This is just what was going on here. Since when did heaven-step treasures litter the streets as if they were cabbages? Within the entire profound province, there was not a single heaven-step treasure. Only the top-ranked abbot of Great Zen Temple, who had already returned to seclusion, and the South Sea Demon region's highest elder Shen Wuji had a heaven-step treasure each. Could these people? Xing Yang's eyebrows shot up. Within the entire Sky Spill continent, only the 4 divine kingdoms in the central region had that many heaven-step treasures. These people, could they have come from the 4 divine kingdoms? Thinking of this, Xing Yang's heart shrank in fear. To fight with the descendants of the 4 divine kingdoms, that was just running headlong into death. The divine kingdoms cared not for reasoning, they did not care about what was right or what was wrong. That was because strength was the final and ultimate truth. In front of a holy land, Yin-Yang Profound Palace was nothing but bottom-dwelling scum. No, something's wrong. The 4 divine kingdoms shouldn't have such a strange race with long ears and scales. Also, didn't that spear-carrying boy say he was from Divine Phoenix Island? Why would he have a heaven-step treasure? Did they manage to obtain these weapons through some kind of colossal lucky chance? Chapter 696, Broken Blade. Chapter 696, Broken Blade. Xing Yang's face was filled with a gloomy uncertainty. As for Mu Yuhuang, she was panicking. She had no idea just how this situation would end. Prepare a sound transmission talisman, report what is happening. As the guard captain spoke, several revolving core protectors quickly reacted, their fingers tracing their spatial rings. After all, this was the territory of Yin-Yang Profound Palace. As long as they called for more manpower, they would be the ones with the advantage. Seeing a revolving core protector light up a sound-transmitting talisman in front of her, Lan Xin sneered. She instantly flash-stepped in front of that martial artist, her sword slashing at the wrist. Having stayed in Skysplit Tower for several years, although Lan Xin looked like a beautiful sun-dappled girl, in truth she was a decisive person with no soft corners. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for her to survive in Skysplit Tower. Evil girl, you dare! The guard captain's eyes flashed with anger. He slashed with his saber at Lan Xin's neck. Humph! Lan Xin showed no weakness. Her sword slashed upward, intersecting with the saber. True essence collided, and the guard captain's saber light was ripped to shreds by Lin Ming, followed by Lan Xin's sword light slicing towards his vital points. The guard captain's complexion paled. He never imagined that this 20-or-so-year-old girl could make him suffer a loss with a single sword strike. Just who were these people? Line up in formation, the guard captain shouted, shocked. Although the 8 of them were only mid and late revolving corps martial artists, once they fell into formation and combined that with several array flags and array discs, together they could actually resist a first-stage life-destruction powerhouse for quite a bit of time. Whoosh! Several keen saber lights fused together. As the 8 guards combined their power, their aura suddenly shot up drastically. Lan Xin came into contact with this saber light and gave a stuffy cough, her beautiful face paling. Luckily, Duanmu Kun was quick of eye and hand. He slashed downward with his sword, fending off the fused sword energy that rushed towards Lan Xin. Very well, since you want to play so much, then this old man will accompany you. Xing Zizan stepped forwards. With it, his aura suddenly erupted. Mu Qianyu, Mu Bingyun, and everyone else felt a great pressure pushing down on them. Xing Zizan was a first-stage life-destruction master as well as the Yin-Yang Profound Palace's vice-palace master and the strongest powerhouse present. With Xing Zizan's status, participating in the battles of these juniors and revolving corps martial artists was somewhat embarrassing. But, seeing that Xing Yang had already lost control of the situation, he had no choice but to step in. Second uncle, they might be related to a holy land somehow, Xing Yang quickly reminded. For Duanmu Kun and those others to be so young and to also have a heaven-step treasure on them, they must have either come across a massive chance, or they must have come from a holy land. I know, Xing Zizan coldly replied. Now it was no longer the time to consider the other party's origin. Even if they did come from a holy land, he still had to establish his dominance. Everybody was already at odds, swords drawn. If they could capture the other party, then they would have the advantage. But, if they could offend them and still defeat them, then that would be an even better result. In the world of martial artists, strength was everything. One's background was never as good as the person. At the very least, he had to suppress them in strength. Xing Zizan specifically targeted Lin Ming. So young and yet already so greedy. You dare to propose such a ridiculous request to us? This old man just wants to see whether or not you're capable of backing up your preposterous word. Lin Ming glanced at Xing Zizan and sneered, greedy? Are you talking about your own Yin-Yang Profound Palace? You rented a third-grade spiritual land to divine Phoenix Island. Even you lot feel it doesn't match their worth, and on top of that you didn't even give them any training resources. With this alone, you wanted to exchange for Divine Phoenix Island's fundamental vermilion bird bloodline and all sorts of secret skills. You even hid your goals and plotted to annex Divine Phoenix Island. And now, you want to say that I'm the greedy one here? Should we also bow down as we hand over all of Divine Phoenix Island to you? The South Sea Demon region is already publicly trying to destroy us, and yet you try to secretly absorb us. In my eyes, there's no difference between you all. Ha ha ha, what a well-spoken young man. Your Divine Phoenix Island came to my Yin-Yang Profound Palace to rent a spiritual land and also seek refuge, so what problems are there in the conditions we presented? But you are unbelievably greedy. As soon as you opened that mouth of yours, you demanded half of Yin-Yang Profound Palace's resources. How laughable. Lin Ming scoffed as he derided Xing Zizan. I really admire how thick-skinned you are. Is deceiving the disciples of Divine Phoenix Island also part of the conditions you set for Divine Phoenix Island? After being questioned like that, Xing Zizan could no longer keep calm. He glowered. What an impossible pompous and arrogant junior. You keep spitting out such rude insults. Then, this old man will teach you a lesson as your elder. Humph. With me here, it's not your place to teach my disciples anything, said Mu Yu Huang, stepping in front of Lin Ming. Xing Zizan's cultivation was an entire great boundary higher than Lin Ming. At this time, Mu Yu Huang could no longer bother to be conflicted about her dealings with Yin-Yang Profound Palace. Since Xing Zizan wanted to act, then she naturally had to follow him as the only one in Divine Phoenix Island who had the combat strength of a life-destruction powerhouse. As for Mu Fengxian, although she also had a life-destruction cultivation, her life source was too greatly damaged and now her strength had fallen to that of an ordinary late revolving corps martial artist. In this situation, She had to stand up in order to support those on her side. Lin Ming only needed to look at Mu Yu Huang and Xing Zizan's contrasting auras to instantly perceive that Mu Yu Huang was simply not Xing Zizan's match. Mu Yu Huang had just broken through into life destruction 1 year before, and she hadn't yet consolidated her strength. Her foundation was still shaky. But looking at Xing Zizan, he had already been stranded at the life destruction level for 100 years. Now, his strength was a large cut above Mu Yu Huang. Seeing that Mu Yu Huang was willing to stand up for him even if it meant disgracing herself, Lin Ming felt grateful for her actions. Although Divine Phoenix Island had become increasingly pitiful these last years, losing a massive amount of disciples while their resources rapidly disappeared, and dropping from a peak 4th grade sect to a medium 4th grade sect, one thing that never changed was Mu Yu Huang's character, proud and loyal to a fault. Even if Divine Phoenix Island was suppressed by Yin-Yang Profound Palace from all sides, she would never show weakness in front of others. Lin Ming calmly walked beside Mu Yu Huang and stood side by side with her. With a true essence sound transmission, he told her, "Sect Master, I have confidence in myself." Millimeter? Mu Yu Huang was startled. At that moment, Xing Zizan glared at Mu Yu Huang with contempt and said, "Mu Yu Huang, you really care too much about saving face. You simply relied on medicine to reach life destruction. Your talent isn't even at the saint level. Since you want to die so badly, then allow me to help you. I am your opponent." Lin Ming waved his spear, gripped the shaft with one hand and pointed the shimmering white tip at Xing Zizan's eyes, his aura dominant and forceful. Pointing at someone with the spear point was already a great provocation. Xing Zizan immediately became furious. "You really don't know what it means to die. You are arrogant and you have talent, but arrogant talents often die young. This old man will help you. Since you're a junior, then this old man won't bully the young. If you can force me to use my saber, then it'll count as your win." In Xing Zizan's eyes, he didn't care too much about Lin Ming using that spear energy to wound Elder Sunday. Even if that were his normal strength, Xing Zizan was still confident he could deal with him. Moreover, although Xing Zizan's weapon was a saber, the truth was that he could use his palm as a saber and his strength still wouldn't weaken by too much. What he didn't notice was that when he said these words, a strange look came over Duanmu Kun's face. Lan Xin also faintly smiled, waiting to see the good play about to take place. "Pooh! Old fool, you are far too shameless. At your age, you're already over 30 times older than Lin Ming. Let me accompany you." Mu Yu Huang was afraid that Lin Ming would suffer a loss. She immediately extracted her long sword, ready to fight Xing Zizan. At this time, Mu Qianyu's voice suddenly sounded out in Mu Yu Huang's ear, "Sect Master, Lin Ming is very strong. As long as it's just forcing him to use a weapon, he should be able to do that." Hearing Mu Qianyu's words, Mu Yu Huang was startled. Indeed. Knowing Lin Ming, she could tell that he never acted recklessly. Even though he liked taking on challenges a bit too much, he would only do so if he had confidence in himself. Perhaps he really could force Xing Zizan to use his weapon. If so, then even if Lin Ming couldn't defeat Xing Zizan, it would still be possible with her help. With 2 against 1, it would be more than enough to defeat him. Thinking this, Mu Yu Huang gave one final look at Lin Ming before stepping back. "Humph, since you don't care about your life, then this old man will be rude." Xing Zizan lifted his hands. Even without a saber, his palm saber was still incomparably sharp. As he closed his fingers together, the space around them seemed to tremble. This degree of combat strength. Lin Ming simply didn't place it in his eyes. He felt no threat at all from someone like Xing Zizan, or anyone else there. Within the entire Yin-Yang Profound Palace, the only ones that could possibly endanger Lin Ming would be the Xing couple, the 2 palace masters. Lifting the white spear in his hands, thunder began to flicker atop the shaft. After infusing his spear with his battle spirit and the power of thunder, Lin Ming suddenly thrust out. Chasing thunder. In that instant, the entire courtyard lit up with the radiant light of thunder. A sharp and savage aura recklessly surged forward. Everyone felt as if they had gone blind, their souls completely exposed, as if they were nothing more than common mortals standing in an endless plain of cold snow. Whoosh! Lin Ming's spear shot through space, instantly arriving in front of Xing Zizan. How? Xing Zizan was scared witless. He was about to thrust out his palms when something felt wrong. And sure enough, when his saber energy touched Lin Ming's spear light, it shattered like a pane of glass. Xing Zizan paled. He no longer cared about status and quickly drew a saber from his spatial ring. He fiercely bit down on his tongue, spraying out a mouthful of blood onto the saber and then slashed out. The violent saber energy was like a storm as it rushed outward. Catcher. Sword and spear collided. Xing Zizan's saber was straight out cut in half. What? Xing Zizan couldn't even believe this was real. He had completely forgot his rank and pulled out his weapon, hoping to keep this strike away. But just as he had struck out with his saber, even using blood essence to enhance the blade, his saber had actually been cut in half. In that split second, Xing Zizan hadn't even had time to realize what had happened. After the white spear shattered the saber, its momentum didn't slow at all. Without any ability to respond, Xing Zizan gave a miserable shout as he felt the cool touch of the spear light as it pierced through his chest, blood spraying out from behind. An energy fused with battle spirit savagely poured into Xing Zizan's meridians. It tore his lungs into a mess and even crushed several of his ribs. A crazy shockwave flushed out in all directions, completely blowing away all the walls of the meeting hall and sending every standing structure collapsing to the floor, pulverized into gravel. As for the courtyard, everything had been razed and even the roof had been blown away. Xing Zizan spat out a mouthful of blood. On the right side of his chest, a massive bloody hole appeared, bright red blood gushing out from it. His vision turned black, and he nearly fainted where he stood. Chapter 697, Hall of Flowing Blood. Chapter 697, Hall of Flowing Blood. How could this be? Xing Zizan covered his right chest, the blood thickly flowing through the cracks of his fingers. As he looked at his blood-soaked hands, his eyes filled with panic and disbelief. Xing Zizan had instantly been defeated. Behind Xing Zizan, Xing Yang was shocked speechless. He couldn't bother to figure out how Lin Ming had done this. He just knew that chills were crawling down his back. With Lin Ming's strength, killing him would only take an instant. And before now, Lin Ming had already revealed a thick killing intent against him. This was also natural. If Xing Yang was in Lin Ming's position and someone had thoughts to take his woman, then he too would kill or castrate his enemy. Moreover, Lin Ming, Duanmu Kun, Feng Shen, and Lan Xin all had heaven-step weapons and likely originated from a holy land. In front of a holy land descendant, he was the same as a beggar in front of a rich young lord. For these types of people, killing commoners over things like jealousy or disputes was nothing unusual. It could said that even if Lin Ming killed him, with the absolute suppressive strength from a holy land, there was nothing his parents would be able to do. Thinking of this, Xing Yang was extremely horrified. That impact of energy just now was so amazingly intense that it should have been sensed from the main peak. But could he persist until his parents arrived? If he died because of something like jealousy, then he really would die in an unjustified manner. Capture Mu Qianyu first. This thought suddenly flashed through Xing Yang's mind. He was close to Mu Qianyu, and after Lin Ming used that chasing thunder spear skill to severely wound Xing Zizan just now, he was now several hundred feet away. Xing Yang grit his teeth, a fierce light suddenly bursting out from his eyes. Mu Qianyu's cultivation was only at the early revolving core realm and Xing Yang was at the late revolving core realm. In terms of talent, Xing Yang was above Mu Qianyu, and in terms of strength, he far exceeded her. Quietly, with the slightest movement, he took a step backwards. He sent a true essence sound transmission to the 8 revolving core protectors, then he suddenly launched forward. Mu Qianyu was Lin Ming's lover. Naturally, he would especially care for her safety. As long as he could capture Mu Qianyu, then he wouldn't need to fear being randomly harmed or killed, and he would be able to last until his parents came. Xing Yang was not weak. He was an emperor-level talent with a late revolving core cultivation. He could be said to be a powerhouse that had reached the limits of power beneath the life-destruction realm. Xing Yang's sudden attack surpassed everyone's expectations. Lin Ming, Mu Yuhuang, and everyone else were very far from Mu Qianyu now. Since Xing Yang was the first to move, he naturally held an advantage in speed. "Yue, be careful," Mu Fengxian cried out in alarm. At this time, Mu Fengxian was the closest to Mu Bingyun. Because her life source had been damaged, she had stood far back from the battlefield with Mu Qianyu and Mu Bingyun. Now that she saw Xingyang suddenly rush towards Mu Qianyu, she had no other choice but to block him. In terms of strength, Mu Fengxian was no longer Xingyang's match. But if she could delay him for even just a single breath of time, that was enough for Lin Ming to catch up. However, just as Mu Fengxian made her move, Xingyang's 8 revolving core protector guards also made theirs. Just now they had received Xingyang's true essence sound transmission and were already prepared. The 8 of them had trained together for a very long time and had incomparably tacit understandings with each other. As soon as one moved, all of them moved in unison. These 8 guards all had a cultivation at the mid or late revolving core. If they were able to set down a formation on the battlefield, then they could use this to delay even a first-stage life destruction master for at least 10 breaths of time. 8 saber lights fused into one, cutting towards Mu Fengxian. Right now, Mu Fengxian was only equal to an ordinary late revolving core martial artist. There was no way she would be able to withstand this attack. As Mu Yuhuang saw this, she became full of anxiety. "Honorable Master," Mu Yuhuang was still 70 to 80 feet away from Mu Fengxian. As a first-stage life destruction master, she could quickly cross this distance in a brief moment. However, no matter how fast Mu Yuhuang's steps were, it was still impossible for her to respond in time to that saber light. As Mu Yuhuang's feet began to move, the 8 revolving core protector's saber lights had shot in front of Mu Fengxian. At the same time, Xingyang had also appeared in front of Mu Qianyu, his hands reaching out for her soft, jade-white neck. Mu Qianyu had experienced battles both great and small. She did not panic in the least. She revolved all of her true essence to the limit and flew out towards Lin Ming. But the difference in strength was too great, and Xingyang also had the advantage of surprise. In that instant, Xingyang was only a foot away from Mu Qianyu. Xingyang's eyes flashed with brutal light. In order to ensure the absolute success of grabbing her, this hold contained enough strength such that it was certain to injure her. "You want to die." Lin Ming's eyes widened as an unparalleled, pure killing intent flashed in them. His feet pushed off, and then unbelievable scene occurred. He was hundreds of feet away, but distance seemed to lose all meaning beneath Lin Ming's movements. He flash-stepped right to Xingyang's side, the spear in his hand already slamming down into Xingyang's wrist. The heaven-step treasure struck Xingyang's flesh and blood body. Puff! With a light sound, Xingyang's wrist was crushed broken. Arth! With severe pain streaking throughout his body, Xingyang grasped his wrist with a miserable scream as he tumbled away. Lin Ming didn't even bother caring about him. Because behind him, not too far away, Mu Fengxian's sword was about to collide with the saber light of those 8 revolving core protectors. As for Lin Ming, not only was he far away from Mu Fengxian, but he had just used his momentum now to stop Xingyang. In this case, no matter how skilled Lin Ming was in the concept of space, he still wouldn't have enough time to make it. If Mu Fengxian bore the brunt of this attack, at most she would be injured, it wouldn't endanger her life. But Mu Fengxian was already old and had damaged her life source. Even a minor wound now was not a trivial matter. Lin Ming fiercely clenched his teeth and condensed his true essence. With the support of his battle spirit, the Azura force field erupted. A force field was a special existence. In a vacuum without resistance, it traveled at the speed of light. To this force field, a 70 to 80-foot distance held no significance. Bang! Under the fires of Lin Ming's anger, the force field's energy spread out like an unstoppable tsunami. Within the Azura force field, all power was suppressed. This included organs, muscles, bones, true essence, and even the soul. The 8 revolving core protectors were swallowed up by the surging waves of this Azura force field. Immediately, all of them felt as if they had smashed into an invisible brick wall. Lin Ming's strength was in between the first and second stage of life destruction. Now, with the increased power of his battle spirit, his Azura force field was comparable to the original force field within the king's cage. If a weak martial artist were trapped within this force field, they would simply perish on the spot. Although the 8 revolving core protectors had formed a battle array, this battle array's function was only to combine their saber light attacks together. As for this overwhelming force field that came instantly crashing down on them, they had no defense against it at all. Several middle revolving core martial artists couldn't withstand such an immense pressure suddenly weighing down on them. They fell over, gurgling blood. This was just like an ordinary person suddenly appearing on one of the sky spill continent stars where gravity was dozens or even hundreds of times stronger. Their organs, skeleton, dantian, spiritual sea, everything that comprised them would instantly come under a massive wave of pressure several dozen times greater than normal. Pang! A mid-revolving core martial artist's revolving core suddenly shattered, all of the true essence in his body suddenly vanishing. At his side, another mid-revolving core martial artist's heart stopped beating because of the heavy pressure. All of the blood vessels in his body burst apart and blood gushed out of his head. Soon after, for all those revolving core martial artists, whether it was their dantian, heart, or spiritual sea, underneath the immense pressure of the Azura force field, everything began collapsing, instantly killing them all. Even the guard captain was bleeding from his ears. His face was paler than death and his body was limp as he almost fell to the ground. After being devoured into that Azura force field, the battle formation of those 8 revolving core protectors naturally broke. As for that attack that was aimed towards Mu Fengxian, it no longer held any real threat and was easily countered by her. That late revolving core guard captain kneeled on the ground, barely supporting himself with his saber. He bit his lips as he looked at Lin Ming, his eyes full of fear and horror. An uncaring expression remained in Lin Ming's face. A blood-red light flashed in his eyes. The Death God force field erupted. The Death God force field superimposed onto the Azura force field. Although this was simply stacking them together, it was still enough to multiply their strength. The guard captain only felt as if he had fallen into a blood pond from hell, drowning in its bloody waters, the manifested killing intent so thick and pure that it was swallowing him alive. This so-called killing intent was in truth the will and desire of a martial artist to utterly extinguish the life of an enemy. When martial artists desired to kill someone, they would first produce this will within their hearts, thus sending out a thick killing intent. When this killing intent coalesced into material essence, one could directly cut off the life of another without even moving a step. The Azura force field could be said to be a crushing suppression of a martial artist's body, true essence, dantian, energy, and spiritual sea. As for the Death God force field, that was the will to snuff out a martial artist's source of life. If one's will wasn't firm or their cultivation was insufficient, then once enveloped by this Death God force field, they would immediately be killed where they stood. As the guard captain was simultaneously covered by the Death God force field and Azura force field, he vomited a mouthful of blood and his eyes turned white. He crumpled onto the ground, his fate unknown. As Mu Yuhuang and Mu Fengxian saw this, both of them were shocked speechless. Just how was this possible? How had Lin Ming done this? Mu Bingyun also looked at Lin Ming, her indifferent eyes now filling with awe, horror, and complete disbelief. When Lin Ming had sent a late revolving core elder flying back with just a flick of his finger, that was still a movement, and he might have possibly even used his spear energy to wound him. Although it was truly the ability of a monstrous genius, it was still understandable. But just now, Lin Ming had only turned around with death in his eyes, and that entire group of guards had suddenly and inexplicably died. That was a battle array that could withstand a first-stage life-destruction powerhouse for a period of time. This had completely surpassed their understanding. Lin Ming, after seeing this terrifying strength, Mu Fengxian looked at Lin Ming as if she didn't recognize him anymore. This young man had surpassed all reckoning. In just 2.5 years, Lin Ming had actually protected her, whereas she should be protecting him as he was her junior. Not too far away, Duanmu Kun sucked in a deep breath, secretly admiring Lin Ming. Lin Ming's heavenly demon force field had already gained a standard of proficiency at which he could freely use it and control it to a minute degree. In that moment when the force field had erupted like a devastating tsunami, it had instantly killed several revolving core protectors. But as for himself, who had been standing just a few dozen feet away, all he felt was a light breeze without even a hint of suppression. Lin Ming's absolute control of his force field was bewildering. Without a doubt, this was all because of Lin Ming's powerful soul force and also because of his battle spirit. Because he had formed his own battle spirit, Lin Ming's will was exceedingly powerful. The will was in itself a kind of force field, and the battle spirit was a manifestation of that energy. Thus, a battle spirit could easily be fused into the heavenly demon force field, drastically increasing its strength. At this time, the broken-handed Xingyang was still rolling on the ground, crying in pain. Lin Ming sneered, angled his long spear, and slowly walked towards Xingyang. Chapter 698, Threaten. Chapter 698, Threaten. The heaven-step white spear, along with the battle spirit fused into it, just what sort of terrifying smashing strength did it have? From Xingyang's elbow and downwards, his entire arm had been ruined. All of his bones there had been crushed to smithereens and his arm looked like a pile of gooey mud, even the tiles had been shattered by the force. Xingyang held onto his wrist as he howled in excruciating pain. If he had top-quality medicines, then it would still be possible to rejoin his hand. But he would have to slowly readjust in order to restore it to its original level. This would require a large amount of time and would greatly hinder his growth. You will pay for this. Xingyang spat out between clenched teeth as he saw Lin Ming walk towards him. But in truth his heart was quaking with immense fear. He was afraid that Lin Ming would kill him or castrate him on a sudden impulse. It wouldn't be strange for a powerful young lord of a holy land to do so. Seeing Lin Ming near, the aura that Lin Ming exuded gave a deep sense of suppression at Xingyang. Xingyang tried to be angry, but his voice still trembled as he said, "What are you going to do?" The disciples of Divine Phoenix Island are currently within Yin-Yang Profound Palace. If you kill me, then none of them will leave here alive. When Lin Ming heard Xingyang's threat, he merely sneered and raised his spear. Ever since he had experienced the blood slaughter steps for over 2 years, Lin Ming was inevitably affected by the killing aura there, even though his mind was firm. This resulted in a more bloodthirsty and vicious him than previous. Just now, Xingyang had attacked Mu Qianyu, and those 8 other revolving core protectors had jointly attacked Mu Fengxian. In this critical situation, all of the anger and murderous feelings that Lin Ming had been suppressing had suddenly erupted. He hated beyond measure those who attacked people important to him. For this, he was willing to completely unleash his strength and annihilate all of his enemies. This was also the reason that he had suddenly turned hostile against Yin-Yang Profound Palace. Lin Ming, don't be so rash. Mu Qianyu's figure flashed and she appeared in front of Lin Ming. She said to him with a true essence sound transmission, "If you kill some protectors of Yin-Yang Profound Palace, that won't yet place you in an irreconcilable position. But if you kill Xingyang, then this will become an absolute blood feud with Yin-Yang Profound Palace. For better or worse, Yin-Yang Profound Palace is a 5th-grade sect. No matter how strong you are, it's impossible for you to protect everyone at once. Once Xian Wuji leaves his seclusion, it will be dangerous if we don't have some reliable foothold. You are not yet Xian Wuji's match. Also, if news of you leaving leaks and Nanyun Wang or Great Zen Temple finds out, and you also have a deep enmity with Yin-Yang Profound Palace, you will probably be backstabbed by your enemies." Mu Qianyu nervously spoke. Although Nanyun Wang wouldn't engage in some life-or-death battle with Lin Ming just because of some resentment from the past, it would still inevitably lay down in a knot in his heart. If Lin Ming provoked Yin-Yang Profound Palace now, that was the same as simultaneously offending the 4 great influences of the South Sea Demon region, Great Zen Temple, Nanyun Wang, and Yin-Yang Profound Palace. That was the same as Lin Ming becoming enemies with all of the powerful forces near the South Horizon region. How would he still continue living? Even Duanmu Kun joined in with some advice. "Brother Lin, this Xingyang is the child of Yin-Yang Profound Palace's palace master. If you kill him, then Divine Phoenix Island and Yin-Yang Profound Palace will become as irreconcilable as water and fire. We and you might be safe, but there are many Divine Phoenix Island disciples who are at the Hutian realm and Xiantian realm. They will not be in a safe position." After Lin Ming listened to Duanmu Kun's words, he appeared neutral. Suddenly, from a static position, he shot out, his fist crashing into Xingyang's chest. Lin Ming's vibrating true essence poured into Xingyang's meridians, causing Xingyang to vomit a mouthful of blood and his eyeballs to bulge. You. Xingyang pointed a trembling finger at Lin Ming, his mouth flapping like a dying fish even as fear filled his widened eyes. Lin Ming rubbed his spatial ring and took out a pill. With a flick of his finger, it directly shot into Xingyang's mouth. Xingyang wasn't even able to respond before he swallowed this pill. His expression changed, his hue turning pallid as he asked in a panic, "What did you make me eat?" Lin Ming didn't bother responding. This medicine that he just force-fed Xingyang was an energy-scattering pill he had taken from the corpse of an imp high lord. The imps were experts at soul techniques as well as all sorts of alchemical skills and medicines. Their alchemy system was immensely different from those of humans. Finding or creating a cure for this poison would be difficult. This sort of energy-scattering pill was used to make the user's body completely weak and useless. The level wasn't too high. If Xingyang ate this pill in his peak form, it wouldn't have too great an effect. But, if Lin Ming repeatedly cared for Xingyang, making it so that he remained seriously injured, the effects of this pill would be obvious. "Lin Ming, what are you planning on doing?" Mu Yuhuang was worried to death. As soon as Lin Ming met Xingyang, a fierce melee had suddenly broken out and then turned into a group battle. She didn't even have time to dwell on what was happening before a great disaster had occurred. Now it would be difficult for this to end in any good way. Honorable Sect Master, it is too late for me to elaborate in detail. Please have all the disciples pack up their belongings and stand by for further orders. The life destruction elders of Yin-Yang Profound Palace will soon catch up. Pack their belongings? You want to hold Xingyang hostage to leave Yin-Yang Profound Palace? Mu Yuhuang's thin eyebrows shot up. This really was an absurd idea. Currently, Divine Phoenix Island basically didn't have anywhere to go. Nearly all of the available spiritual lands were occupied by other sects. The higher level a spiritual land, the higher grade of people stationed there. Without a spiritual land, Divine Phoenix Island would lose the faith and will of the people. Then it would only be a matter of time before everything fell apart. At this time, she felt several powerful energies quickly approaching. Mu Yuhuang's expression changed. She was worried that Lin Ming would stay here. Still, she first lit a sound-transmitting talisman to spread Lin Ming's orders to everyone. As for Xingyang, who was lying on the ground, as he sensed the energies of those Yin-Yang Profound Palace powerhouses close in, he was overjoyed. The high-level characters had finally arrived. And judging from the fluctuations of these energies, one of them was his mother. He was saved. He was finally saved. Xingyang cried out. As long as his mother arrived, he could be saved. Although his arm was cut off, it could still be joined back together. Thus, as he withstood the pain and mental anguish, he firmly decided to pay back Lin Ming 10 times his due. Thinking of this, Xingyang looked at Lin Ming, his eyes suffusing with a manic hatred. "Boy, you are done for. If you kneel down and beg for mercy, then cut off your hands and legs, I will leave you your cheap life." Xingyang's mind had long fallen into madness and fury. He only wanted to waste Lin Ming now. And the reason he said he would leave Lin Ming his cheap life was to keep him alive after he was crippled with his limbs cut off. And then, in front of Lin Ming, he would wantonly ravage Mu Qianyu and also Mu Bingyun. What revenge was more cruel and depraved than completely crippling a person and then raping their wife in front of them? Just you wait. I will make you experience such suffering that you will bite off your own tongue to commit suicide. All sorts of cruel and insidious thoughts crossed through Xingyang's mind. Lin Ming could also feel this. He coldly glanced at Xingyang, his eyes filling with killing intent. Originally, he hadn't planned on beating Xingyang into this condition. However, because Xingyang had tried to grab Mu Qianyu to make her a hostage, Lin Ming had become incensed. As a result, he had cut off Xingyang's arm, making Xingyang's hatred towards him even deeper. Once hatred reached this degree, it would be extremely difficult to resolve. Lin Ming was also disinclined to fix it. The most simple, direct, and ideal solution would be to eliminate him as soon as he found a chance. But this was not the time. Bang! The other side of the courtyard exploded. Xing Can appeared there, leading a group of 4 old men behind her. The high-speed flight here had stirred up a massive cloud of dust and dirt in the air. Because all the structures here had nearly been destroyed in the previous fight, Xing Can was able to see Xingyang's sorry state. Seeing her own son's hand cut off and the 8 protectors dead on the floor, her face became as cold as the Arctic frost, with killing intent surging outwards from her. Before she had even spoken, Xingyang was already trying to crawl towards her, struggling on the floor as he writhed towards her. Mother, mother, save me. Swish. A cold spear edge suddenly touched Xingyang's neck, drawing a fine line of blood. Xingyang stiffened, no longer daring to crawl any further. Like this, Lin Ming indifferently held his spear down, resting it against Xingyang's cold and pale neck. What do you want? Xing Can's eyes blazed as she looking at Lin Ming, the frostiness in her eyes seeming as if it came from the 9th level of the abyss. Although she was furious, she still noticed many details. The spear in Lin Ming's hand was actually a heaven-step treasure. It was even better than her own weapon. In addition, Xing Zizan had been at the first stage of life destruction for 100 years already. Yet, he had a hole through his chest and was lying prone on the ground, grievously wounded. By all reasoning, the strongest person in Divine Phoenix Island right now was Mu Yu Huang. But, even Mu Yu Huang would absolutely not have the strength to do this. And, looking at the wound on Xing Zizan's chest, it seemed to be from a spear. Had that been done by that boy? Looking at him, he seemed just over 20 years old and his cultivation was at the early revolving core realm. It shouldn't have been possible, but no matter the case, this boy was undoubtedly a top-level genius. One that surpassed even Xingyang. Xing Can's feelings mixed anger and killing intent. If Xingyang didn't have a spear pointed at his neck, then she would have already tried to kill Lin Ming. If she allowed such an extraordinary young elite like Lin Ming freely grow, then in just a few dozen years he would definitely become a terrifying enemy. Don't move. Otherwise, I may tense up and my hands might tremble, Lin Ming calmly said as he kept his spear pointed at Xingyang. In terms of strength, Xing Can had been in the 2nd stage of life destruction for over 100 years. He was likely not her match. But the key issue here was Mu Qianyu, Mu Bingyun, and everyone else. In front of Xing Can, they wouldn't have any ability to resist her. I hate others threatening me the most. Release him now and I will leave you your life. Xing Can drew out the sword from her spatial ring, pointing it straight at Lin Ming. Suddenly, her aura erupted like a billowing tide. If normal revolving core martial artists faced this aura, they would be hard-pressed to move and wouldn't even be able to steady themselves, let alone keep their spear pressed against Xingyang's neck as a threat. However, against this pressure, Lin Ming only felt as if a cool spring breeze had skimmed past his cheek, simply not even feeling it at all. He merely said in a chilling tone, "Move again, and prepare to gather your son's corpse." As Lin Ming spoke, he released an invisible killing intent. This was the Death God force field. Although he wasn't activating it with his full strength, it was still enough for Xing Can to feel as if she had fallen into a bloody pond of hell, leaving her feeling afraid. Even the 2 first-stage life destruction elders and 2 late revolving core elders felt scared. They looking at each other, traces of fear in their eyes. Was this really the aura of an early revolving core martial artist? And just why wasn't he even remotely affected by Xing Can's pressure just now? Who are you? Where did you come from? Xing Can asked with a grimace. She felt as if this situation was becoming complicated. This fellow obviously wanted to stall for time. As for what he was waiting for, she had no idea. I am Lin Ming, from Divine Phoenix Island, Lin Ming calmly replied. He had never planned on hiding his status to begin with, nor could he have. Chapter 699, Traveling Far and Wide, Only to Find It So Easily. Chapter 699, Traveling Far and Wide, Only to Find It So Easily. Lin Ming. You are Lin Ming. Xing Can was stunned as she heard Lin Ming give his name. Then she suddenly recalled everything at once. 2.5 years ago, the South Sea Demon region had desperately searched for a youth called Lin Ming who had shaken the foundations of the South Sea, even posting a massively astronomical reward for him. The reason for this was that Lin Ming had entered into the demon god Imperial Palace with a gaggle of life-destruction old monsters, and then had bizarrely gone missing. The two immeasurably precious treasures of the demon god Imperial Palace had also disappeared along with him. The South Sea Demon region believed it was highly likely that Lin Ming had taken these treasures. But Divine Phoenix Island had announced that Lin Ming had died. Nanyun Wang and Great Zen Temple seemed to think this too, and didn't desire to waste time searching for Lin Ming. Only Xian Wuji had been willing to use an immense amount of manpower and over half a year of time to do so. Finally, after the search was over, nothing had come from it and it had been acknowledged that Lin Ming had truly died. Now, as Xingkan heard this youth suddenly call himself Lin Ming, she thought up a slight possibility. Lin Ming had likely tricked Xian Wuji and all those others in the demon god Imperial Palace those 2.5 years ago. Then he had somehow escaped and found an isolated hiding spot where he had gone into closed-door seclusion for over 2 years, his strength rapidly rising. Thinking of this, Xingkan sucked in a breath of cold air. It was said that Lin Ming had been a peak Hutian martial artist. In front of those old life-destruction monsters, he was nothing more than a little newborn baby. Yet how had managed to capture 2 precious treasures and also safely escape the demon god Imperial Palace? In this mere 2.5 years of time, how did he reach Revolving Core from the peak of Hutian? All sorts of thoughts and scenarios flashed through Xingkan's mind. Currently, this Lin Ming in front of her was an incomparably mysterious existence. He was absolutely not some simple youth. But on the other hand, now that she knew Lin Ming's identity, that meant that he also didn't have any relations with the Holy Land. Thus, she had no need to fear his origin. Lin Minute, I see. Xian Wuji wants to tear you to shreds, and yet you dare to appear before me. You truly love striding to your death. I will warn you one last time. Immediately release my son, otherwise, I won't even let you have a complete corpse left over, and all of the disciples of Divine Phoenix Island will also be buried along with you. Your lover, your family, everyone you ever knew or loved will be sent to the South Sea Demon region. I'm sure that Xian Wuji will be very, very happy to see them. Xingkan's lips curved into a cruel and sinister smile. The unknown enemy was the most fearful. But now she knew Lin Ming's background. Although Lin Ming's talent was extraordinary and he did indeed have some ability, a commoner was still a commoner. Without a powerful background, just what waves could a merely 20-something youth make when facing the millennium-long legacy of a 5th-grade sect? Underneath Lin Ming's spear, Xing Yang felt exceptionally wronged as he heard Lin Ming's identity. If he had known that he was just a little, young disciple of a 4th-grade sect, then he never would have feared him to begin with. If it were a holy son of a holy land who had beaten him into this state, then he would have been able to acknowledge that. After all, against a holy son, he was inferior in background, talent, resources, and tutelage. The holy son's status would also have been much loftier and nobler. If so, then he could accept it. But as for Lin Ming, he was only a commoner of humble origin. To think that some little boy from Divine Phoenix Island had made him into such a mess, Xing Yang felt a fire raging in his soul. Lin Ming. So it was you all along. So you just wanted to show your anger. I have to say that you are an absolute idiot. Because of you, Divine Phoenix Island will no longer obtain the refuge of Yin Yang Profound Palace. On the contrary, Yin Yang Profound Palace will join forces with the South Sea Demon region to completely annihilate Divine Phoenix Island. Your master, your little lover, all of them will die a miserable death because of you. Ha 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 ha. Xing Yang wantonly laughed, his face twisted gruesomely. Only by verbally attacking Lin Ming like this would he be able to soothe his state of mind. You think that with the little strength you have you can fight on behalf of Divine Phoenix Island and obtain more benefits from us? How ridiculous. Because of your stupid approach, Divine Phoenix Island will pay the ultimate price. Lin Ming remained expressionless as Xing Yang spat out these words. But Mu Yuhuang's and Mu Fengxian's complexions became much uglier. What Xing Yang said was true. If Lin Ming could only form a stalemate like this by holding Xing Yang hostage, then that was basically a meaningless action. Sooner or later, Lin Ming would have to admit defeat. Then Yin Yang Profound Palace would certainly chase him down and kill him. Moreover, He had now given Yin-Yang Profound Palace a righteous and valid reason to deal with Divine Phoenix Island. Before this, Yin-Yang Profound Palace could have been considered an orthodox sect. In order to peacefully coexist with the other sects around it, it didn't dare to forcefully plunder all of Divine Phoenix Island's resources. But now, even ravaging them would be justified. If Lin Ming didn't compromise, then he could only continue to take Xingyang hostage and lead all the disciples of Divine Phoenix Island in leaving Yin-Yang Profound Palace. For such a massive group of people, it was simply a dream to think that they could hide from Xingji and Xing Can, whose combined power could compare with a third-stage life-destruction martial artist. Moreover, if they left, then Divine Phoenix Island wouldn't have any place they could settle. Their only choice then would be to dissolve the sect, everyone going their own way. They would either be forced to return home or join some other sect to continue their path of martial arts. If so, then Divine Phoenix Island would be no more. Relative to the anxious and worrying Mu Yuhuang and Mu Fengxian, Lin Ming was actually very calm. He didn't even bother to return Xingyang, instead keep his posture and remaining still, not revealing what he was planning at all. For Xingyang, Lin Ming's silence was nothing but a sign of his fear and signal of defeat. His laugh became increasingly loud and carefree. At this time, it was as if Lin Ming wasn't the one pointing the spear at his neck, but he instead was the one with the spear to Lin Ming's neck. Are you feeling guilty now? Are you planning on taking me hostage and leaving? Does your Divine Phoenix Island have a place to go? Even if it does, can you handle the South Sea Demon region hunting you down? Ha 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 ha. Xingyang taunted, giving vent to all of his pent-up hate and anger. The more miserable Lin Ming became, the more smooth his thoughts would be. Xing Can also stepped forward and coldly warned, immediately release my son and I might only cripple all your martial arts and let you keep your whole corpse. I might even let your Divine Phoenix Island continue staying in Yin-Yang Profound Palace. Otherwise, there won't be a chicken or dog left in Divine Phoenix Island once I'm finished. Xing Can's voice was relentless. No one doubted she had the courage to follow up her words. In terms of the battlefield, Yin-Yang Profound Palace obviously held the upper hand. It was impossible for Lin Ming to continue this stalemate. Xingyang depravedly smiled at Mu Qianyu as he heard his mother issue out this threat. He could see that Mu Qianyu was still a virgin. This was far too perfect. With Lin Ming rousing up so much trouble, it was the same as gifting both Mu sisters to him together. As for the secret techniques of Divine Phoenix Island, they would be successively obtained now. Mu Qianyu frowned as she felt Xingyang's eyes on her, her face filled with absolute loathing and disgust. But, when Xingyang saw Mu Qianyu's expression, he was even happier. Mu Qianyu, I really feel sad for you. You actually ended up liking someone like Lin Ming, a stronger but stupid idiot. If you are willing to serve me with your sister in the future, then perhaps I might allow Divine Phoenix Island some shelter here. As Xingyang thought this, the scene of both women serving him in bed appeared in his mind. Not only would he receive the service of the two talented twin sisters, but he would even be able to make love to them. Xingyang was thoroughly anticipating this, not least that he would also receive the bloodline inheritance from the two Mu sisters. If he weren't afraid of angering Lin Ming and having Lin Ming kill him and drag him down just before Lin Ming's own death, then Xingyang would have already described this dreamlike scene to Lin Ming. But as Xingyang was weaving this beautiful dream in his mind, his eyes suddenly shrank. On the distant horizon, he could see a vague shadow rapidly approaching. It started off the size of a palm, but in the blink of an eye, it was the size of a house. Millimeter? What is that? It wasn't just Xingyang that noticed the shadow on the horizon, but everyone else did too. It was obviously very far away from everyone, but its body already seemed as big as a palace. Because of its terrifying size and its fast-flying speed, all of the surrounding clouds were wiped away. Xing Can and the others were all stunned. This seemed like a massive, deep-sea monster, but they could clearly make out fish-like fins, massive wings, and even the mouth of a whale. What is that thing? Xing Can and the others weren't sure, but Mu Yuhuang's and Mu Fengxian's expressions had already greatly changed. In their entire lives, they would never forget this creature. Its attack had ripped open Divine Phoenix Island's great protective array, destroying the 3,000-year-old inheritance of divine Phoenix Island in a single stroke. Giant Leviathan! Mu Yu Huang shouted out in fright as she reflexively unsheathed her sword, her expression grim. She had already been conditioned to associate this great beast with the attacks of the South Sea Demon region. But, as she thought about it some more, the giant Leviathan had already been conquered by that 30-year-old Divine Kingdom Crown Prince, so why was it coming here at this time? Was this an enemy or a friend? Giant Leviathan? Shinkan's eyebrows shot up. So this is the giant Leviathan. It truly lives up to its name. In these past few years, the giant Leviathan had made too great a name for itself in the South Sea battlefield. In terms of one-on-one combat, the beast was lacking. The giant Leviathan's uniform speed and attacks made it so that it couldn't prevent a second-stage life destruction master from escaping. But, in terms of its ability to destroy a sect, the giant Leviathan could be called an invincible war beast. Even if it were the 5th grade South Sea Demon region, they also didn't have any strength to resist, equally being destroyed by this giant Leviathan. The Divine Kingdom Crown Prince should be riding the giant Leviathan. Why would he come to my Yin-Yang Profound Palace? Shinkan was alarmed. Within the Profound Province, the only 5th grade sect here was the Yin-Yang Profound Palace. The Divine Kingdom Crown Prince was definitely looking for them. Could it be that the Divine Kingdom Crown Prince needs us to help with some matter? As Shinkan thought of this, Shinkan couldn't help but look forwards to this. The Divine Kingdom Crown Prince was indeed strong, but if he wanted to search for something within the Profound Province or handle some other matters, then it would certainly be easier to use some of the local powers. Several days ago, they hadn't been able to make contact with the Divine Kingdom Crown Prince to form a relationship with him. But now, the Divine Kingdom Crown Prince had actually walked right up to their door. If they could establish good relations with this Divine King Crown Prince, the benefits to their Yin-Yang Profound Palace were obvious. To think we've searched so far and wide for nothing, and yet it's so easily found here. As Shinkan thought this, she was prepared to immediately solve the problem that was Lin Ming. If the Divine Kingdom Crown Prince saw what was happening here, then she feared his first impression of them would be greatly damaged. If even the little palace master was captured, how could the Divine Prince still trust their sect? First, several elders should seal up Little Swallow Mountain with an array. Do not let the Divine Kingdom Crown Prince see what is happening here. Shinkan sent a true essence sound transmission to the 4 elders behind her. Currently, solving this problem in a short time was clearly impossible. She could only cover it up first. Chapter 700, Divine Kingdom Crown Prince. Chapter 700, Divine Kingdom Crown Prince. Yes, Palace Master. The 4 great elders quickly laid down a simple array formation. This array formation could easily be broken by the likes of the Divine Kingdom Crown Prince, but he shouldn't do something so impolite to begin with. The 4 elders linked their fingers and waggled them together, forming a series of array symbols that shot forth and formed a massive barrier of light that enveloped the entire Little Swallow Mountain. Lin Ming was a bit confused when he saw this. What were they doing? Shinkan had spoken to the 4 elders with a true essence sound transmission. As such, Lin Ming had absolutely no idea why they were setting up tricks like this. We're good. The 4 elders smiled confidently as they replied with a true essence sound transmission. They had great trust in the speed and the quality of the array formation they had laid. Millimeter, very good. Palace Master Xingji had some business to attend to, so he was away. However, I've already sent out the news about what's happened here right now, so he should be returning soon. This must all be handled to ensure the safety of the little Palace Master. Also, nothing must go wrong with this meeting with the Divine Kingdom Crown Prince. Shinkan quickly told the 4 elders with a true essence sound transmission. But then, her complexion suddenly changed. The giant Leviathan was directly rushing towards Little Swallow Mountain and not the main peak of Yin-Yang Profound Palace. Little Swallow Mountain was only 100 miles away from the main peak of Yin-Yang Profound Mountain. By the time that Shinkan had discovered where the giant Leviathan was heading, with its speed, it had already paused over the skies of Little Swallow Mountain. With a body that was several dozens of miles long, The giant Leviathan gave off a terrifying energy. This was truly a great sense of oppression. Damn! Shinkan panicked. The Divine Kingdom Crown Prince was acting completely contrary to common sense. Little Swallow Mountain was so chaotic right now, how should she clean up this mess? At this moment, Shinkan saw two black-clothed men jump down from the giant Leviathan. Both of them had a cultivation at the first stage of life destruction. Those are the servants of the Divine Kingdom Crown Prince. To have first-stage life destruction martial artists as servants, that is truly worthy of a Divine Kingdom Crown Prince. This was what everyone was thinking. It had to be known that within Yin-Yang Profound Palace, there were only 10 life destruction powerhouses in total. Because there were so few, a majority of the Yin-Yang Profound Palace's elders were substituted by late revolving core martial artists. This was also the reason that the Yin-Yang Profound Palace had been mocked by Lan Xin. Shinkan was about to fly up to meet them, but she suddenly stiffened. She could feel that these two black-clothed old men's auras were mixed with a deep and heavy killing intent. Millimeter? Shinkan was shocked. Could this Divine Kingdom Crown Prince have evil intentions in mind? If so, then they were in trouble. But that shouldn't be right. The Yin-Yang Profound Palace had been careful about its appearance for the last 1,000 years. Even if they had offended one of the 4 divine kingdoms somehow, it still shouldn't be to the level where they would become so violent and murderous. As Shinkan was surprised, unsure of what was happening, she suddenly glimpsed the mark of a demon on the two elders' chest. These black demon heads were surrounded by a flame-like pattern. Were these South Sea Demon Region elders? How was this possible? As Shinkan was startled, she saw that Mu Yu Huang and Mu Fengxian's complexions had completely changed. They both drew out their swords, and their violent reactions confirmed Shinkan's guess. These two were without a doubt South Sea Demon Region elders. Be careful! Mu Yu Huang shouted as she pushed Mu Qianyu and Mu Bingyun behind her. Could the South Sea Demon Region be attacking? They had just suffered a serious defeat, so why would they recklessly attack Yin-Yang Profound Palace? Did Xian Wuji finally leave his seclusion? Mu Yu Huang and Mu Fengxian tightly grasped their swords, their faces pallid. Mu Bingyun was also on full alert. The two South Sea Demon Region elders were extremely fast. They were middle-upper first-stage life destruction powerhouses that had been stranded there for 100 years now. They dove down like hawks, falling straight behind Lin Ming, not even glancing at Mu Yu Huang's sword. Demon 1 and Demon 2 greets Master. The two South Sea Demon Region elders, one left and one right, bowed to Lin Ming, then extracted their weapons and faced Shinkan. Hearing them call Lin Ming Master, everyone besides Duanmu Kun, Lan Xin, and Fengxian were dumbfounded. Even Xingyang's chin nearly fell down. Mu Qianyu understood how strong Lin Ming was, but she didn't know why these two South Sea Demon Region elders would call him Master. These were first-stage life destruction powerhouses. Within the entire Yin-Yang Profound Palace, there were only 10 life destruction martial artists. Even the South Sea Demon Region didn't have that many. Why would they take Lin Ming as their master? What was going on here? Shinkan's eyes widened, her eyelids jumping straight up. The sword in her hand faintly trembled. She was not an idiot. After connecting the dots, she suddenly realized a possibility. You are the Divine Kingdom Crown Prince. These words shocked everyone present. Mu Yu Huang and Mu Fengxian were dazed for a moment before they snapped out of it. Before now, the sudden changes in events had confused them all. They were only worried about how to manage the situation. But now that they thought about it, besides Lin Ming's age, he really did have many similarities with the Divine Kingdom Crown Prince. Mu Fengxian and Mu Yu Huang glanced at each other, disbelief scrawled on their faces. They knew that Lin Ming was a dragon in a pool, but they never thought that the truth would be so exaggerated. They had simply underestimated him far too much. Lin Ming had only left for 2.5 years, but when he returned his cultivation had reached the revolving core realm. With just his strength, he stole away the giant Leviathan, raised the South Sea Demon Region, and was now resisting the Yin-Yang Profound Palace with the giant Leviathan. Mu Bingyun gave Lin Ming a deep look and then glanced at her sister before putting away her sword, not sure what to do. I am a divine kingdom crown prince. Lin Ming asked, slightly puzzled. But soon enough, he was able to deduce just why everyone had assumed this. He didn't show much expression. Instead, he sent out some simple orders to the slave seals of the 2 South Sea Demon Region elders. With these 2 elders, in addition to himself, he wouldn't fear Xing Can even if they fought. Moreover, he also had Xing Yang as his hostage. Lin Ming had originally come to Yin Yang Profound Palace to reunite with Mu Chenyu and the others. He never knew that Yin Yang Profound Palace had been trying to subtly swallow up Divine Phoenix Island and had also forced them into this situation. The giant Leviathan was massive, so he naturally couldn't bring it with him everywhere. When Lin Ming had visited Yin Yang Profound Palace, he had done so with a friendly mindset. Thus, he didn't bring the giant Leviathan here to intimidate Yin Yang Profound Palace, only letting it rest in the deep sea. It was only after he met Mu Chenyu and learned about Divine Phoenix Island's situation did he issue out an order that night, having the giant Leviathan arrive at the Yin Yang Profound Palace. This was why he had stalled for time and had taken Xing Yang hostage to do so. Xing Can grit her teeth, completely unsure of what to do. The sudden changes in events had completely surpassed her every expectation. She thought that everything was in her grasp and that Lin Ming would never be able to escape her reaches, but now that had suddenly changed and her Yin Yang Profound Palace was at an absolute disadvantage. Thinking about this, Xing Can felt her heart twist with bitter regret. If she had known about all this earlier, she wouldn't have dared to try annexing Divine Phoenix Island. Although the giant Leviathan wasn't extraordinary in single combat, it had a near-invincible defense. Under the Divine Sea Realm, it was extremely difficult to cause major damage to it. But, as long as this beast attacked, it would be able to completely destroy Yin Yang Profound Palace's great protective array. At this time, underneath Lin Ming's spear, Xing Yang felt his heart fading away like a dying fire. He had never thought that the Divine Kingdom Crown Prince that he had been doing everything to form a friendly relationship with, was actually Lin Ming. Heavens, were you playing with me? What do you want? Xing Can asked in a low voice. Under the immense pressure of the giant Leviathan, she had no choice but to capitulate. Lin Ming said, "First, return the vermilion birds. Second, all Yin Yang Profound Palace disciples that violated the disciples of Divine Phoenix Island will be turned over for punishment. Third, hand over 1/3 of the fire attribute medicines and spirit earth from your medicine garden to help the vermilion birds restore their blood essence." Lin Ming unhurriedly spoke his request. "You want 1/3 of our medicine garden? You think this is a dream or something?" Xing Can's eyes flashed with a cold light, a caustic expression on her face. From Lin Ming's 3 requests, the most she could agree with was the first. For the second, at most, they would punish their disciples in place of Divine Phoenix Island. But, the third was absolutely impossible. "My conditions will not change. If you don't agree, then I will take them myself," Lin Ming said in a low voice. "Ha ha ha." Xing Can laughed furiously. "Who do you think you are? Do you really think you are a Divine Kingdom Crown Prince? Very well. It's true that I'm afraid of the giant Leviathan, but don't think that you're invincible just because you have that beast. The giant Leviathan can deal with our Yin Yang Profound Palace, but it cannot harm me or my husband. Also, do not forget that behind you are 1,000 more Divine Phoenix Island disciples. If you use the giant Leviathan to attack my Yin Yang Profound Palace, then I will join forces with the South Sea Demon Region to annihilate Divine Phoenix Island. I want to see just where in this wide world will you be able to take shelter." Xing Can's aura exploded as she spoke. She was a palace master and also had a strong character. She never liked succumbing to the threats of others, especially threats as excessive and ridiculous as Lin Ming's. She estimated that Lin Ming's weakness was the 1,000 disciples of Divine Phoenix Island. If these people left Yin Yang Profound Palace, there was simply nowhere for them to go. Moreover, it would be extremely easy to attack them. It was impossible for Lin Ming to guard them day in and day out. Lin Ming sneered, "I gave you a chance. Since you did not cherish it, then don't blame me." As Lin Ming spoke, the giant Leviathan suddenly opened its massive maw, issuing forth a long and rumbling roar like a thunderstorm spreading over the entire horizon. From the giant leviathan's mouth, countless tentacles fell down like limitless pythons snaking down from the sky. Shinkan paled. "What are you doing?" She subconsciously thought that Lin Ming was about to fight. Although her words were tough, the truth was that she was afraid. If she truly did fight with Lin Ming until the bitter end, then that meant both sides would perish. If she completely destroyed Divine Phoenix Island here, then her yin-yang profound palace would also be buried along with them. Once Lin Ming turned crazy, she had no idea how this would end. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Over 1,000 tentacles soared down into the back mountains of Little Swallow Mountain. This was where the disciples of the Divine Phoenix Island live. "Sect Master, please tell the others not to panic." "Ah!" Mu Yu Huang was startled. She faintly guessed just what Lin Ming was planning to do. Before this mess started, Lin Ming had her tell all the disciples to pack up their belongings, obviously to leave Yin-Yang Profound Palace. Could it be? Mu Yu Huang didn't question him any further. She immediately lit a sound-transmitting talisman. Quickly, under the direction of Lin Ming's soul force, each of those tentacles would wrap around a Divine Phoenix Island disciple and pulling them into its mouth. There were more than 10 dimensions within the giant Leviathan, each one of these containing a space. Some of these dimensions were extremely large. Combined together, it was more than enough to accommodate 1,000 Divine Phoenix Island disciples. And, most importantly, the giant Leviathan was a great beast that could swallow heaven and earth origin energy. A single gulp could suck in all the heaven and earth origin energy in the surrounding 100 miles. It could be said that the space within the giant Leviathan was a natural spiritual land. Moreover, the grade was extremely high. It was more than enough for the disciples of Divine Phoenix Island to cultivate with. Chapter 701. Come, let's go and pick them up. Chapter 701. Come, let's go and pick them up. After this fallout with Yin-Yang Profound Palace, Lin Ming no longer planned to stay here. Entering the giant Leviathan's body was the safest. Moreover, it could ascend into the heavens or descend into the seas, unassailable wherever it went. Shinkan felt weak in her heart. She could faintly guess what Lin Ming was doing. Once Lin Ming was freed from his constraints, what else could she use to fight him with? In front of the giant Leviathan, their yin-yang profound palace was nothing more than an egg. Taking the treasure sword in her hand, Shinkan quietly took a step forwards. "I said not to move." Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up and his right hand sank a little bit. The spear point immediately pierced into Xingyang's neck, resting against his bones as more blood poured out. "Mother, save me." At this time, Xingyang was miserable and his suffering was beyond compare. His confidence had been completely ruined by Lin Ming. From the very start, he had been suppressed by Lin Ming. Finally, he had lost in strength and deterrent ability and all other aspects. Now, he was nothing more than a chicken in Lin Ming's hands. As long as Lin Ming wanted to, then his life would instantly end. Shinkan's eyes widened as she glared at Lin Ming with hatred. Yet, there was nothing she could do. She could only watch helplessly as Lin Ming calmly took away all the disciples of Divine Phoenix Island, not even leaving behind any of their possessions. Even Mu Qianyu's cabin was brought along, surrounded with energy before being leisurely sucked up. Moving everything together, including residences, was the most thorough and stable form of migration. "You, Sect Master, please head up too." Lin Ming held his spear, speaking without turning back to glance at Mu Yu Huang. As Mu Yu Huang looked at Lin Ming's back, her eyes jumped up. This situation, which she had thought was impossible to recover from, actually had such a bizarre change. Lin Ming obviously had a path to escape this place, otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to face Yin-Yang Profound Palace. Several tentacles shot down and floated atop the ground, the ends flattened. Mu Yu Huang, Mu Bingyun, Duan Mu Kun, and the rest all calmly stepped onto these tentacles before the tentacles rapidly drew back upwards. After everyone safely left, Lin Ming kicked up Xingyang and held him up by his robe with his spear, his toes hanging off the ground. Then, he flew towards the giant Leviathan. When Xing Can saw this, she was furious. Lin Ming, what are you doing? I let you leave already, so why haven't you released my son? You let me leave? How ridiculous. Lin Ming sneered, I already said before that I gave you the chance to choose. But, since you did not cherish that chance, now, I must apologize, because I have changed my mind. As Lin Ming spoke, his right hand suddenly arrived at Xingyang's back, smashing into him. Peng! Vibrating true essence galloped into Xingyang's body, recklessly destroying him from within. Xingyang vomited a mouthful of blood before flying backwards. This strike of Lin Ming's was a simplified version of the pulse-cutting palm. It wasn't as ruthless or as cruel as the full version. This would at most ruin Xingyang's road of martial arts. Not to mention, Xingyang's heart of martial arts was already ruined by Lin Ming. From this point on, his thoughts would never be able to flow freely, and this would hinder the true essence circulation in his meridians and dantian. This knot would be like a stone, continuously hindering Xingyang's cultivation. This was the so-called heart sickness or heart demon. It could be said that Xingyang's road of martial arts was basically wasted. In the future, even breaking through to the first stage of life destruction would be questionable, let alone becoming a peerless emperor. This was the effect that Lin Ming desired. Younger, Xing Can's heart blazed with fury. However, in front of the giant Leviathan, she had no choice but to tolerate this insult. She flew up into the air to catch Xingyang. In the end, Lin Ming didn't kill Xingyang, nor did he completely waste away his martial arts. The threat he used to compel Xing Can and Yin-Yang Profound Palace was the giant Leviathan. As long as the giant Leviathan attacked, then it could raise the entire Yin-Yang Profound Palace to the ground in just an incense stick of time. But Lin Ming couldn't guarantee that Xing Can wouldn't turn into the violent incarnation of a crazy mother after Xingyang died. If a woman went crazy, then anything was possible. At that time, if she really decided to abandon Yin-Yang Profound Palace and chase him down to kill him, then things would become rather difficult. The giant Leviathan was relatively poor in single combat after all. Although its attacks were powerful, it wasn't flexible enough. It simply couldn't strike a high-leveled life-destruction powerhouse. Moreover, Xing Can was actually very strong. If she joined forces with her husband, the two of them together could contend with a third-stage life-destruction powerhouse. Thus, Lin Ming didn't use the complete pulse-cutting palm and also allowed Xingyang to keep his life. As for partly ruining Xingyang's meridians, there would always be hope that he could be healed. This would be enough to distract them. As long as he didn't touch Xing Can's bottom line, then Xing Can wouldn't succumb to madness and join the South Sea Demon region to attack them. Lin Ming had already flown towards the stomach of the giant Leviathan. Under his deliberate control, Mu Qianyu and Mu Yu Huang hadn't entered the giant Leviathan's dimension yet. Yue, Sect Master, can you feel Little Flame and Fireshine's energy? These were the names of the vermilion birds that were taken away. As Mu Qianyu and Mu Yu Huang's life's vermilion birds, they naturally had a connection to each other. Yes, I can. Mu Qianyu quickly replied. Come, let's go and pick them up. Lin Ming calmly said. His words carried an indescribable confidence and an absolutely domineering aura. This was not to steal or to take, but to pick up. This was the confidence brought about by absolute power. Hearing Lin Ming say this, Mu Qianyu nearly cried a storm of tears. Ever since Little Flame was taken away, she had berated herself constantly, falling into an abyss of guilt. These past months, she had thought of reuniting with her life's vermilion bird even in her dreams. But she didn't have the ability to do so. She hadn't even dared to raise this thought for fear that she would place Mu Fengxian in an awkward position. For the interests of the sect, she had to sacrifice her kind and innocent Little Flame. This was like a knife that had twisted itself into Mu Qianyu's heart, making it hard to even sleep at night. But this pain, this guilt, all of these tangled feelings together, with just a simple "come, let's go and pick them up" from Lin Ming, all of it had faded away. Thinking that she would finally be able to see Little Flame again, Mu Qianyu couldn't stop her tears from falling. Thank you so much, Lin Ming, thank you. Mu Qianyu tightly hugged Lin Ming, repeating herself over and over again. As she clung to his shoulders, she felt an inexplicable sense of peace. Even Mu Yu Huang's eyes were wet. There was no need to mention her beloved Fire Shine, who had accompanied her for hundreds of years. The greatest pressure she felt came from the loss of the Divine Phoenix Island. Divine Phoenix Island, with its 3,000 years of history and inheritance, had suddenly been destroyed in her generation. No matter what the reason was, no matter how powerful her enemies had been, this didn't change the fact that the sect had fallen when she was in charge. If she died, she would not have the face to greet the ancestors of Divine Phoenix Island. This entire time, Mu Yu Huang had withstood the pressure of this great burden. But now, because of Lin Ming, all of this pressure began to dissipate like mere smoke. She was glad that she had received Lin Ming as her disciple. Placing her full support behind Lin Ming was the wisest and greatest decision she had made in her entire life. Let's go. Between us, there is no need to give thanks. Lin Ming bent down and whispered into Mu Qianyu's ears. Then, he held her hand and flew towards the giant Leviathan's fins. Standing on one of the giant Leviathan's wide fins, Lin Ming held onto the white spear with one hand and grasped Mu Qianyu's hand with the other. He ordered the giant Leviathan to fly towards the main peak of Yin-Yang Profound Palace. As the incoming winds blew against Lin Ming, it sent his long hair flying in the air, recklessly waving around. His black clothes flapped around. His figure was straight as he proudly held his long spear. Standing atop a massive sea beast dozens of miles long, he surveyed the world underneath him. An inexplicably heroic spirit emanated from him, as if he was saying that at this moment, he was the king of all heaven and earth. At this time, Mu Qianyu was quietly standing behind Lin Ming. As she saw her beloved Lin Ming's handsome face and valiant profile, her heart brimmed with a surge of emotions. She had never felt this satisfied before. She now knew what this feeling was: absolute bliss. Little Swallow Mountain was 100 miles away from Yin-Yang Profound Palace's main peak. To the giant Leviathan, this only took a brief moment to cross. At this time, Xing Can was still stationed at Little Swallow Mountain as she helped her son heal his wounds. After having his arm cut off, the sooner it was reattached, the less negative side effects there would be. But Lin Ming's spear had contained the power of a battle spirit. Xing Yang's right hand had been smashed into a mess, and the bones of his hand were nearly completely broken into pieces. Thus, reattaching his hand and fixing it was filled with difficulties. In addition, Lin Ming had struck Xing Yang with a simplified version of the pulse-cutting palm. This tore Xing Yang's meridians to pieces, making it so that healing him was that much more difficult. After Xing Can caught Xing Yang, her every thought was placed on her son's body. She only wanted to help him heal up faster. It was only a good while later before she suddenly discovered that Lin Ming had ridden the giant Leviathan and was flying it towards Yin-Yang Profound Palace. Xing Can froze for a moment. Then, she suddenly understood Lin Ming's intentions. Shocked, she quickly lit a sound-transmitting talisman. At this time, in front of Lin Ming, there were 7 to 8 black-clothed elders. Their cultivation were all at the mid and late revolving core. They were directly blocking Lin Ming's path. This was their sect, so how could they allow such a massive monster to approach it so closely? They did not recognize the giant Leviathan, but they were absolutely aware that there was nothing they could do to stop such a horrifying fellow. Even though it pained their hearts and made them clench their teeth, they at least had to ask what this other party was approaching for. Behind them, a giant barrier of light rose dozens of miles wide. This was their Yin-Yang Profound Palace's great protective array. This fellow martial arts cultivator, why do you come to my Yin-Yang Profound Palace? The leader of the black-clothed elders politely asked. This was only because he was absolutely terrified of the giant Leviathan. If it were a common nobody, there was no way he would have been so polite. Just as he spoke, a flame suddenly shined in front of the black-clothed elder. It was a short message from Xing Can. Hurry and open the array. To have her home front destroyed and robbed by others, and now actually having to freely open her doors too, the mortification and vexation Xing Can felt could be imagined. Lin Ming didn't hear the contents of this sound-transmitting talisman, nor could he bother with these people. He faintly ordered the giant Leviathan. Blow it up. Who dash? With Lin Ming's order, All of the heaven and earth origin energy in the surrounding 100 miles was sucked towards the giant Leviathan, like seawater rushing into a massive whirlpool. Because of Yin-Yang Profound Palace's spirit vein, the heaven and earth origin energy here was incomparably rich. As soon as the giant Leviathan started sucking up energy, the energy of the land seemed like it was instantly reduced, wilting away. The leading black-clothed elder's complexion completely changed. Wait a second. The palace master has already given the order. We will immediately open the array. The black-clothed elder was able to faintly guess just what this colossal beast was. If it was true, then it could mow down even 100 yin-yang profound palaces. This sort of creature absolutely made one's scalp tingle with fear. Chapter 702, Xingji arrives. Chapter 702, Xingji arrives. The youth that stood atop the giant Leviathan didn't have too high a cultivation, but when the black-clothed elder looked at the monster that was beneath his feet, he couldn't conjure the least bit of resistance. Moreover, based on the circumstances, the black-clothed elder highly suspected that this youth in front of him was the Divine Kingdom Crown Prince that had been making such an uproar for nearly the entire last month. Or at least a subordinate of the Divine Kingdom Crown Prince. Isn't that Mu Qianyu and Mu Yuhuang? The black-clothed elder saw the two red-dressed women beside Lin Ming and gulped. He could feel a strange nagging sensation at the back of his mind. How could Divine Phoenix Island possibly be together with the Divine Kingdom Crown Prince? And from their appearance, they were obviously close to each other. Upon seeing the massive amount of energy condensing within the giant Leviathan's body, the black-clothed elder quickly said, "Great expert, mercy." Then he quickly turned to the two middle revolving core protectors at his side and roared out. "What are you two doing? Hurry up." To the giant Leviathan, the Yin-Yang Profound Palace's great protective array was no different from paper. If they opened the array too late, then the entire thing would be completed broken by the giant Leviathan. That would require an unthinkable amount of resources to restore. The two middle revolving core protectors froze for a moment before quickly flying out, shooting forwards like arrows. In a short time, the entire array formation began to tremble. The barrier shield around the Yin-Yang Profound Palace slowly faded away. Standing atop the giant Leviathan, Lin Ming calmly entered within. The black-clothed elder's face was bitter as he saw this. He didn't know what they had done or when Yin-Yang Profound Palace had managed to offend such an evil star. "Lin Ming, I can feel Little Flame's energy from the southeast section of Yin-Yang Profound Palace." Mu Qianyu said from behind Lin Ming. "Okay." Lin Ming ordered the giant Leviathan to turn. The several dozens of miles-long giant Leviathan was nearly able to cover the entire Yin-Yang Profound Palace. Seeing this massive monster block out the heavens, all the martial artists within Yin-Yang Profound Palace stopped what they were doing and looked towards the skies with bewildered expressions. They were shocked, speechless. Just what the hell was that thing? The South Sea Demon region was over 1,000,000 miles away from Yin-Yang Profound Palace. Although the giant Leviathan had become infamous even this far out, the martial artists of Yin-Yang Profound Palace had never seen it before, thus they couldn't recognize it. They all came out of their residences and training areas, flabbergasted as they stared at the massive titan floating in the sky with absolute dismay. The giant Leviathan's terrifying aspect laid in its great size. Its thick and oily skin was more than thousands of feet thick. Let alone how tough this skin was, even ordinary rock that thick would have been difficult to break open. Thus, the giant Leviathan's defense was nearly impenetrable by any martial artist below the Divine Sea realm. As for its striking power, there was no need to elaborate on it. The massive figure didn't even need to use its energy attack. As long as it was allowed to free fall, it would be able to flatten the entire Yin-Yang Profound Palace. "It's that building over there." Mu Qianyu rapidly spoke as she pointed at a red tower 30 miles away. She could feel Little Flame's energy coming from over there. In that great hall within that red tower, Little Flame and Fireshine were cowering, their neck and feet locked by red chains. During these past months, the two vermilion birds had constantly suffered from having blood drawn out from them, and now they were weakly crawling on the ground, their large red eyes bleak and filled with utter sadness. The vermilion birds were intelligent creatures, they clearly knew what destiny awaited them. Beside the vermilion birds, two old red-robed alchemists had squat down near the vermilion birds' feet. They used a small silver dagger to cut open the legs of the vermilion birds, allowing the thick red blood to flow out, capturing the blood in small jade bottles. What they took was blood, not blood essence. A vermilion bird had a limited amount of blood essence. Naturally, they couldn't randomly take it. But, even if it was blood, taking it every single day still slowly consumed the vermilion bird's vitality and essence energy. However, the two vermilion birds seemed to understand that resistance was meaningless. They let the two red-robed old men draw their blood, lying there motionlessly as if they had already died. In order for the alchemists to use the blood for research, they needed to have vermilion bird blood that was brimming with blood vitality. Thus, Yin-Yang Profound Palace had force-fed the vermilion birds blood poison pills to stimulate their bloodline potential. This sort of blood poison pill would certainly reduce the fires of the vermilion birds' lives, shortening their lifespans even further. Of course, these alchemists never took these effects into consideration. The red-robed alchemists chuckled as fresh blood streamed into the jade bottles. Just when they were about to put away the bottles, the half-dead little flame suddenly shook its head as if it were shocked by something. The two vermilion birds raised their heads, their bright and innocent eyes filled with a glimmer of hesitant hope and excitement. What are they doing? The red-robed alchemist frowned, not understanding the situation. Little Flame suddenly beat its wings as it tried to stand up. As it flapped its wings about, it directly caused the jade bottle of blood in the alchemist's hands to fall down. F***CK. The red-robed alchemist was furious. He took out a thick whip from his waist and struck Little Flame with it. With a loud snapping sound, Little Flame's body fiercely trembled. After several months of torture, the vermilion bird was weakened to the point where it could not withstand such a cruel beating. A blood wound appeared and several red feathers were whipped off. But, Little Flame bit its beak together, not making a single sound. Its eyes were full of wondrous hope as it looked outside of the hall. It could feel Mu Qianyu's energy approaching. This caused Little Flame's breathing to quicken, its big red eyes glowing with tears. At that moment, a voice echoed in its mind. "Don't move. Little Flame, I'll save you. Pa Tilda." Another whip slashed against Little Flame's body, opening its skin even more. "Get on the floor. Didn't you hear me?" The red-robed alchemist angrily said. In order to draw out Little Flame's blood, he needed the bird to lie on the ground. However, Little Flame only trembled, but it still struggled to stand with all its energy. It raised its head, waiting to greet its master. Little Flame didn't want to see Mu Qianyu in a distressed state where it seemed half dead. "You stupid bird. Are you dumb or something?" The red-robed alchemist's whip came striking down again. Vermilion birds could understand his words. But, even under this constant pain and intimidation, Little Flame simply didn't listen to him. "Lin Ming, please, faster, Little Flame is under attack." Mu Qianyu covered her mouth, tears running down her eyes. She and Little Flame were connected to each other, she could feel everything that was happening to it. "Understood." Lin Ming's voice was ice-cold as his eyes filled with rage. 30 miles was only 1/3 of the length of the giant Leviathan. "Lift up that tower," Lin Ming ruthlessly ordered. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 5 thick tentacles shot out towards the red tower. As they approached, a barrier of light appeared around the tower. This was the tower's defensive array formation. Seeing this light, Lin Ming wasn't surprised. He ordered, "Rip it open." Bang! Underneath the forceful impact of 5 tentacles, the defensive array was torn apart and the tower shook. Just as the alchemist was about to strike out with his whip again, he paused. "Millimeter? What happened?" He looked up with a dazed expression, and then a horrifying scene occurred. The red tower's roof suddenly split apart. It wasn't just the roof, but the walls, floor, load-bearing beams, everything was being torn apart. Several large black tentacles crashed inside as the entire tower was torn in half. "What is that?" The two red-robed alchemists paled. Their cultivations were at the early revolving core and extreme Xiantian. Underneath these massive tentacles, they were no different from little rats in front of a giant snake. They had no ability to resist. Run! The two red-robed alchemists reacted fairly fast. But, just as they turned to run away, tentacles already ripped through the floor and smashed into them. Ah! Ah! With two miserable cries, the two red-robed alchemists' chests were directly crushed flat, all of their organs turning to goo. Against these two people, Lin Ming didn't show the slightest bit of mercy. Since he had already killed 8 people here, he didn't mind killing another 2. Little Flame. As soon as the tentacles ripped open the roof, Mu Chenyu was able to see Little Flame's injured appearance. Little Flame's entire body was covered with scars and blood, and the fires of its life were only 1/3 of what they were at its peak. Mu Chenyu felt weak, like someone had twisted a knife in her heart. Without waiting for the tentacles to wrap around Little Flame, Mu Chenyu rushed towards it. She clung to Little Flame's neck, her tears soaking its faded feathers. Squawk, squawk. Little Flame cried out in a soft voice. Its large red eyes were wet and its body shook as it gently covered Mu Chenyu with its wing. This was how Little Flame expressed its love and joy at seeing Mu Chenyu at last, all of the pent-up emotions that had suddenly come swelling up. Lin Ming and Mu Yuhuang also fell down at this time. As Mu Yuhuang saw Fireshine's appearance, her eyes reddened with tears. However, she was much more composed and restrained than Mu Chenyu was. She walked forwards and gently touched Fireshine's head. Let's go up. I will settle Little Flame's debt with Yin-Yang Profound Palace. As Lin Ming spoke, several tentacles formed a lotus-like throne in front of them. By stepping onto this, they could quickly enter the dimension within the giant Leviathan. Yua, Sect Master, please enter into the giant Leviathan's dimension first. I have a matter I must finish first. Millimeter? What do you plan on doing? Mu Yuhuang asked. Collect interest from Yin-Yang Profound Palace. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light as he spoke. This caused Mu Yuhuang's eyes to jump up. She wanted to give a few words of advice and tell him not to go too far. But after thinking about it some more, she didn't say anything. For these past years, Lin Ming had always handled affairs accordingly and with absolute confidence. Even if it seemed impossible, he still managed to accomplish it somehow. Thus, there was no need to say anything more. She only told him to be careful of Yin-Yang Profound Palace's palace masters and then stepped into the giant Leviathan's dimension with Mu Chenyu and the 2 vermilion birds. Lin Ming stood on the giant Leviathan's fin and ordered it to fly towards Yin-Yang Profound Palace's medicine garden. Hehe, little boy, you want to rob Yin-Yang Profound Palace's medicine garden? I like this. Hoo hoo ha ha ha. Demonshine's maliciously playful voice sounded out in Lin Ming's mind. Millimeter, Lin Ming nodded. In fact, he had an idea. Since the heaven and earth origin energy was so rich within the giant Leviathan, then why didn't he simply build up his own medicine garden within the giant Leviathan? He could raise some spirit plants and spirit grass to pave his way to becoming an alchemist later. As Lin Ming thought of this idea, his eyes suddenly widened. He discovered that several dozen miles away, a streak of light was racing across the horizon at an extremely high speed. Although this light was very far away, Lin Ming could determine that this incoming master was a second-stage life-destruction powerhouse. Yin-Yang Profound Palace only had 2 second-stage life-destruction powerhouses, Xingji and Xingcan. Xingcan was still at Little Swallow Mountain. Thus, this streak of light that was approaching from the opposite direction could only be the other palace master of Yin-Yang Profound Palace, and also Xingyang's father, Xingji. Chapter 703, Xingji, who nearly vomited blood. Chapter 703, Xingji, who nearly vomited blood. Before this, Xingji had left for some errands, and had not returned until now. At the time that Xingji returned to Yin-Yang Profound Palace, Lin Ming had already directed the giant Leviathan above the skies of Yin-Yang Profound Palace's medicine garden. Yin-Yang Profound Palace's medicine garden had its own guardians. As these guardians saw the giant Leviathan in the skies, its vast body which caused dark clouds to twist in the heavens, all of them gulped, before bracing themselves as they flew up. Just who do you think you are, you, that you dare break into my profound palace's private ground? A late revolving core elder gathered up the courage to say. Just now he had witnessed the two alchemists in the tower instantly ripped in half by the giant Leviathan's tentacles, dying a cruel and horrible death. If it weren't for Palace Master Xingji catching up right behind them, then he would have probably turned around and fled. Out of my way, Lin Ming commanded. With the support of the giant Leviathan, his voice was like a tsunami that spread out in all directions, echoing between the heavens and the earth. The several revolving core elders were shaken up by this voice and nearly spat out mouthful of blood. This was the disparity of absolute strength. Knowing that they were just eggs waiting to be smashed against a stone, the several elders could only draw back with pale faces. Lin Ming controlled the giant Leviathan and sent out hundreds of tentacles that fluttered about like mystical snakes. His plan was to directly scoop out the medicine garden. Although the origin energy within the giant Leviathan's dimension was rich, it was actually short on soil for medicinal plants to grow in. There were very stringent requirements for soil suited for medicinal plants. It had to be innervated over hundreds or thousands of years with rich origin energy before becoming spiritual earth that was able to grow medicinal plants. Thus, Lin Ming decided the best choice for soil at the moment was Yin-Yang Profound Palace's own medicine garden. After digging up Yin-Yang Profound Palace's spiritual earth, in addition to the South Sea Demon region's spiritual earth, he could use this to form a medicinal garden within the giant Leviathan. This way, being able to shift it around would also be very convenient. Moreover, as he gathered more and more medicinal herbs, they would be able to naturally emit heaven and earth origin energy. This would cause the spiritual earth of the medicine garden to grow much more rich and potent. Ho ho, boy, that Xingji is looking at you. Look at his eyes, you can see he's angry. Ha ha, how funny. Demon Shine cackled as he tried to stir things up. At this moment, Xingji was only 7 to 8 miles away from Lin Ming. Doesn't matter. I'll shatter the medicine garden's protection first. Lin Ming completely ignored Xingji and commanded the giant Leviathan to attack. Instantly, dozens of tentacles lashed out like massive whips. Bang! With an explosive sound, tentacles smashed into the medicine garden's protective array. Like an egg being struck by a hammer, the protective array instantly burst apart. More and more tentacles appeared until there were over 200 in total. They completely circled the medicine garden, digging 100 feet into the ground. Then, they began to pull it up from the center. Lin Ming planned to use the tentacles to completely dig up the earth and drag away the whole medicine garden. Lin Ming, if you dare to take away my profound palace's medicine garden today, then I swear I will kill off your divine Phoenix Island today. You will regret everything you've done here. Xingji roared, his eyes red with rage. After receiving Xing Can's sound-transmitting talisman, he already understood everything that happened. Until now, Lin Ming had only killed several revolving core protectors of the Yin-Yang Profound Palace. This was still a loss he could bear. But now, as the palace master of Yin-Yang Profound Palace, if he had to look on helplessly as Lin Ming stole away their entire medicine garden, then his lungs would probably blow up with rage. This wasn't just about losing the medicine garden, but more so a matter of allowing someone to freely beat up his face. If this matter spread out in the future, that Yin-Yang Profound Palace, a dignified 5th grade sect, allowed a 20-some-year-old boy to completely take away their medicine garden, then they would become the laughingstock in the entire martial arts world. They would be the greatest joke underneath the heavens. How could he tolerate this? Kill off my divine Phoenix Island? Lin Ming indifferently looked at Palace Master Xingji from within the giant Leviathan's dimension. In my life, my principles have never changed. If someone gives me 1 foot of respect, then I shall give them 10 feet of respect. If someone punches me, then I will stab them with 3 sabers. Whoever dares to harm my friends and family, then I shall annihilate 9 generations of their entire family. Xingji, you can do whatever it is you want, but I can promise you that if you dare, I will henceforth wipe off the entire Yin-Yang Profound Palace along with your family from this world. As Li Ming spoke, his voice was as chilling as the 9 nether abyss. No one suspected whether or not Lin Ming would follow up on his words. Not only that, but he had the ability to do so. Xingji's voice caught in his throat and his momentum was suddenly reduced by half. He truly didn't dare to recklessly bet everything against Lin Ming unless he was absolutely sure he could kill Lin Ming here. Otherwise, Lin Ming's future potential was limitless. Completely exterminating Yin-Yang Profound Palace wouldn't be difficult at all. In fact, he already had that ability right now. Lin Ming, you have gone too far. Gone too far. Humph. Xingji, you know in your heart just how you've treated Divine Phoenix Island these past few months. Even so, I've only wounded Xingyang but haven't killed him. I gave a chance for your wife to negotiate, but she decided to give up this chance. So don't blame me for taking away your medicine garden, because this is only interest. Taking away the medicine garden was only interest. Hearing Lin Ming's abusive and brazen words, Xingji nearly convulsed in anger. This medicine garden had been built over thousands of years with the accumulated resources of the Yin-Yang Profound Palace. It was especially rich in fire and water attribute heavenly treasures. Yet Lin Ming actually called this only interest. If he weren't forced to the end of the line, then he really would want to tear Lin Ming to pieces with his bare hands. But now, with the giant Leviathan right in front of him, he had no choice but to endure this insult. He humbly said, Lin Ming, I apologize for all the wrongs that have been done to Divine Phoenix Island. Give this old man some face and stop things here. For someone like Xingji, who was famous and also honored everywhere, admitting defeat could be said to be a very big concession. But Lin Ming frankly didn't care about this. Give you face? Stupid. Who cares about your face? How much is your face worth? When my Divine Phoenix Island was in a weaker position and was being bullied and suppressed from all directions, when did you give my master any face? Now that you lot have been suppressed by my strength, I have to care about your face and your Yin-Yang Profound Palace's face? Do you think I'm that cheap? Your face is that valuable, and yet my master's face isn't even worth some broken grass. Lin Ming relentlessly refuted all of Xingji's thoughts, making him incensed with anger. In Xingji's opinion, he had already dropped his dignity as a 5th-grade sect sovereign and had apologized. To him, this was a massive concession. And yet, Lin Ming had simply mocked him. Lin Ming also no longer bothered exchanging such nonsensical words. He ordered the giant Leviathan's tentacles that were stabbed into the medicine garden to directly suck up everything, including the spiritual earth. The ground cracked and soil was constantly sucked into the tentacles. As Xingji saw this, his heart exploded with raging anger. Lin Ming, you can forget about it. Seeing that the medicine garden was being sucked into the giant Leviathan, Xingji felt as if it were his ancestors' graves were being dug up. Lin Ming, this old man will remember this humiliation. Xingji revolved his true essence and flames combusted all around him. He was thinking of smashing apart the entire Profound Palace medicine garden with a strike from his palm. Since he couldn't keep this medicine garden here, then he wouldn't let Lin Ming take it either. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to swallow this insult. In the future, once this event spread out, then Yin-Yang Profound Palace would become a joke of the entire martial arts world. I would rather destroy this medicine garden than let you shame me, Xingji furiously shouted. To be forced to ruin his own medicine garden, was there anything more tragic than this? However, Xingji soon discovered that, in fact, there was. As Lin Ming saw Xingji gather his potential, he had long guessed what this palace master was trying to do. He coldly coughed and said, Xingji, if you dare to destroy your own medicine garden, then I will destroy your Yin-Yang Profound Palace. Go ahead and try. You. At this time, Xingji nearly vomited blood in anger. His lungs hurt, his liver hurt, his intestines, gallbladder, his entire body hurt. Lin Ming, I hope you King die. At this time he had already gathered his potential, ready to attack. But with just a few words from Lin Ming he was forced to suppress his true essence, blood rushing to his head. If he weren't angry to the extreme, then as a dignified 5th-grade sect sovereign, he would never have said such rude and uncouth words. Xingji was so angry he felt his blood tumbling in his body. Lin Ming had already controlled the tentacles and had safely stored the medicine garden into the giant Leviathan's dimension. Watching his medicine garden disappear just like that, Xingji felt his vision go black. He could already envision how several months from now, how the various powers of the southern Sky Spill continent would discuss Yin-Yang Profound Palace. As a noble Yin-Yang Profound Palace master and a master who had lived for over 1,000 years, he had actually been played around by a little hairless boy called Lin Ming. Just how shameful of a matter was this? Lin Ming, if you have the guts, then come out and fight me in the open. The incomparably angry Xingji had no choice but to resort to goading Lin Ming to come out. Also, this was the only method he had to vent to his frustration, reminding himself that there was at least some aspect which he was superior to Lin Ming. How could this crude and low-level taunt actually affect Lin Ming? Xingji, you're an old dog that has lived for over 1,000 years. As for me, my age can't even be considered spare change to yours. Yet you actually dare to challenge me? Well, I can promise you a match, but you'll have to wait till 1 year from now. Though, after a year, would you still have the courage to challenge me? 1 year. Xingji grit his teeth with hate. He was well aware that Lin Ming's strength, as it was now, was able to kill a first-stage life-destruction powerhouse. In fact, Lin Ming might not be much worse than he was right now. With Lin Ming's terrifying speed of growth, let alone 1 year, Xingji might not even be his match in half a year. Even his challenge against Lin Ming had been reversed against him. Xingji's final bit of dignity was crushed, his face slapped into the ground. His resentment curled in his stomach as if it wanted to burst out in a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, he noticed another light streaking towards Yin-Yang Profound Palace at high speeds. This person was also at the extreme second stage of life destruction. Since this person came from Little Swallow Mountain, it was without a doubt Xingji's wife, Xing Can. She naturally knew that her husband had returned and rushed over after helping Xingyang. If the couple combined their strength, they would be able to display their greatest combat strength. She certainly wanted to come and help her husband. Xing Can's arrival slightly relieved Xingji's extremely angry mood. With his wife coming to help him, he felt somewhat reinvigorated. He angrily stared at the giant Leviathan. His flaming eyes seemed as if they could see right through the giant Leviathan and stared straight at Lin Ming. Raging with a burning hate, Xingji wished he could rip apart the giant Leviathan's body and devour Lin Ming. At this time, a sudden idea emerged in Xingji's mind. Was it really true that no power underneath the divine sea could seriously wound the giant Leviathan? In fact, this rumor had been spread out by Xian Wuji to begin with. As the one who was controlling the giant Leviathan at the time, it wasn't strange for him to boast in an exaggerated manner. As for how truly powerful the giant Leviathan's defensive power was, no one really knew. This was because the giant Leviathan had never battled against a third-stage life-destruction master, thus no one was able to confirm Xian Wuji's word. Chapter 704. The Terrifying Defense of the Giant Leviathan. Chapter 704. The Terrifying Defense of the Giant Leviathan. Lin Ming took advantage of the time when Xian Wuji was in closed-door seclusion to use the giant Leviathan to sweep across the South Sea Demon region. Besides Xian Wuji, the next strongest martial artist in the area was Xian Yuqie, who had already been grievously wounded. The powerful and almighty South Sea Demon region was in truth just an empty shell. Sweeping away the South Sea Demon region seemed like some astonishing event, but if one thought about it carefully, it was not much at all. Without ascertaining if Xian Wuji's words were true or false, fearing the giant Leviathan to this degree and allowing Lin Ming to take away their Yin-Yang Profound Palace's medicine garden, if Xian Wuji's words were really found out to be lies, then they truly would be laughed at to death. Maybe once the giant Leviathan is attacked by a high-level life-destruction martial artist, it would be enough to rip apart its flesh, causing it to die from massive blood loss. Xingji's mind raced as he spoke to his wife with a true essence sound transmission. If the husband and wife combo combined their forces, they would be capable of contending with a third-stage life-destruction powerhouse. In addition, with the ultimate final move they had created in recent years, the power of their strike would be immense. However, the weakness was that it took a long time to prepare and it might possibly miss. However, this wasn't a problem with the giant Leviathan. Even if they closed their eyes, they would still be able to randomly aim and strike the beast. And even if attacking the back, forehead or other places with strong defenses was impossible, then what about the eyes or the mouth? All of these thoughts crossed through Palace Master Xingji's mind. The eyes weren't easy to strike, and they also had the protection of eyelids. But the mouth, because the giant Leviathan used its tentacles to attack, its mouth was constantly open. Attacking its throat through the mouth was definitely the best method of all. As Xingji thought of this, a fire lit in his heart. If he wasn't bullied to the extreme by Lin Ming today, then he would never have thought of taking such a great risk. Husband, let's attack together with everything we have. Yang has been wounded all over. It will take at least 1 to 2 years of hard work and effort to recover. If I don't attack, then I'll never be able to deal with this. As Xing Can spoke, true essence revolved within her body. A current of icy blue water suddenly emerged out of thin air, wrapping around her. She wished that she could rip Lin Ming apart. Seeing Xing Can preparing to attack, Xingji clenched his teeth and ignited his body with raging flames. Haha, Lin Ming, those 2 baby mice seem to be very unhappy with you, Chem? Demon Shine happily gloated, that's right, such a noble 5th grade sect was actually slapped and beat around by others. If they didn't even try to retaliate, they'd never be able to live this lying down. Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up as he glanced over at Xing Can and Xingji as they combined their forces. The couple's reputation was truly well deserved. If he had to face this strike alone, then there really would have been no way for him to defend against it. Water and fire intersected. If they attacked together, then the striking power behind their technique might double. Lin Ming didn't stop the 2 from attacking. In fact, he wanted to know to just what degree did the giant Leviathan's defenses matched up to. Who the hell cares if it's doubled or tripled? No matter how sharp a needle is, there's no way you can stab a whale to death. Let them do whatever. Demon Shine smirked with disdain. Outside of the dimension, Xingji and Xing Can had already been preparing their attack for several breaths of time. Finally, they began. As Lin Ming expected, once the 2 polar opposite energies mixed together, the power it produced was several times that of normal. A red energy and blue energy fused together, turning into a brilliant meteor that soared towards the giant Leviathan's mouth. They want to attack the giant Leviathan's throat through its mouth. Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up. He thought about ordering the tentacles to stop this attack, when Demon Shine's loud giggles suddenly sounded out in his mind. 2 top-grade idiots. The giant Leviathan is also called the Great Swallowing Beast. By just swallowing once, it can suck up all of the seawater in an area. If it opens its mouth, it can even suck in an entire city. This isn't just some casual boast. This is because its mouth is simply a portal of space and time. It can transfer anything it swallows to another dimension. They want to attack the giant Leviathan's mouth? Hee. Even an early divine sea powerhouse would find such an attack to be useless. Hearing Demon Shine's words, Lin Ming also stopped worrying. He let the attack continue freely. Puff. With a whistling sound, Xingji and Xing Can's brilliant comet of energy shot into the giant Leviathan's pitch-black maw. Although there was a terrifying energy within it, compared to the giant Leviathan's massive mouth, it could only be described as tiny. The comet of energy rushed into the giant Leviathan's throat without being stopped. Xing Can and Xingji's eyes brightened. They had done it. They were originally afraid that the tentacles would stop their attack, but they never imagined that the tentacles would respond so slowly, allowing their attack to succeed. The couple was immediately overjoyed. Although the surface of this giant beast had a strong defense, its insides must still be weak. Since their attack went inside without a problem, they waited to see what sort of destruction their mighty attack had caused to the giant Leviathan. However, 1 breath, 3 breaths, 10 breaths. After 10 breaths of time passed, the giant Leviathan didn't even have the slightest reaction. Xingji's happy expression froze on his face. The couple's attack was like rain falling into the sea, it disappeared without a trace. This. Xingji swallowed a mouthful of bitterness. He had thought that their combined attack might be unable to severely wound the giant Leviathan, but he ever expected the disparity to be so great. Was the giant Leviathan's throat some sort of invulnerable fortress? The couple looked at each other, each seeing a deep sense of powerlessness and fear reflected in the other's eyes. How about it? Are you two using this method to express how unhappy you are? Lin Ming's voice sounded out from within the giant Leviathan, echoing in all directions, loud and clear like a thunderclap. Xing Ji and Xing Can's words were caught in their throats. They didn't dare to say anything in return. A man must always repay his debts. Since you attacked me once, then I will attack you once. Lin Ming didn't plan on completely annihilating Yin-Yang Profound Palace. For such a large fifth-grade sect, it was simply impossible to cleanly destroy it. He didn't want drifting dregs to bother him later. Moreover, they didn't have any deep hatreds between them to begin with, at least, not enough for Lin Ming to completely demolish their sect and kill off all their families. As Lin Ming's voice fell, all of the surrounding energy rose up like a surging tide towards the giant Leviathan, rapidly concentrating at its forehead. Husband, be careful, Xing Can said as she bit down on her teeth. Today, the couple had to recognize that they had really stepped in *T. I'm alright. Xing Ji didn't fear the giant Leviathan's energy attack. Not only did it take an extremely long time to prepare, but it was also inflexible. Dodging it would be easy. However, he quickly discovered that he had been mistaken all along. After Lin Ming gathered up a massive amount of energy, the direction he aimed at was the great temple of the Yin-Yang Profound Palace. This was the core of the Yin-Yang Profound Palace, not to mention the various resources and wealth held there, but it was also a landmark of their Yin-Yang Profound Palace. Once it was destroyed, it would shake the minds of their people, giving yet another reason for everyone to laugh at their Yin-Yang Profound Palace. To have a 20-year-old junior remove their entire medicine garden right in front of the two palace masters as well as destroy their Yin-Yang Great Temple, just how would Yin-Yang Profound Palace show their faces in front of others in the future? This attack is only 70% of the giant Leviathan's strength. If you try your hardest and give it your all, then perhaps you might be able to block it. As soon as Lin Ming spoke, his mind stirred and the space around the giant Leviathan's forehead began to distort. Countless dots of shining lights endlessly gathered into a circle. The terrifying energy fluctuations made one tremble with terror. Lin Ming, you remember me? Xing Ji's eyes turned blood red. He would have been able to easily dodge this attack, but now he had been forced to withstand it. Today was absolutely the most bitter day of his life. Bang! Energy completely erupted from the giant Leviathan, turning into a 100-foot beam of blazing crimson light. It was like a red flood dragon that shot towards the Yin-Yang Great Temple. Xing Ji and Xing Can's expressions completely changed. Both of them attacked together, a red and blue beam of energies firing into the blazing crimson beam. True essence collided, setting off a terrifying storm and a violent shockwave. Xing Ji and Xing Can felt as if their chests were being forcefully pressed down before they were tossed out like leaves in a storm. They weren't seriously injured. But they had been caught up in that massive storm of true essence, unable to keep their balance. True essence chaotically collided in their chests, making the two of them nearly cough up blood. The density of energy within the giant Leviathan's attack wasn't high, but the total amount of energy was truly scary. They had finally failed to completely block the giant Leviathan's attack. The remaining one-third of the energy smashed into the Yin-Yang Great Temple, directly sending its dome flying off. Seeing the Yin-Yang Great Temple crack apart in front of them, they could only watch helplessly as they recalled the absolute difference in strength between them and the giant Leviathan. It was like Xing Ji's teeth had been knocked out and he could only swallow them. There was no way he could voice his hatred and grievance. As long as Lin Ming had the giant Leviathan, there was simply no way they could provoke him. And, in another year or so, once Lin Ming grew further, they wouldn't even be able to deal with just him anymore. Thinking about this, Xing Ji simply cut off all thoughts of opposing Lin Ming ever again. Within the great and broad dimensions of the giant Leviathan, the heaven and earth origin energy was incomparably rich. Lin Ming stood here, watching as several dozen tentacles passed into this dimension, slowly laying down the medicine garden into a long stretch of land. With the help of the memories from the realm of the god's alchemist, Lin Ming was able to quickly recognize around 99% of these medicinal herbs. There were quite a few treasures here. Even if Lin Ming had very high standards, he was still very satisfied with several of the fire attribute medicinal herbs. Yin-Yang Profound Palace's accumulated treasure for these past few thousand years is quite good. It's not much worse off than the South Sea Demon region's medicine garden. Lin Ming took out the demon heart flower and the 10,000-year corpse grass from his spatial ring and planted it into this new medicine garden. After several more years, this medicine garden would form a self-sufficient cycling system of origin energy. Once the medicine garden stabilized further, he could even plant down the seeds from the profound gold divine fruit as well as any future heavenly materials he found. All of this could be planted in this medicine garden. This would form a positive feedback loop that would allow the quality of this medicine garden to become increasingly high. This would form a solid foundation for when Lin Ming decided to embark on the path of being an alchemist in the future. Lin Ming randomly plucked some fire attribute medicinal herbs that had matured, and then quietly stepped through a space barrier. In the next moment, he stepped into another dimension where the divine Phoenix Island disciples were gathered. Within the giant Leviathan's body, the dimensions were self-contained spaces. The largest of these dimensions was around 10 miles in diameter. In addition to the other dimensions, this was more than enough to house the more than 1,000 disciples of divine Phoenix Island without being crowded. Brother Lin, junior apprentice Brother Lin, seeing Lin Ming suddenly appear, the over 1,000 divine Phoenix Island disciples all appeared excited and overjoyed. Before this, Mu Fengxian and Mu Bingyun had already informed them of what had happened. After hearing that Lin Ming was the legendary Divine Kingdom Crown Prince and that by just his strength alone, he had completely decimated the South Sea Demon region, the disciples of Divine Phoenix Island felt as if they were living in a dream. In particular, those disciples that had some contact with Lin Ming before thought this was an even more bizarre and wonderful fantasy. These past months, they had become accustomed to living like displaced refugees on the edge of death. But now, everything had changed. They could faintly feel that the time to counterattack the South Sea Demon region had finally arrived. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,